Space Marine in Star Wars, Warhammer X Star Wars. 127, 124, Preparation for Mortis. Anakin. The council chamber was hushed, the air heavy with tension. Anakin sat in one of the council chairs, shoulders squared but hands trembling faintly in his lap. His breathing was steady now, but the memory of what had happened only hours ago was carved into his mind as if branded. The power had come without warning, sweeping through him like a storm of fire and lightning. He could still feel the echo of it, like molten glass running through his veins. He remembered collapsing, the stones of the temple shattering under his scream. Jedi dying around him, turned to ash by the wave of force energy that had erupted out of him. And now he was here, seated among the masters as though he belonged. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw their faces, the Jedi Knights and Padawans, reduced to dust at his feet. Murmurs filled the chamber as the masters spoke of their experiences. I felt a surge, Ki-Adi-Mundi was saying, his eyes blinking slowly, his voice tinged with awe and unease. It was as if the force itself doubled within me. For a moment, I thought myself invincible. Plo Koon leaned forward, having come for his meeting with the masters, his rasping breath audible beneath his mask. And yet with that surge came chaos. My power slipped free of my discipline. Some ships in the hangar bay were crushed under my power. I could not control it. Others spoke in turn, each describing their convulsions, the wild flaring of their powers, the visions that had passed through their minds. But none of them looked at Anakin with blame. Instead, every gaze that flicked toward him was sympathetic. Your reaction, Qui-Gon said carefully, his brow furrowed, was the most extreme of us all. But do not burden yourself with guilt, Anakin. The intensity you felt is not a failure. It is a reflection of your connection to the Force. Anakin's jaw tightened. He wanted to believe that. He wanted to hear it as absolution, but the screams of the dying still echoed in his head. I couldn't hold it back. I couldn't stop, the young knight said. A warm hand settled on his shoulder. He turned his head slightly and saw his master beside him. The older man's expression was calm, yet lined with sorrow. Anakin, Qui-Gon said gently, you have always had a deeper connection to the Force than most. What happened today was not of your making. It was the consequence of something greater. Anakin searched his master's face, looking for doubt, for disappointment, but he found none of it. Do not linger in the past, Qui-Gon continued, his hand still steady on Anakin's shoulder. We must focus on the future. Anakin exhaled slowly, lowering his head. His throat was tight. He wanted to say thank you, but the words stuck. It was Yoda who finally broke the silence, his gnarled hands resting on the edge of his chair. His ears drooped slightly, the lines of his face deep with weariness, but his voice was steady. Grave this matter is, Yoda said. Felt it we all have. A shift, vast and terrible. Death rippled through the Force. Prepare, we must. All eyes turned to him. The little green master, once sidelined after Mace Windu's ascension, was again the Grandmaster of their order. Trace it we have, Yoda continued, his gaze sweeping across each of them. To a world, hidden deep in our archives. Mortis it is called. At the name, a ripple of unease passed through the chamber. Some of the masters shifted in their seats, others exchanged wary glances. Anakin frowned. Mortis, he repeated. I've never heard of it. Few have, Yoda said gravely. A nexus it is. Corruption, bleeding from it, I feel. It must be the cause of what happened to us, Ki-Adi-Mundi said, his voice firm but tinged with unease. The surges, the convulsions. Even now I can feel echoes of it. If that corruption grows stronger, the consequences… He did not finish. He didn't have to. Then we go there, Anakin said quickly, his voice sharper than he intended. If Mortis is the source, then that's where we are needed. We cut this corruption out before it spreads any further. The masters looked at him, and Anakin felt their doubt, felt the silent judgment. His jaw tightened, and he looked back at them defiantly. We can't just sit here and wait for it to get worse, he pressed. That's what we always do. We wait, talk, and debate, while the galaxy burns around us. Patience, Anakin, Obi-Wan said quietly from across the circle. First, we must know what's happening there. Anakin's fists clenched, but before he could speak, Qui-Gon's hand tightened briefly on his shoulder. There is wisdom in caution, Qui-Gon said, his voice calm but firm. But Anakin is not wrong. We cannot ignore this. Perhaps we should reach out to the Imperium, see if they know anything. He finished, looking at Plo Koon, who was slowly nodding his head. Yoda's eyes opened again, their ancient depths shadowed with worry. He leaned heavily on his cane as he spoke. Prepare, we must. Ready ourselves. A great danger, I sense. Greater than any we have faced. Not alone will we go. Allies we will need. Anakin leaned forward in his chair, the fire in his eyes burning brighter. Not the Imperium, he said, his voice rising. They are probably part of the cause. Anakin, Qui-Gon said, squeezing his old Padawan's shoulder before looking at Yoda. I will contact Dooku. Yoda studied him for a long moment, his gaze unreadable. Then at last, the little master nodded. The Imperium, we will contact. But careful, we must be. For rest on Mortis, our galaxy's fate may lay. Anakin sat back slowly, Qui-Gon's hand still resting steady on his shoulder. But deep down, a whisper gnawed at him. They never listened to him, but now. If he was this strong now, if the power was this great, who could stand against him? Nearer, her eyelids fluttered. At first, the world was a blur, shapes and colors smeared into one another, a haze of bright sand-colored light bleeding through the tall windows. The air was hot, dry, and smelled faintly of herbs and sterilizing oils. Slowly her vision sharpened, and she realized she was lying in a bed. The sheets tucked neatly around her. She was in the medical wing on Tatooine. Neera blinked again, squinting against the brightness, and then turned her head to the side. A figure was seated in the chair next to her bed. Tall, composed, but not untouched. His robes were clean, but his face was pale, sharp features drawn with fatigue. Bandages wound around one shoulder and across his chest, peeking out from beneath his tunic. In his hands he held a data slate, its blue-white glow reflecting against his eyes. Her chest relaxed in relief as she looked at Dooku. She must have made a sound, a shift of the sheets, or a faint breath, because his gaze flicked up instantly, the sharpness of his eyes softening as they landed on her. Without hesitation, he powered down the slate and set it aside. "You're awake," he said, his deep voice low. She tried to sit up, pushing her elbows against the mattress, but her limbs were weak, trembling under her own weight. Before she could rise further, he was at her side. His hand, surprisingly gentle for a man of his bearing, pressed against her forehead and guided her back onto the pillow. "Rest," he instructed, his tone more paternal than commanding. "You've been through quite an ordeal. Don't strain yourself." Neera let herself sink into the bedding, though her brows furrowed in confusion, her lips were dry as she spoke. What happened?" For a moment, silence stretched between them. Dooku's eyes searched her face, as though measuring how much truth she was ready to bear. He exhaled slowly, and his shoulders, usually held with pride, slumped the faintest degree. "I do not know," he admitted. "Something vast swept through the Force. It struck all of us. I cannot explain it." Her mind flickered with fragments, fire, screams, the echo of a power so immense it seemed it might split the galaxy in half. She shivered and clenched the sheets tighter in her fingers. "You said it hit all of us." "Anakin, is he all right?" she asked, chest tightening for her once brother. Dooku nodded. "Yes, he is fine, though his outburst was particularly bad." He continued, "The Jedi contacted us while you slept. They sought answers, desperate to understand what transpired. I told them the truth, that we didn't know. But they claim to have traced the source." "Mortis," she said, to which he nodded. She turned her head toward him, studying his face. The years lined his features, but now they seemed carved deeper by worry. "So, it's beginning then?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. His gaze met hers. There was no avoidance, no gentle lie. Only the grim reality of the truth. "Yes," Dooku said, "it has begun." "Why so soon?" "I thought we had more time," she said. For a moment, she simply lay there, staring at him. The galaxy had shifted. The balance of everything was tilting toward beings vast and terrifying. and yet she pushed the fear aside. Slowly she swung her legs over the edge of the bed. The floor was cool beneath her bare feet. Dooku moved as if to stop her, but she raised a hand. "I'm fine," she insisted, though her voice was faint. She stood, swayed slightly, then steadied herself. Her eyes lifted to his, clear despite her exhaustion. She stepped forward and, before he could react, she wrapped her arms around him. It wasn't a warrior's embrace, nor one driven by passion or desperation. It was the embrace of a daughter clinging to her father, simple and sincere. For a heartbeat, Dooku stood frozen. Then slowly he returned the hug. His arms encircled her. "I'm glad you're safe," she murmured into his chest. Something softened in his eyes. He held her for a long moment, then pulled back slightly, one hand lingering on her shoulder as if reluctant to let go. "I'm glad you are as well," he said quietly. When he finally released her, he drew himself upright again, dignity returning. He adjusted his robes, gave her a long look, a mixture of pride, relief, and something unspoken, and then inclined his head. "Rest. You will need your strength. The days ahead will test us both." With that, he turned and strode from the room, leaving her standing in the middle of the sterile medical wing. The door slid shut behind him with a soft hiss. Neera stood for a long time, staring at the closed door, her heart still warmed by the simple embrace, even as dread coiled in her stomach. She moved back to the bed and sat down slowly, pressing her hands to her face. At last, she drew in a breath, steadied herself, and whispered into the stillness, "Sanguinius, I need you." The air shimmered, the light bending as though it recognized his presence before he appeared. Radiance bloomed in the room, golden and soft, and there he was, the great angel of Baal. His form was spectral yet solid, seated now upon the edge of her bed. His great wings folded close, his eyes, always filled with both sorrow and hope, met hers. "You called, little one," Sanguinius said, his voice like a balm, gentle but edged with the resonance of eternity. Neera exhaled shakily, almost collapsing into relief at the sight of him. "Everything's changed," she said. I saw visions, visions of the war on Mortis. But why does everything feel like it's changing?" Her voice cracked, the pressure of dread and exhaustion bleeding through. "The gods of chaos are not like us, Neera," he said. "They are unknowable, unreadable. Their motives bend in ways mortals and even I cannot always predict. If they are accelerating their hand, then it can only mean one thing." His voice dropped, solemn, grave. "They are preparing something wicked, something beyond what we've yet seen." Neera's hands curled into fists in her lap, her fear hardened into resolve. "We cannot wait for them to strike at their leisure. If they're focusing their power on Mortis, then we must act now. Every soldier, every weapon, every ship. We cannot afford to be caught unready. I just didn't expect things to happen so soon." Sanguinius watched her, pride flickering faintly across his features. He reached out and laid a hand over hers, his touch warm though ethereal. "You speak with wisdom," he said, "and your courage is greater than you know. But Neera—" He leaned closer, his golden hair brushing falling around his face. "You must be careful. You do not yet know how cunning the ruinous powers can be. They twist truth into lies, hope into despair. Their greatest victories come not on the battlefield, but in the heart." She looked up at him, her expression softening despite the steel in her tone. Slowly she smiled, a quiet, genuine smile. "That's why I have you." For a moment, even the angel seemed caught off guard. Then his lips curved, and from deep within his chest came a low, melodic laugh. It was a warm, human laugh of a man who had found, even in the shadow of eternity, a fragment of light. His gaze grew distant for a moment, and then he leaned back slightly, wings unfurling in a lazy stretch. "Since your outburst, something has shifted within me as well. My essence, my very being is mending faster than I imagined possible. I can feel the old strength returning, the wounds of my end knitting together." His eyes glowed faintly as he studied his own hand, opening and closing it as though testing the sensation. Neera's brows furrowed in wonder. "What do you mean?" I mean, Sanguinius said slowly, reverently, that your power has accelerated my healing to a pace I could scarcely dream of. If it continues, I may once more be able to reclaim my body when it gets here. Her breath caught in her throat. You could come back. Truly. Sanguinius nodded, though his smile was tempered with caution. Perhaps. The path is not yet clear, and the fates of gods and mortals alike weave into it. But yes, it is no longer just a dream. It is possible. Her heart swelled with a fierce joy, though she swallowed it quickly, her expression sobering. Then we'll see it through, together. For now, he said, his voice rich with both patience and longing, I will wait. I will guide you, protect you. But when the time comes, perhaps we shall walk the same ground once more. 128. 125. Preparation for Mortis, PT2. Sebastian. The cathedral was silent save for the soft whisper of incense burners and the faint echo of distant hymns sung by the faithful in the outer halls. Candles lined the base of the towering statue of the emperor, their flames swaying in the stillness, each one a trembling prayer in wax and fire. Sebastian knelt in the shadow of his image, bare of his warplate, clad only in his undergarments. The Black Templar's head was bowed, his lips murmuring the sacred canticles of devotion. His newly forged left arm, wrought from polished Bescantium, hummed quietly, the faint glow of its inner mechanisms casting a pale light across the stone floor. By thy will, O Lord of mankind, hold him close to thy chest, grant him a seat at thy side, so he may witness thy servant strike down his killer. Grant thy servant the strength to endure, as thou place the Imperium on mine shoulders. Sebastian whispered, his voice low and fervent. Let my blade never falter, let my shield never break. In the shadow of corruption, make me thy fire. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the soft echo of boots upon stone. The officer who entered moved with reverence, his pace measured, his eyes cast low in respect, as he carried an object wrapped in blood-red cloth. He did not speak until he stood at Sebastian's side, waiting patiently for the warrior's prayer to finish. When the Black Templar finally lifted his gaze to the statue, the officer bowed his head slightly. It is done, the officer said. His voice carried a solemn pride. The blade is complete. Lord Raxor has just sent it. The Imperial Regent herself has also given her command. We are to prepare for full-scale war. Sebastian drew in a breath, his massive frame rising as he pressed his right fist, his flesh hand, to his chest. His eyes gleamed in the candlelight as he regarded the statue one final time. Then the hour is upon us, he said, his voice deep, resonant. He rose to his full height, towering over the officer, and inclined his head. Attend me. A group of serfs entered the chamber, their heads bowed, their movements careful. Between them they carried great racks and stands, upon which lay the armor of the Black Templar, black as void steel, gilded with purity seals and inscribed with oaths. The serfs approached as though bearing holy relics. They knelt before Sebastian, placing the armor pieces at his feet before beginning the ritual of armoring. Sebastian extended his arms, broad shoulders squared, chest bared to the flickering light of the candles. One by one, the serfs lifted the pieces of his warplate and set them upon his body. The chest plate was first, lowered carefully onto his torso, the clasps hissing shut as the power feeds connected with the ports on his skin. Next, the greaves and sabatons, sealed tight against his legs, immovable as a fortress. The vambraces came next, each one inscribed with fresh litanies of battle, affixed to his arms with sacred oils. Each piece that locked into place made the air hum, the black carapace beneath his skin fusing with the ancient machine spirit of the warplate. The serfs lifted the great storm shield next, purity seals fluttering as though alive, the bones of Mace Windu and the metal of his lightsaber freshly polished. They placed it within reach, but did not hand it over yet. That final step would come last. The last piece was the helm. A serf lifted it reverently, raising it high before lowering it into Sebastian's waiting hands. He studied its dark visor for a long moment, the reflection of the Emperor's statue gleaming across it. Then, without a word, he placed it over his head. The world sealed with a hiss, and his vision filled with the red glow of the helm's optics. Now fully clad in his warplate, Sebastian reached out and took up his storm shield. It locked onto the coupling on his bionic arm with a sharp click. The power lines engaged, the runes flared, and for the first time since his injury, he felt whole again. Well, almost. The serfs lowered themselves to their knees as the officer stepped forward reverently, holding out the object in his hands. He pulled back the cloth, revealing the weapon within. It was the dark saber, but reborn. Where once it had been a blade made for the hand of a Mandalorian warrior, now it had been reforged to suit an Astartes. Its hilt was lengthened and reinforced, wrought of obsidian bescantium. Its energy matrix had been reforged by Raxor's masterful hand, calibrated to endure the sheer might of a space marine's grip and swing. Sebastian extended his hand and took the weapon. Sebastian activated the blade. Immediately the sword came alive, its black blade springing into existence with a sound like thunder cracking. The shadows of the cathedral seemed to recoil from its lightless edge, catching the glow of the lightning scattering across its blade. Sebastian lifted the weapon, holding it high. A blade taken from a fallen warrior, reforged by loyal brotherhood and sanctified by war. His voice was steady, resonant. It shall serve as a symbol, not of what was lost, but of what shall be won. The officer bowed his head. The regent believes it is fitting, Lord Sebastian. This blade carries with it centuries of conflict and bloodshed. Now it will carve a new path, one under the Emperor's light. You forget your place, Sebastian corrected darkly. It was already in the Emperor's service. All that has changed is who wields it. The man recoiled. Tell the regent I am ready. Tell her the Black Templar will march, and when we go to Mortis, the Emperor's justice will be delivered by this blade. Sebastian turned back to the statue of the Emperor. He raised his sword high, the blade drinking the light of 100 candles, and spoke in a voice that shook the chamber. For the Emperor, for Terra, for the regent, I go to war. The echoes of his words lingered long after the Black Templar strode from the cathedral, armored and unbreakable, the sound of his footsteps like thunder on stone. Raxor, the forge roared like a beast, its great bellows pumping air into the heart of the fire. The heat was enough to turn the chamber into an oven. Sparks leapt from the massive anvil with every strike of Raxor's hammer, each blow ringing out. The salamander worked bare-armed, his black skin glistening with sweat and soot, the muscles of his massive frame taut as corded steel. He drew the hammer down once more, sending a flare of molten light from the half-finished armor upon his anvil. The ringing echo of the hammer faded, leaving only the low growl of the forge fire and the hiss of steam. Raxor set the armor piece aside and drew in a deep, measured breath. His skin was streaked with soot, his red eyes gleaming with quiet satisfaction as he looked at the armor piece. Raxor? The voice was soft and hesitant, yet warm. He turned his head to see Cien standing in the doorway. She clutched a data slate close to her chest, her leku twitching faintly with nerves. You shouldn't linger near the forge, without your protective gear. You know the heat bites too deep for those not born of Nocturne. Cien stepped inside regardless, her eyes lingering on the towering Astartes, with the mix of awe and concern she always carried. She lowered her voice, as though the flames themselves might overhear. The Imperial Regent has given the order. We're preparing for full-scale war. Raxor straightened to his full height, towering above her, and set aside his tools. His massive hands reached for a bucket of water, which hissed furiously as he plunged them in. He scrubbed soot from his skin, the scars of decades of battle stark beneath the grime. So it's finally time then, he murmured, voice gravelly. He wiped his face with a cloth. Tell the regent I will be there momentarily. Cien moved out of his way as he walked from the forge into the main room, where droids whirred into motion, trundling forward with the pieces of his black and green warplate. She helped them carefully, her hands small compared to the massive slabs of ceramite. But she had done this before. Her voice trembled faintly as she lifted one of the vambraces. I don't like it when you go. Not this time. They say Mortis is cursed, and the Republic are moving too. If the Regent is sending all of you... He bent slightly, placing one massive hand on her shoulder gently despite its size. His red eyes softened, though his expression remained stern. "Cien," he said, his voice carrying the weight of a truth repeated countless times. "I have told you this 1,000 times over, and I will tell you 1,000 more. I will always come back to you." Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, biting her lip to hold them back, as one hand clutched the dagger at her side. She busied herself fastening the vambrace around his colossal forearm, even as her hands trembled slightly. The droids moved as well, locking each plate of armor into place with heavy clicks. Greaves sealed over his legs, the breastplate lowered across his torso, his pauldrons affixed with care. "You can't always know that," she said faintly. He placed a hand on her cheek, calloused thumb brushing away a stray smudge of soot she had picked up. "I forge my own path, child. This will be no different than all the others." He held out one massive hand for the last of his armor save for his helmet, and she hesitated before giving him the sash she had made for him all those years ago. He took it from her and deftly wrapped it around his waist. At last, the droids presented his helmet. Raxor took it in both hands, his red eyes lingering on Cien one last time. She stood small beside him, clutching the handle of her knife, staring up as though memorizing his every line before he departed. He inclined his head slightly. "Stay strong, little flame. Keep the forge burning until I return." With that, he lowered the helm over his head. The seals hissed closed, and the world took on the filtered clarity of his war gear. He turned, the thunder of his armored steps shaking the floor. Behind him, Cien watched in silence, her heart tight with fear and hope, until the doors shut. Equals equals equals. Maximus equals equals equals. The chamber was quiet, save for the faint hum of the lumen globes and the soft chime of data slate runes. Maximus sat behind his broad, metal-banded desk, hunched forward in thought as his massive hands scrolled through reports, histories, and fragments of exploration logs. The Ultramarine captain's eyes narrowed slightly as the holographic projection shifted, showing the known routes that extended into the wild frontier of the galaxy's unknown regions. Entire quadrants marked as voids where the Imperium and even the Republic knew little or nothing. The doors to his study hissed open, and Bo-Katan stepped inside. "Lord Maximus," she said, her tone respectful, "the Imperial Regent has given the order. We are to prepare for full-scale war." Maximus looked up from the glowing slate, his deep voice filling the chamber. "Sit." Bo-Katan blinked, visibly caught off guard by the request. "Lord?" "Sit," Maximus repeated, raising a hand with patient insistence. His eyes, dark and steady, brooked no refusal. "There is something I wish to discuss." She hesitated, then set her helmet down on the desk, with a soft clink. She slid into the chair opposite him, her brow furrowed, curiosity warring in her eyes. Maximus leaned back, his towering frame somehow even larger seated, the chair creaking faintly beneath his bulk. He gestured toward a holographic map between them. "The unknown regions," he said. His tone was neither dramatic nor casual. "Tell me, what do you know of them?" Her eyes followed his gesture, narrowing as she considered. She leaned back slightly in her chair, arms folding across her chest. "Not much that's reliable," she admitted. "Trade routes are broken. Fleets that wander in don't always return. The Republic has some records, but even they tread lightly. It's chaotic out there, a place where navigational charts change overnight. But," she added, her lips tightening in thought, "I've heard whispers of civilizations out there. Hidden empires, resources unlike anything in the core." Maximus gave a slow, thoughtful nod. "Yes, chaotic, yet also potential. Opportunity and danger." He leaned forward, the glow of the projection reflecting in his sharp eyes. "When this war is done, I intend to press for expansion in that direction. The Imperium grows stronger with every conquest, yet it will need more. Resources, knowledge, and perhaps even new allies. The unknown regions are the natural frontier." Bo-Katan tilted her head, a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. "You sound like a conqueror and a dreamer, all in one." For a long moment the two sat in silence, the weight of his words lingering. Then Bo-Katan leaned forward, tapping a finger on the map projection. "Then let's do just that," she said in a tone that raised his eyebrow. Once this war is done, the Azure Talons could be remade as an exploration legion. Scouts, pathfinders, soldiers who map and secure new worlds in the unknown. Maximus looked at her across the desk, considering her with the patience of one who weighed every possibility. Finally, he allowed the faintest of smiles to crease his stern features. That, he said quietly, would be an incredible idea. The two of them sat together in the silence of the study, the map of the galaxy flickering between them. But Maximus was no fool. He straightened, shutting down the data slate with a decisive gesture. His face hardened once more. But unfortunately, it will never happen. The Imperium does not dream of exploration anymore. It dreams of survival. And survival demands war. Bo-Katan did not argue, though she studied him carefully, perhaps seeing the faint trace of bitterness in his words. He rose to his full height, towering over the desk, his voice firm once more, all traces of warmth now buried beneath the captain's mantle. "Prepare the Legion. Muster the Azure Talons for war." She stood as well, sliding her helmet back under her arm. She gave him a sharp nod, the iron in her voice matching his. "It will be done." She turned and made for the door, but his voice called her back. "Bo." She paused, glancing over her shoulder. "Double-check the remade Centurion suit," Maximus said. "Run one last diagnostic. Ensure Raxor's improvements function as intended. I will not have failure on the field because of negligence." Bo-Katan's lips curved into the faintest smile, a flicker of Mandalorian pride at the implied trust. "I'll see to it personally." And with that she departed, leaving Maximus alone in the dim glow of the map. He stood still for a long moment, staring at the unknown regions pulsing in faint light, a horizon forever out of reach. Then, with a sweep of his hand, he turned it off and strode towards his armor. 129, 126. The endless war begins. Karath, the Temple of Mortis, was no longer the serene courtyard where once the father had stood watch. Now it was a crucible of corruption, a nexus bleeding warp light into every stone and arch. The skies above boiled with storm clouds that did not belong to this universe, their lightning bolts arcing purple, blue and sickly green, feeding into the ritual circle that glowed at the center of the courtyard. Karath stood at its heart. He was no longer merely a man, nor even a chaos sorcerer. His body had become the vessel of his god's promise, a demon prince of Tzinch. 15 feet tall, his wings stretched wide in leathery majesty, their span blotting out the flashes of the lightning above. Horns curled from his head like the crowns of ancient kings, jagged and cruel, while his once baroque armor had fused into his flesh, plates of twisted ceramite and scales merging seamlessly into his body. His eyes blazed with shifting hues, as though thousands of irises swam behind them, and his voice carried the resonance of both mortal and demon when he spoke. Image here. He raised his clawed hand above the ritual circle, and reality itself shivered. The ground beneath his talons cracked as lines of fire traced themselves outward into intricate runes, warping Mortis's pure force nexus into a vessel of the warp. Each syllable he uttered bent the air like iron under a hammer, his chants weaving corruption into the very bones of the world. "Soon, the prison will shatter," Karath murmured, a grin splitting his monstrous visage. His voice was a chorus of whispers, screams, and mocking laughter. "She will be unbound, and this universe will drown in the tide of blood and ash." At the edge of the courtyard, a figure knelt. The nameless sorcerer, his armor broken and scarred from his fight with Yoda. He leaned on his staff for support, his breath ragged, yet his eyes never wavered as they fixed on Karath. "Guard the circle," Karath intoned, his claw pointing toward him. "Summon the others. No one must break the ritual, no matter the cost. When the fifth Chaos God is free, your suffering will be rewarded." The nameless sorcerer bowed his head. "As you will, my lord." His voice was hoarse but resolute. He staggered to his feet and departed, his shadow stretching long across the warping ground as he made his way to the gathering forces. The path wound through the shattered remnants of the temple where once light had thrived. Now corruption had taken root. The nameless sorcerer's gaze fell upon the first of the assembled, Grievous, The Necron cyborg was no longer the half-shattered wretch who had once fled defeated from the Black Templar, or that's what he told himself at least. Karath's warp-smiths and the nameless sorcerer himself had rebuilt him afterwards. His already grotesque frame had been further twisted, his plating engraved with runes of sorcery, his claws tipped with shimmering energy. Around him, his army clanked and shifted, the Necron host. They were not true Necrons, but cybernetic abominations, slaves from across the galaxy that had been stripped down of their flesh and minds, then built back up to what they were now, their eyes burning an eerie green. Each one carried weaponry grafted into its frame, plasma cannons for arms, blades fused into hands, missile pods where torsos once were. Grievous turned as the nameless sorcerer approached, his deep mechanical growl reverberating. The legions are ready, these constructs thirst for slaughter. His claws flexed, sparking with energy. I will see to it that no Jedi, no Marine, no Mandalorian reaches our master. The nameless sorcerer gave a curt nod, though his voice rasped. See that you do. Their combined might is formidable, and they will throw everything at us. The ritual must not be disturbed. A sound like muttering drew his attention. In the shadows of a ruined colonnade sat two broken figures. Yaddle rocked back and forth, her once kind eyes clouded black. She muttered endlessly, strings of prophecy and nonsense spilling from her lips. Her hands clawed at the air as if tearing unseen fabric, and around her sparks of unstable force energy cracked in the gloom. Beside her slumped Sifo Dyas, similarly ruined, his body gaunt, his hair a matted mess. His voice came in low, frantic whispers, conversing with beings only he could see. Both had been driven mad by the warp, their forms twisted, their auras poisonous to the Force. The nameless sorcerer regarded them for a long moment, then spoke softly, as though addressing children. Your time will come soon. Hold your madness close. When the enemy arrives, unleash it. Neither responded in words, only more muttering, more unsettling laughter from Yaddle. Finally, the nameless sorcerer ascended a broken pillar overlooking the battlefield. Before him stretched the mustered army. The remnants of the separatist legions stood arrayed, war droids by the tens of millions. Tanks and artillery pulled from hidden caches, all restored and corrupted by warpcraft. Among them were the cyborg Necron constructs. He raised his staff, voice booming across the legions, broken armor crackling as he shouted, "Prepare yourselves. The Imperium and the Republic will come. They will come with fire, with faith and with fury. They will hurl their strength against us in a tide of war. But we—" His voice grew louder, warped, amplified by sorcery until it carried like thunder. "We need only endure, hold the line, bleed them, break them, until the ritual is complete and the fifth Chaos God is free." The legions answered with a roar of metallic voices and mechanical screeches, weapons raised, claws extended. The ground shook beneath their unified cry. The nameless sorcerer lowered his staff slowly, his breath ragged again, but his optics gleamed with grim satisfaction. He turned back toward the temple, where Karath's chants had reached a fever pitch, the air itself bending and screaming as the demon prince worked his ritual. The nameless sorcerer raised his gaze to the heavens, and he watched as the sky split. Stars vanished beneath the emergence of titanic shadows, thousands of ships rupturing from hyperspace in waves. First came the Imperium's fleet, battle barges shaped like cathedrals, their hulls bristling with towers, gun batteries, and Gothic spires. Their shields shimmered with malevolent power, and even from the ground, the sorcerer could feel the righteous hatred seething within them. Strike cruisers, escorts, and frigates fanned out, their weaponry already primed for war. Beside them, the Republic's armada slipped into view, their Venator-class star destroyers gleaming with crimson and white. "Look," his voice thundered, carried by the warp until it shook the air, the earth, and the marrow of every living thing within earshot. "Do you see it? The deluded children of a dying galaxy. They gather their strength, thinking themselves united. Imperium, Republic, men, aliens, machines, all arrayed against us, thinking their combined might will halt destiny." He gestured to the horizon, where serried ranks stretched into the distance. Grievous stood at the fore. Behind him, his legion of skeletal cyborgs shifted restlessly, the green glow of their ocular implants casting a sickly light across the plain. Further back, the remnants of the separatist armies assembled, endless ranks of droids clattering into formation, their weapons raised. Interspersed among them were cultists and mercenaries gained throughout the years, ragged banners depicting the sigils of chaos raised high. The twisted Jedi, Yaddle and Sifo Dyas, huddled near the ritual site, their broken minds muttering in fractured harmony, their power bleeding uncontrolled into the warp. And towering above them all, Karath, demon prince of Tzeentch, stood at the heart of a growing maelstrom. His wings stretched wide, blotting out the storm above as arcs of warp lightning leapt between his horns. His talons traced sigils of impossible geometry into the air, each stroke tearing at reality itself. The ritual pulsed like a heartbeat, sickly light spilling outward, staining the ground with corruption. The nameless sorcerer raised his staff high, and its crystal head burned with warp fire. Hear me, legions of chaos. Karath opens the way. He rends the veil between worlds, and through it the legions of the Great Four shall march. Blood shall rain from the heavens. Fire shall consume the faithful. The galaxy shall drown in madness, and we shall be its heralds. The army roared in response. The droids clattered their weapons against their frames. Cultists howled, falling to their knees in ecstatic frenzy. The cybernetic soldiers of Grievous's host raised their weapons to the sky, their green optics flaring brighter. Even Yaddle's cracked laughter echoed eerily, as if some part of her understood the meaning of what was to come. The nameless sorcerer turned his gaze skyward again. Already the first lances of the Imperium's ships were breaking the atmosphere, golden beams stabbing downward like the wrath of angry gods. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as their bombardment began, carving craters of molten glass into the earth. The shields of the separatist lines flickered into place, shimmering domes of energy that barely held against the punishing fire. And still, the sorcerer smiled beneath his broken helm. He spread his arms wide, the warp whirling around him in coils of color and madness. "Hold the line," he roared. "Hold until the veil is torn. Karath shall open the portal, and when it widens, the tide will shift. The armies of chaos undivided will come forth, world eaters, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Black Legion, the Emperor's children, all will descend upon this world, and not even the corpse god shall withstand us." The battlefield trembled as though in answer. From the ritual circle, a crack split open in the fabric of reality itself, faint at first, but glowing brighter with each passing second. The air grew heavy, vibrating with the screams of things pressing against the veil. Shapes writhed just beyond sight, horns, wings, claws, and the glint of countless hateful eyes. The nameless sorcerer lowered his staff, his optics fixed on the heavens. The Imperium and Republic had come with overwhelming numbers, yes, but they had come into the jaws of chaos itself, and soon they would learn that not even their united fleets could cage what Karath was about to unleash. Palpatine, the command deck of the Republic's flagship, was a symphony of activity. Officers hunched over holotables, blue-tinted maps flickering as data streamed in from the surface below. Red klaxons pulsed faintly, illuminating the vast bridge in rhythmic waves of light. Outside the viewports, space was alive with fire. Turbolaser batteries flared from Republic warships, answering the bombardment of the Imperium, but it was the golden lances from the Gothic battle barges that stole the eye. Palpatine stood at the heart of it all, his hands clasped behind his back, robes flowing about him. His eyes narrowed as he watched the Imperium's ships carve their hatred into Mortis's surface. For a heartbeat, he felt his own stomach tighten with fury. If the Imperium simply burned Mortis to ash, Karath's ritual would be undone before it ever reached its crescendo. The fifth Chaos God's prison would remain sealed, and all his master's work, their work, would unravel. The galaxy would slip from his fingers. He turned sharply, crimson and gold light reflecting off his pale skin as he faced the Republic's fleet commander, a decorated admiral who stood hunched over the main tactical display. "Deploy the army to the surface," Palpatine said, his voice soft, measured, but carrying the weight of unquestionable command. The Admiral froze, shoulders tightening. Slowly, he straightened, his expression caught between confusion and disbelief. Deploy the army? Chancellor, with all due respect, why would we? The Imperium has already begun their bombardment. If we press the surface, if we focus our firepower, the Separatists and whatever twisted forces they've gathered below will be obliterated before the ground campaign even begins. To send our forces down now is to throw them into the path of their bombardment. We would risk losing divisions before they even— The words choked in his throat as Palpatine's gaze snapped at him, his lips peeled back slightly in a thin snarl. Are you— His voice dropped, laced with venom. Questioning my authority? The bridge seemed to grow quieter. Even the hum of consoles and the chatter of officers at their stations faltered, as if the entire command deck recoiled at the weight of those words. The Admiral swallowed, beads of sweat forming along his brow, but before he could stammer out an answer, Palpatine cut him off, his hand slicing like a blade through the air. Enough. His eyes swept across the bridge, searching, until they landed on a tall, sharp-faced officer standing off to one side, hands clasped neatly behind his back, as though awaiting a chance to prove himself. Wilhuff Tarkin. Palpatine's thin lips curled into something that might have been a smile. You. His voice rang out, commanding attention. Tarkin. As of this moment, you are commander of this fleet. The title and the responsibility are yours. The deck went still, the Admiral's face drained of color, realization dawning that his career, and perhaps his life, was already over. Tarkin, for his part, did not falter. Not for a moment. He stepped forward, boots clicking against the deck plating, and inclined his head in crisp acknowledgement. At once, Chancellor. There was the barest pause. A ripple of uncertainty spread across the bridge crew. Officers exchanged glances, doubt written in their hesitation. Deploy the army into the maw of the Imperium's firestorm, into a world already crumbling beneath orbital bombardment. The order bordered on madness. Tarkin's voice cracked like a whip. You heard the Chancellor's command. Deploy the army. All assault groups, prepare for atmospheric entry. Venators, open hangars and prepare deployment corridors. Ground units are to make immediate descent to the designated drop zones. His tone allowed no argument, no room for question. Still, one of the junior officers spoke up, disbelief tugging at his voice. Commander, surely you can't mean we would be sending them directly into— Tarkin's glare silenced him instantly. You heard my order. I do not repeat myself. Deploy them. Now. The bridge came alive in a frenzy of movement. Orders relayed. Holotables shifted. Sirens blared as massive hangar bay doors began to open across the fleet. The dark of space was suddenly awash with light as torrents of Republic troop transports poured forth. Lart gunships diving into formation, gunships and walkers secured in their bellies. Streams of fighters and interceptors poured out as escorts, flanking the waves of descending ships. Palpatine stood unmoving in the center of it all, his pale eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Yes, yes. The Imperium might rain its fire upon Mortis, but the Republic's armies would be there on the ground, fighting in the flesh, ensuring the ritual's protection. And with them there, amidst blood and fire, Palpatine would be able to influence events directly, guiding the battle as his master required. He allowed himself a thin, quiet chuckle as he turned back toward the viewport, watching the streams of transports descend like fiery rain upon Mortis. Nearer. The command bridge of the Imperium's flagship was a cathedral of war. Stained glass projections of tactical hololiths floated across the vaulted chamber, displaying Mortis below. The orbital bombardment had scarred the surface beyond recognition, tectonic fissures yawning open as magma spilled from Mortis's core. Every strike of lance and macro cannon had been precise, calculated. Neera stood at the center of it all, her hands clasped behind her back, her expression hard as marble. The officers nearby exchanged clipped words, their voices a murmur beneath the distant thrum of the ship's reactor. Neera's gaze lingered on the burning planet. This was the clean way, the controlled way. end the ritual with overwhelming fire. If Kara thought to hide, they would simply grind the planet to dust. But then, Regent! An officer turned from her console, pale light reflecting off the aquila on her breastplate. Priority transmission. The Republic fleet is deploying their forces to the surface. Neera's brow furrowed, her head snapping toward him. Deploying. They're abandoning orbital superiority. The officer nodded, her face tight with disbelief. Troop transports are pouring from their hangars, thousands of them. Gunships, walkers, infantry, the entire army. Their escorts are forming descent corridors now. She hesitated, then leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. Do we continue the bombardment, Lady Regent? The question echoed through the chamber. Tech priests paused in their chants. Vox officers turned from their instruments. Even the servitors at their stations seemed to hang in unnatural stillness. For a heartbeat, Neera simply stared at the tactical hololith, her sharp eyes tracking the Republic's ships diving toward the planet. Foolish, insane, to throw away the greatest weapon in war, orbital firepower, for the meat grinder of ground combat. She drew in a slow breath, her jaw tightening. This was no accident. Palpatine's hand was in this. She could feel it in her bones. Her mind weighed the options for a moment. Continue the bombardment, and they would crush the Republic's army mid-descent, killing their so-called allies. But it would also mean exposing themselves to the chance of annihilating what lay beneath. The temple, the ritual site, the nexus of Mortis. If they reduced it to rubble, that risk could not be tolerated. Her eyes narrowed, fury welled in her chest. Cease bombardment. Her voice cut across the bridge like a whip. Now, halt all fire upon the primary zones. Officers snapped to action instantly, relaying orders down the Vox channels. The colossal guns of the fleet, already glowing with heat, began to fall silent one by one, the thunder of bombardment replaced by the quiet hum of the void. Neera's eyes flicked back to the hololith, her gaze zeroing in on the far side of Mortis, where the temple rose like a black scar against the world. Her voice hardened further. Redirect bombardment to the rear lines only, keep pressure on the temple and its surroundings, scour the approaches, bury any fortification they have in that sector. Deploy all legions. Ground war begins now. Priority drop zones will be the central plains and the fractured ridges leading toward the temple. The officers bent to their consoles again, Vox channels erupting with coded orders. Battle barges rumbled as their cavernous hangars yawned open. Soon the skies above Mortis would darken with the steel rain of the Imperium. Neera's cloak swirled as she pivoted on her heel, her boots ringing against the deck as she strode toward the exit of the bridge. The officers parted before her, saluting as she passed. "Lady Regent," one called after her, "where are you going?" She did not pause, her voice cold. "To the surface." A silence followed her as the massive blast doors parted and sealed again behind her. The corridor beyond was alive with action, servitors clanked past, carrying munitions. Chaplains barked catechisms of battle to gathered squads of Astartes. Neera's stride carried her through them. Soon she reached the hangar bay. Titans of war loomed there, dropships the size of cathedrals, their engines growling as they awoke. The air was thick with incense and the prayers of tech priests mingling with the rumble of machinery. Thousands of soldiers, Mandalorians and Astartes alike, were filing into embarkation columns. At the heart of it all stood Maximus, encased within the towering bulk of his Centurion warsuit. His voice, deep and resonant, rolled across the gathered ranks of soldiers and warriors. He spoke of the war to come, of duty, of the price that must be paid for the survival of the Imperium. And then, without hesitation, Maximus ignited the thrusters of his suit. A plume of fire roared beneath him as the Centurion frame lifted from the landing pad. For a heartbeat he hovered there, a living titan silhouetted against the void. Then, with a thunderous burst, he hurled himself into the black heavens, a spear of vengeance cast into the heart of battle. Neera's personal dropship waited for her, its armored plating glinting beneath the harsh floodlights, its boarding ramp lowered with a hiss of hydraulics as she approached. She paused for a heartbeat, gazing out across the ordered chaos of the hangar. She drew her cloak tighter about her shoulders and ascended the ramp, her figure swallowed by the steel colossus that would carry her down into the jaws of war. 130. 127. Surface of Mortis ===. Maximus ===. The void swallowed him whole as Maximus launched from the belly of the battle barge, his thrusters screaming as jets of fire trailed behind his armored frame. The modified Centurion suit was a fortress and a weapon both, an apex of imperial might reforged for this strange universe. Its armored plating shimmered as its iron halo activated an energy shield. The shoulder-mounted autocannon cycled with a menacing whine, the grav cannon on the other side growled with building power, and the wrist-mounted heavy bolter clattered eagerly at his command. His gauntleted left hand, a massive power fist that crackled with raw force, while his right hand gripped a massive blade of Bescantium and energy, its edge glowing faintly in the cold dark. For a heartbeat, he was alone in the abyss, the curve of Mortis looming below, and the star-choked void stretching out above. Then thousands of vulture droids rose from the planet's surface in vast shifting clouds. Maximus did not slow as he plummeted towards the planet. He hit the first droid head-on, the full weight of the Centurion suit slamming into it like a meteor. The machine crumpled instantly, shattering against his armor's plate, fragments scattering across the dark, thrusters flaring as he redirected in mid-flight and smashed shoulder first into another, sending it spiraling into its comrades. A third dived for his flank, but Maximus's power fist snapped out, catching it by the wing before crushing it into slag, hurling the wreck into the void. More swarmed him, diving in from every angle. His targeting systems flared alive, marking dozens of crimson runes across his vision. His weapons answered in kind. The autocannon mounted on his left shoulder roared, each mass-reactive shell detonating with thunderous blossoms of fire. Droids burst apart in showers of molten shrapnel, dozens at a time torn into wreckage. His grav cannon unleashed bursts of crushing force, collapsing small groups of vultures together, their frames buckling as gravity clapped them into each other. They detonated in fiery chains, leaving pockets of void littered with wrecks. Maximus propelled himself forward, his thrusters belching fire. His massive frame became a battering ram once more, smashing through tens of droids with his power fist extended. Wrecks spun away in his wake, their frames torn open by sheer momentum. His massive sword licked outward, arcs of blue energy flashing as he carved through machines just beyond his reach. Behind him, the azure talons burst from the launch bays, their sleek strike craft streaking like spears of light across the void. Lightweight, fast, and viciously armed, they darted into the swarm at his heels, bolters barking in rhythmic fury. Explosions peppered the starfield as the talons cut swathes through the vultures, their formation tight around Maximus like lightning arcing from a thunderhead. "Form on me!" Maximus's vox boomed, his voice thunderous over the chaos. "We carve a path through this swarm, straight to the surface." The talons acknowledged with curt bursts of static and tightened formation, weaving in and out of Maximus's wake. The droids pressed harder, their swarm reforming with mechanical coordination. Waves of them slammed into the talons, laser fire saturating the air. Several fighters spun out, trailing smoke, one disintegrating in a blossom of fire. Maximus bellowed in fury and threw himself toward the densest cluster. His sword cleaved three apart in a single stroke, the blade cutting them clean in half. His fist closed around another, crushing its head like dry parchment. The grav cannon pulsed again, pulling an entire wing together before imploding them in a thunderous collapse. His autocannon rattled endlessly, every round another droid reduced to splinters. More ships descended into the battle, the vast hulls of the Imperium's warships emerging from orbit, their gun batteries roaring. Bolter shells and macro cannon fire rained from the heavens, smashing apart entire knots of droids with every volley. At their flanks, the Republic cruisers released torrents of blue and green turbo laser fire, carving through the swarm. Together, the fleets formed a wall of firepower above the planet, hammering the separatist machines without mercy. Still the vultures came, their numbers unending. They broke into smaller groups and hurled themselves at Maximus, their blaster bolts raking against his shield as he activated the massive iron halo on his back. His barrier flared with each impact, energy fields sparking and shimmering under the strain. Warnings crawled across his visor, but the Ultramarine ignored them. With every strike, every blow, his fury only grew. One cyborg dropped from a ship and latched onto his back, claws digging into his thruster housing. Maximus twisted and slammed himself backward into another cluster. Another droid tried to ram him head-on, but Maximus caught it by the wings, ripped it in two with brute force, and hurled both halves into the void. The Talons cheered across the Vox, their morale surging as their commander waded through the storm. They pressed harder, cutting into the swarm with renewed ferocity. The combined might of Astartes and fleet began to turn the tide. For the first time, the swarm hesitated. Their formations wavered. Maximus raised his sword high, its burning edge reflecting the light of countless fires. His thrusters flared, wreathing him in flame, and his voice shook the void itself. "Brothers, sisters, strike with me. Let them know the wrath of the Imperium." He hurled himself downward, dragging the battle with him as he descended toward Mortis. The vultures surged in desperation, swarming to stop his descent, but they were too late. Maximus became a blazing comet ripping through their ranks, his talons following in his wake, his every blow carving a path of ruin through the mechanical tide. Maximus broke through the last of the swarm like a spear thrown by the Emperor himself. His centurion suit burned like a falling star, flames wreathing his armored frame as he pierced Mortis's upper atmosphere. Below him, the planet convulsed with war. The horizon was alive with fire and smoke, the skies tearing open as thousands of drop pods, gunships, and troop carriers descended in burning arcs. The Imperium's wrath fell first. Thousands of drop pods shrieked like meteors as they plunged from orbit, their armored shells burning through the atmosphere. They hammered into the scorched plains of Mortis with thunderous impacts, earth splitting and fire blasting outward in shockwaves. One by one, they exploded open, disgorging Astartes in full warplate, bolters raised, blades gleaming. Mandalorians surged out alongside them, jetpacks igniting as they shot skyward in tight, precise squadrons. Their war cries carried even through the roar of battle. Maximus slammed down amidst them, his impact cratering the ground. His shield flared, scattering debris and bodies in all directions. As dust and fire cleared, the Centurion towered over the battlefield, his sword raised high. The Astartes bellowed litanies of war, bolters barking, flamers roaring, as they advanced in perfect lines of ceramite and fire. But they were not alone. From the skies above, the first dropships of the Republic streaked down in their own wave of fury. Lats split apart as they entered the atmosphere, opening their hatches to unleash torrents of laser fire before landing on the fields below. Clones stormed from their carriers, white-armored troopers forming firing lines in the churned mud. Jedi led them, blades igniting in brilliant arcs of green and blue, their figures blazing with the light of the Force. They charged at the head of their legions, deflecting blaster fire, hurling back the enemy with bursts of Force power. The Necron cyborg legions stirred from their staging grounds, rising from trenches like a tide of steel. Their bodies were twisted wrecks of flesh, fused with machine, weapon mounts protruding from backs, arms replaced by heavy cannons, eyes glowing with soulless light. They advanced in lockstep, firing with mechanical precision. Their weapons screamed across the plains, energy bolts cutting swaths through clone ranks and sparking off Astartes' armor. Droids poured from bunkers in endless streams, skeletal frames marching beside their cybernetic kin. Maximus roared and hurled himself forward. His autocannon thundered, tearing apart cyborg after cyborg, their torsos rupturing in sprays of sparks and gore. His grav cannon pulsed, crushing entire squads beneath its invisible weight, the ground splitting as their frames imploded. He waded into them like a titan of old, his sword cleaving arcs of incandescent destruction, his power fist smashing machines into wreckage. Each blow was a small cataclysm, each strike another gap ripped open in the enemy line. At his flanks, the azure talons struck. Their jetpacks ignited as they landed in around him, their blasters shrieking as they poured fire into the swarms. Mandalorians darted in and out of cover, rockets spiraling into cyborg phalanxes, their Bescantium blades hacking apart those who closed the gap. The sky above them turned into a storm of contrails and fire as Mandalorian gunships and Republic Elayats strafed the enemy formations, pounding trenches into molten glass. A squadron of Jedi surged ahead, their sabers a blur. One vaulted into a cyborg phalanx, spinning through them like a cyclone, each sweep of their blade cutting down another. The clones advanced at their backs, DC-15S hammering out sheets of red fire. But the cyborgs did not break. They advanced in unfeeling silence, weapons carving through the advancing armies. A Mandalorian to Maximus's left was torn down, his armor riddled with glowing green holes. Another screamed as a bolt punched through his chest plate, his jetpack spiraling out of control before exploding mid-air. Clone troopers fell in rows as the cyborgs unleashed concentrated volleys. A towering cyborg, twice Maximus's size, broke through the haze ahead. Its torso fused with the hull of a tank, its arms replaced with massive plasma cannons. It let out a distorted metallic roar and unleashed a barrage straight at him. Maximus's shield flared as the blasts hammered him, turning an alarming shade of red, his armor ringing like a struck anvil. He staggered, then launched forward, boosters roaring. His sword cleaved downward, carving through the cyborg's torso in a blazing arc. Sparks and gore sprayed as the machine collapsed in two halves. The ground shook again. More pods crashed around him, disgorging fresh waves of Astartes and Mandalorians. They fanned out, forming firing lines with heavy bolters roaring. Squads of Terminators strode among them, storm shields raised, their thunderhammers falling like judgment itself. In the skies, the dogfight raged on. Vultures screamed overhead, strafing the battlefield, Republic fighters and Talon gunships tangled with them. The heavens crisscrossed with streaks of laser fire and contrails of burning wrecks. Explosions rained down like falling stars, shaking the ground with every impact. Through it all, Maximus pressed on, leading the spearhead. His sword rose and fell like a guillotine, his bolters rattled without pause, his fists crushed whatever dared to stand before him. His vox thundered across the battlefield, his words clear even in the choking haze of war. Onward, burn them to ash. The Astartes answered with war cries, the Mandalorians screamed their oaths, the clones shouted their defiance, the Jedi pushed forward, sabers gleaming brighter than ever. "For the Emperor!" a Terminator roared, his voice shaking the air through vox amplification. The Terminator squad advanced as a walking wall of death. Every step was a barrage, every volley left nothing standing. The cyborgs answered with a tide of horror. One lurched forward, its upper body nothing but a screaming torso wired into a multi-barrel cannon, its legs piston-driven steel. It fired in wild arcs, plasma bolts searing the air. Maximus's autocannon barked in answer, 3 shells hammering into the abomination and detonating it into flames and broken limbs. Another cyborg, a hulking brute with its ribcage torn open and replaced by a glowing reactor, charged straight for him. Maximus's grav cannon flared. The monster imploded, ribs, reactor, and skull crunching inward until the whole mass collapsed into a ruin of compacted metal and meat. He stepped over it without breaking stride. Cultists surged in fanatically, chanting in guttural unison for their dark gods. They threw themselves against the Astartes like waves breaking on rock. Maximus met them with Bescantium. His sword cleaved left, bisecting 5 at once. His fist smashed down, turning others into pulp that sprayed across the dirt. The heavy bolter mounted on his wrist fired into the press, shells detonating bodies into meat and ash. The Terminators crashed into the same tide. One met a pack of cyborgs, 6 spindly horrors with serrated claws for hands, and answered with a thunderhammer. The weapon crashed down, obliterating all 6 in a single earth-shattering blow. Another Terminator's lightning claws ripped apart a charging brute, sparks showering as metal and flesh were shredded in showers of gore. "Left flank incoming," crackled a Terminator's vox. Maximus turned. A mass of cyborgs was charging, a tide of steel and corpses fused together. A crude war engine crawling on 6 twisted limbs, a dozen screaming faces bolted into its carapace. It mounted twin plasma cannons that roared with fire, hammering his shield until the barrier shattered into a million small shards. He bellowed, the Vox turning his roar into thunder across the battlefield. He launched forward, his thrusters igniting in a burst of fire. Plasma crashed into him, burning against his armor, but he didn't slow. He smashed into the war engine with the force of a meteor. His fist slammed through its cannon, wrenching the limb off in an explosion of sparks. His sword rose high, then came down in a killing stroke, cleaving the horror in half. Screams, machine, human, and something else, wailed as the construct collapsed into flaming ruin. "Kill them all," Maximus thundered, his voice booming over Vox and across the war-torn plain. "Let no heresy stand before the Emperor's wrath." The Terminators answered with a storm of fire and steel. They advanced in unbreakable formation, stormbolters shredding droids, hammers crushing cyborgs into ruin, claws tearing apart cultists limb from limb. All around them, Mortis burned. The Republic pushed forward on one side, while the Imperium carved its path of bloody dominance on the other. The battlefield became a maelstrom of fire, screaming metal and broken flesh. And at the very center of it all, Karath ritual reached its zenith, and the portal tore open even wider, releasing hordes of horror unlike anything the universe had ever known. 131, 128. Rematch. Raxor, the drop pod screamed through the smoke-choked skies of Mortis like a falling comet, its hull glowing red with heat, its retro thrusters firing in defiance of gravity. The ground shook as it slammed into the battlefield amidst the writhing horde of separatist remnants and Grievous's twisted cyborg monstrosities. The pod dug into the earth, crushing droids and flinging cultists into the air in a rain of blood and metal. A heartbeat later, the pod's hatches detonated outward in thunderclaps of fire and steel. The heavy bolter mounted inside the pod open, fired immediately, barrels glowing red as they poured mass reactive shells into the closest enemies. The staccato roar shredded droids into twisted heaps, pulped cultists into crimson mist, and tore cybernetic limbs from screaming horrors. Raxor emerged first, his massive form stepping out of the burning pod. His armor was blackened with soot and lined with drake-scale motifs. In his hands, he bore his relic heavy flamer, a weapon that roared like the heart of a volcano. Behind him, the pyro drakes advanced in perfect formation, their Astarte captains guiding them. A wall of fire poured outward from their pyroblasters, the flames so intense they shimmered white at the core and orange at the edges. It washed across the battlefield in a rolling tide, engulfing everything in its path. Droids melted where they stood, their durasteel skeletons sagging and collapsing in puddles of glowing slag. Cyborgs screamed, horrible and garbled shrieks, as their grafted flesh bubbled and blackened, their machine parts warping and popping under the heat until they collapsed into molten husks. Raxor's flamer roared above them all, its gout of fire cutting a swathe through the densest press of enemies. A lumbering cyborg brute, its torso a welded mess of steel plates and grafted muscle, its jaw nothing but a steel grill belching static, charged through the flames toward him. Raxor stepped forward, leveled his weapon, and unleashed a jet of promethium so hot it turned the abomination into a pillar of screaming, thrashing fire. "Burn them all," Raxor growled over the Vox, his voice like a furnace's rumble. "Purge them all." The pyro drakes answered with fire and fury, their pyroblasters swept in overlapping arcs, creating an advancing curtain of flame that rolled forward like a tidal wave. Nothing survived within its reach. Separatist battle droids tried to return fire, their blasters sparking in the smoke. Their bolts hissed uselessly against armor or vanished into the firestorm before finding purchase. One squadron of B-2 super battle droids advanced in tight formation, their wrist cannons pounding out streams of plasma. The pyro drakes answered as one, 6 pyroblasters converging on the squad. The heat was so intense that the droids didn't even have time to fire a second volley. They simply melted where they stood, their bodies collapsing into flowing rivers of molten metal. The Chaos cultists, once screaming praises to their foul gods, now turned in panic. The sight of their comrades burning alive, their flesh curling away from their bones in sheets of ash, broke their fanaticism. They fled into the smoke, tripping over one another, screaming. But there was no escape. The flames licked at their heels, caught their robes, and engulfed them one by one. They flailed and shrieked, rolling on the ground in futile attempts to smother the fire before their screams were silenced. The pyro drakes advanced, the heat haze warping the air around them. The flames turned earth to glass beneath their boots, blackened stone cracking under the sheer intensity. Raxor pressed forward through the inferno, his flamer never ceasing, every burst incinerating dozens. A cyborg spider tank scuttled into view, its chassis mounted with twin rotary cannons. It opened fire, streams of red bolts hammering into the front line. Multiple pyro drakes fell under the impacts, armor sparking, but Raxor answered with fury. He walked straight into the barrage, raising his flamer, and unleashed a cone of fire so concentrated it melted the tank's armor plating in seconds. The machine shrieked in garbled binary as its ammunition cooked, and then detonated in a chain of explosions that hurled burning limbs and shrapnel in every direction. The battlefield before Raxor was no longer a war zone, it was an incinerator. Mandalorian armor gleamed in the infernal light, flames reflected off burning metal, off the molten skeletons of droids, off the blackened corpses of cultists frozen in their final moments of agony. Ash and soot rained from the skies like a volcanic eruption. Still the enemy tried. More droids poured in from their flanks, their metal feet crunching over ash. More cyborgs screamed and hurled themselves forward, their bodies sparking as fire ate at their circuits. But the pyro drakes did not falter, they did not slow, and did not cease their advance. "Forward," Raxor thundered, his voice carried by the vox like the roar of a furnace. "We are the fire. We are the cleansing flame. We are the Emperor's will." The pyro drakes answered with a single word, shouted as one over the flames. "Burn!" Sebastian stood tall at the head of the Obsidian Crusaders as they marched forward. All around him the battlefield raged, drop pods slamming into the ground, pyres of flame from Raxor's pyro drakes consuming thousands, Maximus descending like a falling star in his centurion warplate. But Sebastian's gaze was fixed forward, locked on the endless tide that lay before him. The horde stretched across the blasted plains, cyborg monstrosities clanking in mechanical lockstep, columns of separatist droids armed with blasters, chaos cultists screaming prayers to their dark gods, all packed together into a seething wall of steel, flesh, and madness. But Sebastian did not waver, and then he stopped, just for a heartbeat. His crimson lenses scanned the battlefield, searching. He wanted to find him, but the blasted cyborg was not there. Not yet. Sebastian snarled, vox amplifiers twisting the sound into a guttural, thunderous growl. "No matter, the rest of you will die." With a flick of his wrist, the dark saber ignited, its shrieking hum filling the air like the scream of a howling soul. Then, without hesitation, he charged. The ground trembled beneath his armored bulk as Sebastian thundered forward, his crusaders roaring their own oaths as they followed. The Black Templar shattered the first rank of cultists like a hammer through glass. The darksaber carved a wide, sweeping arc, cutting through dozens in a single swing, devouring flesh, bone, and armor alike. Cultists fell apart in ragged chunks, their bodies bisected or reduced to cinders. Sebastian didn't slow. He was a force of pure, unrelenting hatred, his every step driving him deeper into the horde. Bolter fire rattled from his crusaders behind him, each round exploding bodies apart. But Sebastian didn't need guns. His weapon was terror itself, carried on the black blade of his saber. "By Dawn's blood, by the Emperor's wrath," he bellowed, his voice booming across the field. His words were not just a cry, but a curse, a holy condemnation spat into the faces of his enemies. Droids opened fire, red lances of plasma streaking toward him, but his storm shield drank them all, hissing with each impact. He answered by cleaving straight through a block of them, the darksaber slicing through durasteel like parchment. 10, 20, 30 fell in moments, their severed halves crashing down in showers of sparks. The cultists screamed prayers to their gods, but their gods did not answer. Sebastian did, however. His fury was their judgment, his blade their damnation. Bodies piled at his feet as he pressed forward, his armored bulk coated in blood and oil. The stench of scorched flesh and ozone clung to him, but Sebastian knew no pause, no fatigue. His zeal was endless, his hate inexhaustible. Every enemy slain was a hymn sung in the Emperor's name. He struck again, this time with a brutal upward swing that carved through a cyborg's torso, bisecting both its mechanical half and human half in one grisly instant. The Darksaber howled as if savoring the kill, and then something strange happened. The tide broke, the cultists began to falter. They had screamed and charged and thrown themselves at him in madness. But now, they saw their comrades turn to ash, their droids in ruins, their cyborg champions hacked down. They saw the Black Templar standing amidst a growing mountain of corpses, wreathed in hatred and unyielding faith. Fear took them. At first, they hesitated. Then they pulled back. Then they ran. Sebastian roared, his vox projecting his voice across the plain. "Run, heretics! Flee, cowards! Your false gods will not save you. You will die screaming, every last one of you." He advanced still, but the tide parted around him. Those who remained kept their distance, unwilling to meet him head-on. They made a circle, wide and trembling, around the lone Black Templar. He stood in the center like a black sun, his Darksaber raised high. And in that moment, Sebastian began to laugh. The battlefield thundered all around him, bolters, lightsabers, cannons, and flame. But where he stood, there was silence. None dared approach. A lone Templar of the Emperor, surrounded by a sea of enemies too afraid to close the gap. "You fear me? Good. But fear alone will not save you. I will cut you all down. And then after, your maker will follow you into the abyss." His vox-amplified voice cut through the chaos like thunder. "Pathetic wretch," he called to his most hated enemy that still refused to show himself. "You dare call yourself a warrior. You cower before the Emperor's judgment, before a single blade of his righteous wrath. Where are you, you disgusting, filthy Xeno?" He raised his shield high, letting plasma bolts ricochet harmlessly from its shimmering surface. "Show yourself, coward machine. Or will you hide behind slaves and vermin forever?" The words hit across the ranks. The cyborgs snarled in distorted tones, the cultists screamed louder, but still none advanced. Then, the horde shifted. A ripple ran through the enemy lines. Soldiers scattered, cultists shoved one another aside in terror, and even the monstrous cyborgs staggered back. Then he appeared. Through the smoke and fire, Grievous emerged. His form was a grotesque union of Necron necrodermis and Chaos sorceries. His frame gleamed with metallic bone, crackling with sickly green energy. His 4 arms unfolded, each clawed hand shifting into 4 Necron phase blades, each one shimmering with the eerie distortion of matter-phasing tech. Sebastian's vox growled with sheer hate. Finally, Grievous did not hesitate. His rage was clear as he tore through his own forces, cutting down cultists and cyborgs alike as he advanced, his phase blades slicing through their bodies as though they were mist. Their screams echoed as their bodies simply fell apart, consumed by his fury. He wanted no barrier, no shield of flesh between himself and his enemy. Sebastian began to walk forward, then jog, then sprint. His thunderous footfalls cracked the earth beneath him as he charged, his storm shield braced, the Darksaber raised like a black sun. Grievous mirrored him, his mechanical limbs propelling him with insectile speed, his cloak of smoke and sparks trailing behind. They met with the force of 2 meteors colliding. Clang, the Darksaber met the first phase blade, sparks and black fire erupting in a blinding arc. Clang, clang! Sebastian's shield caught 2 more strikes, his arm trembling as the phase blades bit into the field's energy and crackled against it. The 4th blade came low, but Sebastian twisted, smashing it aside with a sweep of his Darksaber, the black blade howling as it clashed with Necron energy. "I will tear out the spark that animates you, abomination," Sebastian roared. "You will die here, Templar," Grievous snarled. "I will avenge the shame you brought on me at Zygerion." His 4 blades blurred into a storm of strikes. Sebastian gave ground, his shield absorbing blow after blow, each strike strong enough to cleave tanks. He answered with vicious counters, the dark saber cutting arcs of annihilation. One strike took a cyborg's head as it stumbled too close. Another cleaved through a line of droids still trying to fight, caught in the storm of their master. Grievous spun, his four arms weaving an impossible pattern. Two blades locked against Sebastian's saber, one came down on his shield, and the fourth lashed out toward his legs. Sebastian snarled, planting his foot and slamming his shield forward, the impact throwing Grievous a step back. With that instant, he swung the dark saber in a two-handed arc, its black blade hissing across Grievous's chestplate. Sparks erupted, molten metal spitting from the wound. Grievous screeched, the sound like shearing steel. But he did not fall. He came back with a whirl, his body twisting unnaturally, his four arms striking from impossible angles. One blade screeched across Sebastian's pauldron, cutting deep into ceramite. Another clipped the rim of his shield, sending energy rippling across its surface. The third would have taken his head had Sebastian not shoved upward with sheer brute strength, locking the blade against his shield's rim and countering with a crushing shield bash. The impact hurled Grievous back into a cluster of his own cyborgs, his blades flashing as he cut them apart in fury to regain footing. Sebastian advanced, roaring, "Your gods are false, your body is a mockery. Come, coward, face the Emperor's justice." Grievous answered with a lunge, all four blades thrusting like spears. Sebastian turned, his shield catching two, his darksaber intercepting the third, while the fourth punched through his shoulder plate. Warning screamed in his helm as his armor cracked, blood spraying inside the suit. Sebastian howled in rage. He clamped down on the blade with his storm shield's field, trapping it. With his free hand, he drove the darksaber down, severing one of Grievous's arms in a spray of molten necrodermis. Grievous shrieked, stumbling back. But he had three arms still, and they moved like lightning. They fought like titans amidst a sea of terrified mortals. Every swing was death, every clash thunder. Droids and cultists fled screaming, unwilling to be anywhere near the melee. The very ground beneath them split from the sheer power of their strikes. Sebastian's faith was fire, his hatred was endless. Each wordless roar, each vow spat in defiance of the abomination before him, fueled him further. And still, Grievous pressed, faster, stronger, his blades a blur of emerald death. Sebastian locked one in his shield, caught another with his saber, ducked under the third, and with a roar slammed his shoulder into Grievous, driving him back. Then his darksaber came in a sweeping arc, a black crescent that tore through another of Grievous's arms, sending the severed limb spinning into the dirt. The machine screamed. The Black Templar bellowed his holy hate, his voice booming across the battlefield. "This ends with your corpse at my feet, monster. By the Emperor I swear it. 132, 129, vengeance." Sebastian roared as he hurled himself forward, shield braced, darksaber howling. Grievous lunged to meet him, his two remaining arms stabbing outward like spears of emerald death. The Templar saw the inevitable killing thrusts, and instead of meeting them with steel alone, he drove his whole body forward. His storm shield slammed into both blades, forcing them wide as his armored shoulder crashed into Grievous's chest. The impact toppled them both, their massive forms tumbling across the battlefield. Sparks and fire spat from their armor as they rolled, cultists and cyborgs scattering like vermin around them. Each time their bodies struck the ground, the earth itself cracked, leaving shallow craters in their wake. Sebastian's gauntlets locked onto Grievous's limbs as they grappled in the dirt. The whine of straining servos and the grinding shriek of metal on metal filling the air. Then, with a surge of transhuman strength, Sebastian twisted his torso, hauling Grievous off his feet, and slammed the abomination into the ground hard enough to pulverize a score of cultists and half a dozen cyborgs beneath them. Flesh and metal alike were reduced to paste under the combined mass of the Templar and the Necron cyborg. Sebastian rose over him, righteous hate crackling through his vox. He lifted the darksaber high, its blade screaming with that unnatural hum as he drove it down toward Grievous's chest. But Grievous's reflexes were still blinding. One of his claws lashed out, catching Sebastian's blade, knocking the strike wide. The Darksaber's blade gouged a molten trench into the earth beside them, cutting through a pair of unlucky separatist mercenaries who had been too slow to flee. Grievous twisted, forcing the weapon away, but that gave Sebastian his opening. With a roar, the Black Templar raised his storm shield and then brought the rim down across Grievous's faceplate. BAM! The first strike rang like a cathedral bell, denting the cyborg's skull mask. BAM! The second strike cracked it further, green sparks bursting as the inner workings were exposed. Bam! 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 Again and again Sebastian hammered at him, every impact an act of holy judgment. Grievous screeched in rage, arms flailing, but Sebastian pressed in, raining blow after blow, sparks flying, metal bending. The cultists watching wailed in terror, scattering as they realized their champion was being beaten into the dirt. But the Necron was not finished. With a violent twist of his legs, Grievous lashed out. One clawed foot smashed into Sebastian's chest plate, hard enough to dent ceramite and crack his ribs beneath. The Black Templar was hurled back, his shield arm flaring with pain, Vox crackling with a guttural snarl. Grievous rolled to his feet with insectile speed, his cloak trailing sparks. In a single flowing motion, he lashed out with both phase blades, the twin arcs of green fire hissing toward Sebastian. The Templar caught one strike with his shield, but the second slashed deep across his right wrist. The world flashed white with pain. The blade tore through ceramite, through flesh, severing nerves as it ripped nearly to the bone. Blood sprayed, sizzling on his warplate. Sebastian's gauntlet convulsed, fingers spasming, then went slack. The Darksaber slipped from his grip and fell, hissing into the dirt, its black blade sputtering as it spun away. Sebastian staggered back, his right hand numb, the weight of his shield dragging against him. Grievous rose to his full monstrous height, wheezing with triumph. His remaining claws reached out, clamping around Sebastian's battered torso. The Templar struggled, hammering his shield into Grievous's body, but the cyborg's strength was overwhelming. With a shrieking roar, Grievous lifted Sebastian clear off the ground. Sparks burst as claws dug into ceramite, punching through the armored plates. Then, with brutal strength, the cyborg hurled the Black Templar across the battlefield. Sebastian slammed into the ground, rolling through screaming cultists and crashing through a line of separatist droids. His impact cratered the earth, stone and dust erupting in a violent plume. His armor groaned, warning runes flashing crimson across his HUD, pain flooding his body like fire. For a moment, everything blurred, the battlefield reduced to noise and chaos. Through the haze, Sebastian's helm picked up the sound of Grievous's inhuman laugh, that mechanical mockery reverberating across the killing fields. The Black Templar rolled onto his knees, blood running down his armor, his right hand useless. His shield still braced on his left, dented and cracked, but unbroken. His helm turned, searching for the Darksaber, its black light guttering in the dirt some distance away. Grievous stalked toward him, blades raised, cutting down any of his own soldiers foolish enough to stand between them. "Is that all you have, coward?" "You'll need more than that to kill me," Sebastian said, getting to his feet. Grievous' mechanical laugh grated through the smoke as he stooped, his talons curling into the dirt. He bent down and seized the two severed arms Sebastian had cut away earlier. The shattered stumps of metal met the gleaming green of necrodermis, and the wounds stitched themselves together in writhing liquid metal. The Templar swallowed blood and raised his shield, but Grievous's newly restored arms snapped outward, phase blades humming to life once more. 4 arms rained down on Sebastian, each strike a tsunami of speed and violence. Sparks lit the battlefield as blade clashed against shield, each impact staggering Sebastian backward, the sheer velocity of the strikes hammering his guard apart. One blade slashed his right pauldron in half, another glanced off his helm, sending his vision blurring. The Black Templar roared in defiance, throwing his shoulder into the assault, his shield dented and burning from the constant onslaught. But Grievous was too much. The cyborg pressed closer, his 4 blades weaving in a storm of green fire that battered down every defense. Then came the killing stroke. Grievous lunged with all 4 arms, blades thrusting inward for Sebastian's chest after knocking his shield wide. The Templar braced for the end. And then salvation came. From above, a thunderclap screamed across the battlefield as Maximus hurtled down in his Centurion warplate. His thrusters flared, and his massive frame crashed into Grievous with bone-breaking force. The Necron cyborg shrieked as he was lifted off the ground, blades flailing wildly as one of Maximus' massive gauntlets gripped his chest. The Ultramarine carried him upward in a streak of fire and smoke, his gauntleted hands gripping Grievous like a predator dragging prey into the skies. "Begone!" Maximus bellowed, his vox thunderous. At the apex of his ascent, he spun, hurling Grievous like a comet back to the ground. The cyborg slammed into the dirt with the force of an orbital bombardment, a crater blooming around his crumpled form. Dust and bodies were hurled aside in a tidal wave. Maximus didn't linger. His visor locked on the swirling hell of the ritual portal in the distance, that monstrous wound in reality where the forces of chaos were clawing to enter. He ignited his thrusters again and became a blazing spear, streaking away toward the sky's great wound. Sebastian coughed, his lungs burning, his vision flickering with damage runes. He pulled himself up, staggering as his gaze fell on Grievous, clawing his way out of the crater. The Necron was damaged, but not broken. The Black Templars' eyes darted to the dirt nearby. There, half buried in the mud and blood, the dark saber still burned its baleful black flame. He stooped, clutching it in his still numb right hand with the help of his left. The nerves were shot, useless, but an idea struck him. A mad, desperate idea. Through the haze of war, he spotted him. A wall of fire advancing through the chaos, Raxor and his pyro drakes. Their flamestorms consuming everything. Sebastian staggered toward him, carving aside a pair of cultists with clumsy sweeps of the darksaber. His voice thundered over the din as he approached. "Brother," Sebastian bellowed, crashing to one knee before Raxor, "I need you. Melt the blade to my gauntlet." Raxor froze mid-stride, his heavy flamer still belching liquid fire across screaming droids. He turned, his helm cocked, disbelief etched in every movement. "You ask me to do what?" Raxor's vox growled, almost drowned in the firestorm. "To bind it to me," Sebastian snarled, thrusting his limp hand forward. "My hand is lost. But the blade, seal it to my flesh, brother." Even through his helm, Raxor's hesitation was palpable. "Sebastian, it will ruin what remains of your arm. The pain will—" "Do it!" Sebastian roared, his voice breaking like thunder. Grievous's shriek cut across the battlefield as he charged, his four blades igniting again, scattering cultists, cyborgs, clones, Jedi and Mandalorians alike in his path. His cloak flared, his talons ripping through the ground as he cleared a path for Sebastian's blood. Raxor cursed under his breath, then leveled his heavy flamer downward. "Hold it steady, brother," he growled. The torrent of fire came, white-hot, molten streams licking around Sebastian's gauntlet. The ceramite shrieked as it began to warp, melting, fusing with the hilt of the darksaber. The heat crawled into his flesh, his bones, his very soul. Sebastian screamed, a guttural, soul-rending sound that carried across the battlefield. Pain flayed him raw, but he did not falter. He slammed his shield into the dirt, pinning himself upright even as his right arm blackened beneath the weld. The darksaber hissed, its black bescantium steaming as the molten metal sealed into his gauntlet. When the fire died, the weapon was no longer a tool, it was a part of his warplate, forever fused to his ruined flesh. Grievous leapt, all four blades descending towards the two Astartes. Sebastian's head snapped up, eyes blazing through the pain, his right arm jerked upward, the darksaber igniting in a roar of black blade and white lightning. Clash! The darksaber caught one blade, burning through its edge in a spray of molten sparks. Clang! The shield caught another, hurling it wide. The third scraped across his left pauldron, the fourth carved a shallow gouge across his chest. But Sebastian held. With a bellow that shook the heavens, he shoved forward, the darksaber locked to his gauntlet, howling with holy fury. Sebastian ducked under another vicious, whistling strike, four phase blades cutting the air above his head. The hiss of necrodermis meeting nothing was answered by a sudden upward sweep of Sebastian's darksaber. He drove the weapon sideways, shearing through one of Grievous's clawed legs. The cut sent sparks, molten metal, and necrotic essence spraying into the air as the cyborg staggered forward with a shrieking roar. "Xeno filth!" Sebastian bellowed, his vox amplifying the roar so that it thundered across the battlefield. "The Emperor judges you unworthy." He did not relent. His armored bulk surged forward on roaring jump-pack thrusters, closing in before Grievous could regain balance. With a brutal sweep, Sebastian hacked through the Necron's right-side arms, sending two blades clattering to the earth. Grievous shrieked, a blend of machine distortion and living rage. He reeled backward, screeching orders in every direction, summoning his remaining Necron cyborg legions to his side. But the battle was collapsing around him. The Imperium's wall of flame and bolter fire shattered every wave of reinforcements, and Raxor's pyro drakes unleashed torrents of burning promethium, holding back the tide. Grievous turned, dragging himself backward, his remaining limbs twitching desperately. He tried to flee, to escape, to survive. But Sebastian was already in the air. The Black Templar ignited his jump pack, roaring forward like a burning comet. He came down with the force of a falling star, smashing Grievous into the ground with his entire armored weight. Stone cracked, metal screamed, the cyborg flailed, his remaining arms whipping up in a storm of blades, sparks flashing against Sebastian's storm shield. But Sebastian had already transcended pain, had already embraced the holy fury of his chapter. He bared his teeth, snarling behind his helmet grill, the dark saber flaring like a shard of midnight flame. "You will not flee me a second time, abomination," he growled, driving the saber down in a brutal arc. One by one, the arms fell. The first was severed at the elbow, the second at the shoulder. Sparks rained like fireflies as Grievous wailed and thrashed. Sebastian pressed forward with every ounce of fury, pressing him down into the dirt like a knight pinning a serpent. "For Jarek!" Sebastian roared, his voice a crack of thunder. And then he discarded his shield. The relic fell to the ground at his side. Sebastian lunged forward with his bare armored gauntlet, his left hand gripping the side of Grievous's reinforced skull. Sparks hissed as his fingers dug into the Necron-forged plating. Grievous screeched in panic, the sound reverberating like through the battlefield. His remaining leg kicked, his metal claws scraped against ceramite, but Sebastian didn't falter. His grip tightened, powered by faith and centuries of hatred. Sebastian strained, ceramite servos screaming in protest as he ripped with his entire being. Grievous shrieked, ordering his cyborgs to come, to help, to save him. But they could not break the wall of fire, could not reach their master. Bolter shells tore them apart, and Raxor's flames reduced them to glowing slag. Slowly, inevitably, Sebastian pulled. Metal groaned, necrodermis shrieked. Cables tore loose like snapped tendons, green sparks spilling out like blood. With a thunderous roar, Sebastian tore Grievous's head and spine from his body in a single brutal tug. The body below collapsed in a heap of smoldering wreckage. Sebastian rose, holding the grisly trophy aloft in his bloodied robotic hand, green sparks cascading down his armor. The battlefield froze. Even amidst fire and ruin, the sight was undeniable. Astartes and Mandalorians roared in triumph. Republic soldiers cheered. Cultists wailed in despair, their faith broken at the sight of their champion undone. The cyborg legions faltered, their programming stuttering without their master. Sebastian raised the skull spine high into the air, his vox booming so loud it seemed the Emperor himself spoke through him. "By the Emperor's will, vengeance is mine." His obsidian crusaders roared in reply, and in that moment, Sebastian was more than a warrior. He was a living beacon of wrath and faith, a knight ablaze with holy fire. For one glorious heartbeat, it felt as though the tide had turned. And then the sky tore open. The portal, until now a distant, seething wound in reality, shuddered and split with a scream that shook stone and soul alike. Warp light speared through the heavens, bleeding across the battlefield in impossible colors. The very air seemed to burn. A second sun was born above Mortis, but it was no sun. It was hunger, madness, and damnation incarnate. From its yawning mouth, the forces of chaos began to pour forth. First came the warp lightning, cracking down like god-smitten spears, rending men and machines alike into ash. Then the air split with laughter, mocking, mad and infinite. Out of the storm surged figures clad in twisted ceramite, their armor bearing the marks of gods best left unnamed. Spined and bladed, trailing demonic fire, the traitor Astartes charged into the fray, bolters roaring, chain blades revving. Behind them boiled hordes of cultists, more numerous than the sands of Mortis's deserts, their eyes glowing with unholy zeal, and above them demons screamed into being, shapes of living fire, shadow and claw. Flesh that dripped like tar, wings that blotted out the sky, talons that cracked stone. Every heartbeat brought more of them, spilling into the world like a tide that could drown suns. The battlefield's roar dimmed beneath the immensity of the threat. Even the victorious Imperium and Republic troops faltered, their weapons raised but hands trembling as they saw the true enemy unfurling from the portal. Sebastian did not falter. He looked to Raxor, his brother wreathed in fire and smoke, the pyro drake standing behind him. He attached Grievous's skull spine to his waist with a savage tug, securing the grim relic like a saint's icon. The sight of it alone rallied those who saw, proof that monsters could fall. His vox boomed across the battlefield, drowning out the chaos war cries. "Imperials! Republic! Brothers of humanity!" he bellowed, his voice a hammer of faith. "Behold the true enemy. Grieve not, for the Emperor watches. Falter not, for the Emperor protects." He picked his shield back up from where it lay, the aquila scorched but still gleaming through the ash. To war, to victory! A single earth-shaking cry followed from the Imperial forces. "For the Emperor!" The combined armies answered. Astartes slammed their weapons against their armor, the sound like thunder rolling across the plain. Mandalorians roared, jetpacks igniting. Republic clones, bloodied but unbowed, raised their blasters and echoed the war cry with their own. Jedi lit their sabers, forming shining beacons among the legions. Sebastian turned to Raxor, flame still dripping from the pyroclast's weapon. His brother gave a single nod, firelight dancing in his visor, and then Sebastian charged. The ground shook beneath his armored bulk, every stride devouring the battlefield as he ran directly into the growing tide of chaos. Raxor thundered at his side, his pyro drakes forming a wall of flame that carved a burning path toward the portal. Together, they were a spearhead of wrath and fire, plunging straight into the teeth of the oncoming storm. Daemonettes hissed and darted toward them. Sebastian split one in half with the darksaber in a single sweeping strike, black ichor spraying across his armor. Cultists surged like a wave, screaming their profane prayers, but bolt of fire from the obsidian crusaders and the pyro drakes cut them down in droves. Every step was agony, every breath was fire. Yet still, Sebastian ran. Above them, Maximus streaked toward the portal in his centurion suit, a blazing comet leading the way. Around them, the armies of the Imperium and the Republic surged forward, battle cries intermingling. The ground became a meat grinder, chaos crashing against the wall of mankind in a storm of steel and blood. Sebastian didn't care. He had eyes only for the portal, only for the gaping wound that vomited forth the ruin of worlds. "The Emperor is our shield," he roared, crashing into a towering demon of corn and driving his storm shield up into its chest, splintering bone and ichor alike. "And we are his sword." With Raxor beside him, with the fury of the Imperium and the Republic at his back, Sebastian hurled himself headlong into the abyss, one final cry splitting the skies, "Emperor, guide my blade." And then, shoulder to shoulder with his brother, he plunged into the storm. 133, 130, an old foe. Maximus ===. Maximus streaked through the chaos like a comet, his centurion suit's thrusters blazing blue-white. The battlefield below shrank to a storm of fire and slaughter, but his focus was on one thing alone: Karath, the chaos sorcerer. No, the demon prince, his wings unfurled, his staff crackling with a foul light that bent reality like fractured glass. Each guttural word he roared into the air fed the portal, forcing it wider, birthing horrors that should never walk mortal soil. He slammed through a wall of flying lesser demons, his autocannon tearing through them mid-flight. Warp fire washed over his shields before sizzling out, clawed limbs raked at him, but he ignored them all, punching through the tide with sheer fury. His engines screamed, his armor shuddered, and then he saw Kareth clearly, his towering form framed in the unnatural light of the portal. Maximus angled his descent and roared. He struck the prince with such force, the impact thundered across Mortis, a shockwave scattering cultists and demons like leaves in a storm. The demon prince staggered, his wings snapping outward as he was knocked off his feet, his clawed hands clawing at the dirt as he fell. The ritual sputtered as his concentration broke. Maximus didn't hesitate. He brought his sword up and swung in a two-handed arc, putting the weight of his massive suit behind it. The blade struck Kareth's staff, the blackened, rune-etched weapon at the heart of the ritual. The staff shattered. Shards of corrupted crystal exploded outward, screaming with bound demons that winked out of existence as the null aura surrounding Maximus consumed them. The portal convulsed like a wounded beast, its edges shriveled inward, collapsing against itself, sucking screaming demons back into the void. Lesser spawns screeched in fury as they were ripped apart mid-stride, dissolving into smoke and ash. Greater demons roared in anguish, some being dragged back into the immaterium before they could fully manifest. The collapse cracked reality itself. The battlefield went silent for a heartbeat, a vacuum of sound as if the universe was holding its breath. Then came the backlash. Warp light imploded with a deafening scream, shattering stone spires, throwing demons, Astartes and clones alike sprawling. Maximus stood firm, his armor glowing red-hot from the strain, but his aura flared brighter, smothering the warp's presence like a storm snuffing a candle. Kareth screamed, a sound that was half demon, half man. The broken staff lay smouldering at his feet. His talons twitched, sparks of sorcerous power hissing uselessly as the null field gnawed at him, choking off his connection to the warp. "You!" The demon prince snarled, his monstrous voice cracking under the strain, his eyes burned like molten suns. "You dare deny me? You think your mortal shell can cage the will of the gods?" Maximus raised his sword, the edge dripping with molten demon ichor. Kareth lunged, claws tearing against his shield and armor, wings battering him backward. They slammed into the ruins, stone cratering beneath their weight. Maximus grunted as talons scraped against his armor, sparks flying, but his power fist swung up and caught Kareth in the ribs with the force of a cannon shell. Bone cracked, ichor sprayed, and the prince roared in pain. Maximus's autocannon spat death point blank, tearing into Kareth's torso. Blackened blood sprayed in geysers as the shells detonated inside the demon prince's flesh. Kareth retaliated with his claws, swiping in brutal arcs that sent sparks flying as they raked across Maximus's armor as he twisted aside. His wings snapped, one catching Maximus across the helm and smashing him into the ground. Maximus rose instantly, thrusters blasting. He rammed forward, shoulder first, driving Kareth through a broken tower. The ruins collapsed around them, burying both in stone and fire. From the rubble, Kareth erupted, roaring, his talons clamped tight around Maximus's sword arm. He tried to wrench the blade away, his warped muscles bulging under the strain, but Maximus's power fist slammed into Kareth's face. Once, twice, 3 times. Each strike rang like thunder, fracturing the demon prince's jaw, cracking horns, caving in part of his skull. Kareth retaliated with a scream of warp fire, a last desperate attempt to summon power, but it fizzled against the null aura. He howled as the Bescantium blade bit into one of his legs, wings flailing, but his rage drove him forward. He tackled Maximus to the ground again, pinning him. His claws dug into the Centurion suit's armor, screeching as they carved deep gouges. Maximus snarled, thrusters firing. He reversed the pin, rolling and slamming Kareth onto his back, the ground cracking like glass beneath the impact. With a guttural roar, Maximus drove his sword down, forcing the blade toward Kareth's chest. The demon prince caught the blade with both claws, sparks spraying as he strained against the pressure. Their faces were inches apart now, Maximus's glowing visor, Kareth's twisted visage, seething with hate and pain. "I will kill you," Karath hissed, blood and ichor dripping from his fanged maw. "Be silent, traitor," Maximus growled, pressing down harder, the servos in his suit screaming with effort. With a guttural grunt, Karath shoved the massive blade aside, its edge biting across his ribcage and leaving a trail of burning blood. Maximus stumbled forward half a step from the force of his own swing, right into the demon prince's waiting crown of jagged horns. They crashed against his helm with the force of a ram, and the Ultramarine's helmet rang like a struck cathedral bell, his vision momentarily reeling with sparks. Karath wasted no moment. He seized the opening, a clawed hand flashing upward and driving into the side of Maximus's warplate. Adamantine screeched as the talons pierced, and with a violent heave, the demon prince hurled the Primaris captain off his chest. Maximus skidded across the torn earth, gauntlets gouging furrows as he steadied himself and came back to his feet, blade raised. He brought a hand to his side and watched as it came away bloody. Karath rolled smoothly to the right and rose in a single motion, his wings unfurling wide, silhouette looming like a titan of nightmare. For a heartbeat, the two locked eyes, red lenses burning with unbreakable resolve against crimson irises that seethed with hatred and sorcerous fire. Then they surged forward as one. Karath struck first, a vicious downward claw meant to cleave through ceramite and flesh. Maximus sidestepped left with precision born of decades in battle. The demon's talons carved empty air. Seizing the moment, Maximus drove his power fist forward, the blow landing squarely across Karath's face. The impact detonated with a crack of energy, sending ichor and shards of teeth flying. Before Karath could stagger, Maximus swung low with his blade, aiming to shear the prince's leg clean from its joint. But Karath was faster. He twisted back with unnatural agility, the sword grazing instead of cleaving, sparks spitting from the graze of demonic armor. The demon prince snarled, wings lashing in retaliation. One clawed pinion lashed forward like a spear, driving toward Maximus's chestplate with enough force to punch through it. The Ultramarine twisted, catching the wing with his power fist. His gauntlet locked onto the bony joint, servos whining in protest as he halted the thrust inches from his core. With a roar, Maximus raised his blade high and brought it down at the wing joint. The blade crackled with empiric power as it sheared through the wing before Karath ripped himself free with a howl. Black blood hissed on the ground where it spilled, burning like acid. Then a greater demon of Khorne, its axe longer than a land speeder, its fanged visage twisted in endless fury, appeared after having crossed over before the portal had closed. Little wrench. Maximus knew that voice, that presence. He had fought this beast before. He had scarred it once in a battle that had claimed entire cities. Kajul, Maximus growled through gritted teeth, his sword raising instinctively. The bloodthirster wasted no time with introductions. With a deafening roar, it barreled forward, wings folding, and slammed into Maximus with the force of a meteor. The Ultramarine was driven back, crashing through a shattered column and vanishing in a storm of dust and stone. Karath's lips curled into a hateful grin. He did not waste the opportunity. With his one wing spreading wide, he turned and strode back toward the shattered remnants of his staff. His ritual had been broken, but not destroyed. He began to chant anew, arcane syllables warping the air as the ground trembled beneath the pressure of raw warp energy as it began to reform. Meanwhile, Maximus and the bloodthirster collided once more. The Ultramarine rose from the rubble just as the demon's axe came screaming down, splitting the ground where he had stood. Maximus leapt aside, blade sweeping up to meet the demon's guard. Sparks and warp flame exploded where the weapons clashed, the shockwave flattening lesser demons around them. Kajul pressed the attack relentlessly, each strike of his axes a hateful rebuke. Maximus ducked, parried, rolled, each movement precise yet fueled by desperation. His blade sang as it carved into demon flesh, leaving burning gouges, but the bloodthirster's hide was like iron and its fury unending. With a roar, Maximus slammed his power fist into the beast's side, sending it staggering. He followed with an upward slash that carved through its chest, ichor like molten brass. The daemon howled, retaliating with a backhand swing of its axe that hurled Maximus through another ruin, his armor sparking and dented. Crawling from the wreckage, Maximus tried to rise once more, battered but unbroken. His gaze locked across the battlefield, where Karath was once more weaving his ritual, the portal beginning to shimmer with renewed light. But Kharjul roared, wings snapping wide, demanding Maximus's attention. The momentary glance toward Karath's ritual proved costly. Kharjul's massive knee surged upward with crushing speed, smashing into Maximus's helmet. The world rang in a deafening clang as the reinforced ceramite buckled inward. The Ultramarine staggered, vision flickering with static and after-images as he was hurled onto his back. "You got lucky when last we met," the bloodthirster thundered, spittle and fire flying from its fanged maw. The ground quaked as it loomed over him, wings blotting out the ruined skyline. Maximus did not hesitate. Even dazed, the grav cannon mounted to his shoulder whined to life, coils charging for a point-blank discharge. But the demon moved faster. With a roar, Kharjul's massive axe came down in a murderous arc. The weapon cleaved through Maximus's right pauldron, shearing away the entire shoulder plate and the grav cannon with it in a spray of sparks and shattered adamantine. The ruined weapon exploded beside him, shockwaves rattling his frame as the demon drew back for another strike. Maximus rolled clear, fragments of rubble erupting as the axe buried itself in the earth. He came up on one knee, thunderblade raised, his armor leaking fluids from the torn shoulder, alarm screeching in his helm. The bloodthirster tore its weapon free with one hand and swung with the other, a colossal backhand that carried the weight of a titan's fist. Maximus brought his blade up just in time, the blow crashing into the flat of the sword and still launching him across the ruins. He smashed through a stone arch and tumbled across the dirt before planting his boots and skidding to a stop, chest heaving. The demon came on relentlessly, stomping closer, each step cracking the earth. Maximus surged forward, refusing to yield ground. Their weapons collided in a thunderous shockwave. Sparks and warp flame erupted, throwing lesser demons screaming into the air. Maximus's sword slid across the haft of the axe, then lashed out low, slicing a furrow across Kharjul's thigh. The beast roared, but did not falter. He simply pressed harder, swinging its axe with unstoppable momentum. Maximus countered with his power fist, slamming into the demon's chest. The impact burst a crater in its flesh, ichor spraying like molten metal, but Kharjul barely flinched. He seized Maximus' arm in one clawed hand, lifted him high, and hurled him bodily into the remains of a toppled statue. The centurion armor groaned, servos sparking, but held. Maximus pushed himself upright, blood trickling down his temple beneath the helm. His every instinct screamed at him to push through, to cut down Karath before the ritual could be completed. But the damned demon blocked the way. Kharjul came on again, axes raised overhead. Maximus braced his sword in both hands, meeting the strike. The impact drove him to one knee. The bloodthirster leaned down, tusked jaws inches from his visor, eyes burning with triumph. "Your corpse will lie at my feet, as it should have last time." Maximus snarled and rose with all his strength, slashing upward with his blade, carving a line across the demon's chest. The wound hissed and bled, but Kharjul only laughed, swinging again with bone-shattering force. The duel became a storm. Each strike of the axe was a mountain crashing down. Each parry of Maximus's blade was thunder echoing across the field. Sparks rained like meteors as Bescantium and demon steel clashed again and again. Maximus fought like a cornered lion, every strike of his sword vicious, every blow from his fist shattering bone and tearing ichor. Yet the demon absorbed it all, unflinching, its laughter booming across the battlefield, even though he had been cut from his god through Maximus's null aura. The Ultramarine's armor was battered, his sword arm growing heavy, his strength stretched thin. He realized he could not fight both battles at once. He could not guard against the demon and still think of reaching Karath. Not yet. With a defiant roar, he shifted focus, planting his boots and giving the bloodthirster his full attention. His armor's power core roared as he overcharged the Centurion systems. Pistons whined, servos shrieked, his strength redoubled, and the thunderblade burned brighter. Now the demon found resistance equal to its fury. Maximus slammed his blade across the demon's axe, sparks showering as he twisted and shoved the weapon aside. His power fist struck the bloodthirster's knee, forcing it to buckle before his sword carved a deep gash across its arm. Kazul roared and retaliated, sweeping its wings like a hurricane, sending Maximus skidding back across the battlefield. The Ultramarine came on again, relentless. Each exchange became faster, heavier, blood and sparks flying with every strike. Maximus fought with all the fury of Ultramar, no longer retreating, no longer distracted. He became a wall of ceramite and fury, a storm contained within armor. Kajul snarled, realizing that the fight was no longer one-sided. The demon's blows still shook the earth, but Maximus' counters were cutting deeper, his fist denting demon flesh, his sword scoring wounds that refused to close. For the first time since their reunion, the bloodthirster growled in frustration. And through it all, Maximus's vox whispered with alarms, his HUD flashing warnings, but his mind burned with only one truth. If he could not break this monster, he would never reach Karath. And if he never reached Karath, the galaxy itself would burn. 134, 131. Madness of War. Nearer. The dropship slammed into the shattered plane with a thunderous crash. The rear ramp blew open, steam and fire billowing outward, and Nearer strode into hell itself. The battlefield was chaos incarnate. Demons clawed their foes, screeching horrors spilling across the ruins. Separatist cyborgs, half mechanical, half enslaved flesh, marched in waves with blaster fire raking the smoke. Cultists screamed praise to their dark gods as they hurled themselves into the slaughter. Behind her came the thunder of boots, the Terminators of the Ultramarines, each one encased in indomitable tactical dreadnought armor. Stormbolters barked in steady rhythm, Reaper autocannons tearing through demon flesh, and power fists or power swords crushed and cut anything bold enough to draw close. And then there was Sanguinius. No one could see him, save for Nearer, who felt his presence and watched as he stalked into the battle like the god he was. He drifted across the battlefield, a shadow with wings of fire, and wherever he passed, the enemy simply died. A wave of cultists surged from the rubble to crash upon the Terminator's flank, only to fall apart, their throats severed, their skulls caved, their spines severed by unseen hands. Demons charged, roaring, only to stagger and collapse as their hearts were pierced by blades no mortal eye could see. Nearer lifted her hand as a screeching horror lunged at her, its maw gaping wide enough to swallow her head whole. She extended her fingers, and arcs of viridian lightning erupted from her fingers. The demon convulsed mid-air, screaming as black ichor boiling from its rupturing veins before it burst apart in a storm of ash. "Forward!" she cried, her voice carrying even over the din of war. The Terminators surged beside her, relentless juggernauts, their formation unbreakable. They carved their way through the tide, bolters roaring, storm shields flashing against the impacts of demon claws and blaster fire alike. A shriek cut through the chaos as a pack of bloodletters broke through the smoke, charging straight for her. They ran like wolves, blades raised, their eyes burning with hatred. Nearer narrowed her gaze. Green lightning arced again, snapping from her palm to the lead demon. It disintegrated in a flash of emerald fire, its weapon clattering to the ground as its body was reduced to cinders. Another lunged, and she thrust out her hand, and the demon simply turned to mist. But before the third could strike, it was simply gone, not slain by her, nor by bolter fire. The demon's body hit the ground in 3 neat pieces, as if an angel's blade had scythed through it. Sanguinius's pressed close then, and she allowed herself the faintest fleeting smile. Around her, death followed him like a tide. One of the Terminators to her right slammed his fist into the ground, sending a shockwave through the charging cultists, scattering them like leaves before the wind. His brother beside him fired a sustained burst, Reaper autocannon shells shredding a knot of separatist cyborgs into molten wreckage. Still, the enemy poured forward, endless in number, driven by madness or machinery. Nearer raised both hands this time, gathering the crackling storm that danced along her fingertips. A knot of demons burst through the front line, shrieking with fury. With a cry, she unleashed the green lightning across the battlefield in a wide arc, striking them all. The creatures writhed, their flesh blackening, bones showing through their cracking hides before they collapsed into heaps of smoking ruin. Neera's eyes blazed with a malevolent green light as she let out a piercing scream, the sound raw with fury. She slammed her hands together and the battlefield answered. Hundreds of enemies, demons, cultists, and cyborgs alike, were wrenched into the air as if seized by an unseen giant's grasp. Their shrieks filled the sky as they were dragged toward one another, bodies twisting and colliding mid-air. Then, with a deafening crack, the mass of flesh and metal slammed together in a catastrophic explosion. Blood, fire, and shards of broken bodies rained down like a storm, painting the ground with their carnage. The Terminators bellowed their praise to the Emperor, their voices booming through vox grills, and pressed forward again. But the battlefield was not without cost. She saw Ultramarine brothers fall, torn apart by demon claws. Mandalorian corpses littered the ground, glowing green holes in the chest plates. She smelled burning flesh, loyalist and heretic alike. Yet through it all, the line held. Through it all, Sanguinius walked. Neera caught glimpses of him, a blur of white wings, a flash of golden hair, the faint ripple of his blade and spear descending. Each time, enemies fell like wheat before a scythe. Entire knots of demons collapsed, torn apart by nothingness. Cultist champions fell screaming, even the separatist droid commanders were not spared, their heads crushed by invisible force. Neera lifted her gaze to the sky where the portal loomed as Maximus flew towards it. A moment after his thunderous impact, the portal collapsed. She clenched her fists, lightning sparking again, her jaw set with iron resolve. "Kill them all," she commanded. The Terminators pressed tighter around her, forming a wedge that plowed through the enemy. Green fire and stormbolter shells lit the battlefield. All the while, Death walked unseen at her side, his angel's wings brushing against her soul. Anakin. Blaster fire lit the ruins of Mortis like a storm of red and blue lightning, but it barely slowed the tide. The 501 held their line as best they could, shoulder to shoulder, white armor scorched black and yellow from fire and acid, their rifles screaming. But the things they faced, these were no separatist clankers. Anakin's blade whirled, azure light a shield around him. A bloodletter of Khorne lunged, its skin the color of old blood, its brass sword catching fire with a hellish glow. He met it head-on, his saber cleaving through its weapon before shearing into its chest. The creature didn't scream, it laughed, a guttural sound full of hate before falling at his feet. "Ahsoka, watch your flank," Anakin shouted. The Togruta spun, her green blades intercepting a pair of shimmering bolts of eldritch fire. The horrors of Tzeentch laughed, their warped bodies splitting and reforming as they chanted in guttural alien tongues. Arcane fire twisted into jagged bolts of lightning, slamming into clone ranks. The air smelled of burning flesh and ozone as men screamed, falling in heaps of smoking plastoid. "General, they're ripping us apart," Captain Rex bellowed over the din, firing his DC-17 into a horror's head, only for it to split into two smaller demons, both shrieking in triumph as they unleashed twin waves of warp flame. "Hold the line," Anakin roared, his voice carrying even above the thunder of battle. His lightsaber became a blur, batting aside fire that should have incinerated them all. He hurled out a wave of the Force, smashing a dozen bloodletters back into the ruins, their bodies exploding into ash. Still, it wasn't enough. The demons just kept coming. The line buckled as a pack of bloodletters crashed into the front. One clone was split in half from shoulder to hip, another gutted and tossed aside like refuse. The clones fought with desperate courage, but their blasters seemed to do little against the warp-spawned flesh, and for every demon that fell, 5 more surged forward to take its place, blades dripping with hate. And then Obi-Wan ran to the front line. He descended into the line like a storm. His lightsaber flared brilliant blue, cleaving through demon after demon with perfect surgical precision. His every movement was flawless, but there was something different this time, something harsher. A bloodletter raised its brass blade high to strike Rex, and Obi-Wan's hand snapped out. The demon froze in mid-motion, shrieking as its own bones snapped inward, its spine exploding from its back before it collapsed in a heap of gore. Without hesitation, Obi-Wan seized the blade with the Force, wrenching it free from the creature's lifeless hand. Anakin's eyes widened as his friend caught the weapon and then ignited his saber once more. One hand held the blue blade, the other the brass sword of Khorne. The two weapons moved together in a dance of violence that was both unnatural and utterly mesmerizing. "Master Kenobi," Ahsoka's voice faltered. Obi-Wan didn't answer. His face was set like stone, his eyes blazing with a focus Anakin had never seen before. He lunged forward, the brass sword crashing down with a strength that shattered a bloodletter's weapon, while his lightsaber stabbed upward into the demon's throat. In a single motion, he tore the blade free and slashed across, decapitating another. He was a whirlwind. The Force surged with him, and horrors died by the dozen. One shrieked as Obi-Wan clenched his fingers around the brass blade, its body imploding into a spray of gore. Another tried to weave a spell, only for Obi-Wan to hurl the brass sword into its chest with the Force, pinning it to a wall. His saber carved through two more, and then he wrenched the blade back into his hand as if it were made for him. Blaster bolts from the 501 Saint stitched across the field, cutting down demons weakened by Obi-Wan's relentless assault. Still, the battlefield had become chaos incarnate. Warp fire rained from the horrors, brass blades clashed with white plastoid, and everywhere men screamed and died. Anakin barely parried a bloodletter's savage strike, sparks flying as his saber met demon-forged brass. He shoved the creature back with a blast of the Force, then looked over to Obi-Wan again. The Jedi Master was fighting like something out of legend. His lightsaber flowed in, tight, controlled arcs, deflecting, slicing, weaving through every weakness. But the brass blade, the way he used it was different, brutal, savage. It cleaved through demon flesh with terrifying efficiency, as if he were familiar with the blade. "General Kenobi," Rex called out, ducking behind cover as another volley of warp fire screamed overhead. "Sir, what in blazes are you doing?" Obi-Wan didn't answer. He slammed the pommel of the brass blade into a horror's warped skull, splitting it open before following with a sweeping cut that bisected another from hip to shoulder. With the Force, he crushed a bloodletter into a heap of shattered bones, then impaled another on the brass blade, ripping upward in a fountain of ichor. The clones rallied behind him, their spirits surging as they saw their general wading into the heart of the storm, cutting through monsters that had seemed unstoppable. Blaster fire renewed with furious intensity, the line holding once more. Still, Anakin's heart hammered as he fought his way closer to Obi-Wan, blades whirling, cutting down demons with reckless aggression. "Obi-Wan!" he shouted again, forcing his way past a horror that nearly dissolved Rex with a bolt of warp flame. Obi-Wan glanced at him only once, his expression grim, his eyes hard as durasteel. And then he turned away, both weapons carving another bloody path through the demonic horde. Anakin exchanged a brief, unsettled glance with Ahsoka. She looked shaken, her sabers dripping with demon ichor. "I've never seen him fight like this," she muttered. Neither had Anakin, and deep down he wasn't sure whether it was courage or something far darker that had taken hold of Obi-Wan Kenobi in that moment. "Yoda!" The battlefield burned with madness. The ground was a tapestry of fire, broken steel, and the ichor of demons spilling into the dirt. Legions of Jedi, invigorated beyond anything Yoda had ever felt in his 9 centuries, carved their way through the nightmare tide. Their blades burned like miniature suns, the Force itself thrumming through every strike. He could feel it radiating from them all, every Jedi stronger, swifter, their connection magnified by the deaths of the Father and the Son. The Force itself was surging unbound, wild, and absolute. For Yoda, the energy was different. His body, though weary and scarred from his battle with the sorcerer, felt charged, alive in ways he had not experienced since his youth. His wounds still ached, but power coursed beneath the pain, lifting him, steadying him. He stood before his dropship, both hands resting on his cane, surveying the war. All around him, Jedi Masters, Knights, and Padawans cut down demons by the score. Their Force pushes flattened entire ranks of cultists. Their blades severed limbs and heads in flashes of white-hot light. The air trembled with their combined will, a great chorus of resistance against the encroaching darkness. And then, across the chaos, Yoda felt it. That presence, a shadow woven of spite and corruption, the Chaos Sorcerer. Their eyes locked across the expanse of fire and slaughter. The sorcerer, his warped armor gleaming with sickly runes, his staff dripping with unnatural light, had not forgotten their last clash. His sorcery had nearly ended Yoda then, rending his flesh and leaving him gasping in weakness. But Yoda had endured, and now, with the Force itself crashing like an ocean within him, he would finish it. Yoda's clawed feet began to carry him forward slowly. Around him, the Jedi noticed and called out, "Master Yoda, wait. Stay with us, the lines aren't secure. Let us protect you." He did not falter. His small frame, hunched and scarred, seemed suddenly massive, as though the very battlefield parted for him. He raised his clawed hand and shook his head once. "Leave me be, you will," he rasped, voice quiet but thunderous in their minds. "This reckoning, long in coming, it has been." The Jedi froze, as though the Force itself told them to stand aside, and so, reluctantly, they let him go. The Chaos Sorcerer had seen him. The towering figure snarled, dark flames wreathing his form. His rasping laughter was carried even over the thunder of battle, echoing with both mockery and recognition. He began to stride forward, each footfall heavy enough to crack the broken stone beneath him. Demons parted before him like a tide, unwilling to stand in the path of his rage. And so, across the battlefield, two ancient beings walked toward one another, one a vessel of corruption and chaos, the other a vessel of light and willpower. Yoda's steps were short but unstoppable, his eyes burning with fierce light. The sorcerer's staff crackled with warp energy, its runes screaming with promises of damnation and power. His stride was longer, heavier, each movement a display of raw arrogance. Across the flaming no-man's land, they closed the distance. The war around them raged on, but to Yoda it fell away. There was no battlefield, no armies, no portal, no galaxy at war. There was only the enemy before him, the one who had scarred him, who had mocked him, who had stained the Force with every step. At last they stopped, only a few dozen meters apart, staring into one another's souls. "Finished with you, I am not," Yoda growled, voice a low rumble of ancient thunder. He let go of his cane and called his saber to his hand, igniting it with a snap hiss, the green blade illuminating his weathered features. The sorcerer raised his staff, and reality itself warped around its head, warp fire beginning to coil like a storm. "Your death will be a horror for the ages," the sorcerer snarled, the cracks in his armor flaring multicolored smoke. 135, 132, turn for the worst. Yoda's body felt alive in a way he had not known for centuries. The Force thrummed within him, a roaring flood without end. His green blade hissed to life, brighter than any torch, and then he moved. He ground cracking under his small feet. The Chaos Sorcerer loomed over him, his runic armor pulsing with sickly light, staff crackling with warp energies that bent the air around it. He lashed out first, vomiting streams of warp fire that scorched the battlefield in molten rivers. But Yoda was gone before the flames even landed, his small form blurring, darting in and out of the sorcerer's guard like a phantom. The green blade sang, sparks erupting as it scored across the sorcerer's armored leg. Another dart, and Yoda's saber pierced into a shoulder plate, forcing a guttural snarl from the giant. He lashed his staff around, blue lightning spilling from its tip, but Yoda was already behind him, batting the storm of energy into the sky with a flick of his clawed hand. The sorcerer snarled words in a tongue that poisoned the air, his staff weaving symbols of fire and agony. Flaming sigils formed around him, spinning outward like a corona of hate. Yoda narrowed his eyes, thrust his hand forward, and the Force pulsed around him. The runes shattered in an instant, collapsing into harmless sparks that rained down around them. The Chaos Sorcerer raised himself into the air, his staff glowing like a dying star, pulling him aloft. From above, he rained down bolts of warp fire, jagged shards of psychic lightning, and waves of black bolts that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Demons and soldiers alike were caught in the storm, reduced to ash and shadow. But Yoda did not slow. He leapt from shattered stone to broken tank, from demon corpse to floating ruin, bounding upward with each jump. His lightsaber carved through the spells hurled his way, green light cleaving fire and lightning apart in blinding flashes. Each deflection rattled the air, his mastery of the Force turning death into nothingness. He reached the sorcerer mid-air, spinning as he came, blade flashing in a blur. The sorcerer staggered as cuts burned into his armor, one across his thigh, another across his side. He bellowed and lashed his staff downward, trying to smash Yoda into the earth, but the Jedi Master landed lightly on the shaft itself, running up the length of the weapon before striking for the sorcerer's face. With a roar, the sorcerer flung him away, slamming Yoda into the ground. Dust and broken earth erupted, but the Master was already moving again, springing back into the air, a blur of green and fury. The sorcerer descended, forced down by Yoda's relentless strikes, each blow hammering against his guard. He crashed into the ground with enough force to crater it, his staff ringing against Yoda's blade again and again. Sparks exploded as saber met steel, green light carving across corrupted runes. The sorcerer snarled and spun his staff like a scythe, trying to batter Yoda down with sheer brute strength. Each swing cracked the ground, leaving trenches of warped energy. Yoda was everywhere at once, darting low to cut at the legs, leaping high to score the chest plate, always just beyond reach. The sorcerer tried to summon more sorcery, black fire coiled around his free hand, but Yoda's clawed fingers extended, and the spell shattered before it was cast, unraveling into nothing. With a roar of frustration, the sorcerer abandoned spellwork, raising his staff with both hands and bringing it down in a brutal arc. Yoda caught it on his blade. The impact sent shockwaves in all directions, throwing lesser demons from their feet, but Yoda held. He bared his teeth, his strength amplified 100-fold by the living tide of the Force. They broke apart, only to clash again. Staff and saber blurred in furious rhythm, sparks and light crackling in rapid staccato. The sorcerer swung in vast arcs meant to crush, while Yoda countered with bursts of speed, parries and ripostes too fast for the eye to follow. At last, Yoda slid beneath a crushing blow, darted past the sorcerer's guard, and drove his blade deep into the armor of his side. The sorcerer howled in agony, stumbling, his staff glowing with dark flame as he tried to burn the Jedi away. But Yoda's free hand shot out, and the torrent of flame curled harmlessly into the void. "Darkness, you will return to," Yoda growled. "Your dark god, never again you will see." With that, he sprang again, forcing the Chaos Sorcerer to stagger backward, desperately trying to match the storm of green that surrounded him. The Chaos Sorcerer's breath came in ragged metallic growls through his helm. His armor was smoking and cracking, its runes flickering out one by one. Every motion dripped with exhaustion, every spell tore at his body. He staggered, dropping to one knee as Yoda's saber bit deep into his shoulder plate. Multicolored sand hissed out of the cracks that lined his body. He reeled back, thrusting his staff forward and blasting Yoda with a surge of warp lightning. The ground beneath them exploded into molten glass. But still, Yoda advanced. With a flick of his hand, he caught the lightning mid-air, his green blade humming as he redirected it harmlessly into the sky, the heavens rippling as it drank it in. The sorcerer knew then he could not win through skill. His breath came faster, his non-existent heart hammering in rage and desperation. He looked down at his own hands, shaking as the energies of the warp coursed through him. Then, with a roar that shook the battlefield, he drove his staff into the earth. The ground cracked, the runes along his armor flared to life one final time, their glow turning from red to a terrible violet. The sky itself began to ripple as the air shuttered. The fabric of reality buckled as the sorcerer poured everything into the summoning. His life force, his soul, his very essence burned like oil on an infernal pyre. The first shockwave ripped through the battlefield. The sky darkened into a whirlpool of color, crimson, violet, green, all bleeding together into the blackest void. A vortex of pure chaos exploded outward from the sorcerer's staff, swallowing soldiers, tanks, demons, and droids alike. The ground split apart as rivers of molten warp energy gushed from below, consuming everything they touched. Republic gunships were torn from the sky. Clone troopers and Astartes alike were dragged screaming toward the growing singularity. The vortex expanded, becoming a storm so massive that half the battlefield vanished within it. Yoda planted his feet as the pull of the storm began to drag even him forward. His robes whipped violently around his small frame, the wind howling like the cries of a dying world. The sorcerer, now barely human, stood at the center of the storm, his body melting away, replaced by light and shadow. His armor cracked open, revealing veins of warp energy coursing beneath his armor. His eyes were twin suns of madness. "See it, Jedi! The end of all things," he roared. "The warp consumes all." Yoda narrowed his eyes, his small hand extending, steady as stone. "Consume? Nothing, it shall?" He began to walk forward towards the all-consuming vortex. The wind tore at him, hurling debris, fire, even the corpses of the fallen, but he simply brushed them aside with invisible sweeps of the Force. He extinguished his saber and placed it onto his hip once more. He needed no weapon now, only his will. The closer he came, the greater the pull. The storm roared, devouring the landscape in a cyclone of ruin. Yet around Yoda, the Force formed a cocoon, a shimmering blue shell of light that rippled like water. The vortex clawed at it, but it held. He reached the edge of the maelstrom, a screaming sphere of raw chaos, swirling and pulsing like a living heart. The sorcerer hovered at its edge, half merged with it, howling as it tore him apart from within. "Die, little goblin!" he shrieked, multicolored sand pouring from his eyes. Yoda raised both hands and pressed his palms together, the Force thrumming so loudly it was almost deafening. The air burned blue, lightning exploding from his body as he reached out and gripped the sphere itself. The Force hummed as Yoda began to compress the vortex. Inch by inch, the swirling chaos shrank beneath his will. The sorcerer thrashed, roaring in denial, his soul unspooling as he threw more of himself into the spell. Warp energy lashed Yoda's face, searing his flesh, but he did not falter. "You cannot stop me," the sorcerer gasped, his voice breaking as his form flickered between man and monster. Yoda's eyes blazed pure white. "Stopped. You already are." With a final surge, Yoda clapped his hands together and the world erupted. The sphere imploded with a roar that drowned out everything. The shockwave blasted across the battlefield, scattering the storm like smoke. The warp fire was sucked inward, folding into nothingness until only silence remained. The sorcerer's scream stretched into eternity, then cut short as his essence was devoured by the collapse of his own spell. His armor clattered to the ground, empty and hollow, nothing but ash and metal. Yoda stood in the center of the scorched crater, his robes torn, his face illuminated by the faint blue aura that still surrounded him. Slowly, the Jedi Master exhaled, the sound almost a whisper. "Much darkness in you there was, but end it has. Rest now." Dooku. The air behind the front lines was thick with ash and ozone, the ground trembling with every distant explosion. The smell of burnt metal and charred flesh clung to the wind, but Dooku stood unmoved amid the chaos. His silver hair was matted with dust, his robe scorched from near misses, yet his mind remained sharp and focused. "All squads of the 7th Legion, redirect to the western ridge," he barked, his voice cutting through the noise. "The enemy is attempting to breach the artillery line. Reinforce immediately," he commanded into a Vox unit. His eyes scanned the tactical display before him, hollow projections flickering from interference. Reports came through in bursts, Jedi battalions advancing, Chaos forces retreating, Space Marines pushing deep into enemy ranks. It was a battle of gods and monsters, and Dooku, ever the tactician, wove his strategy through it like a master duelist reading an opponent's rhythm. Behind him, Brother Aegis stood motionless. The dreadnought's immense frame loomed over the command post like a fortress. His autocannon glowed with residual heat, and the low mechanical hum of his life support systems blended with the distant thunder of artillery. "Enemy lines are faltering. Your strategy is effective," the dreadnought said dryly. Dooku gave a curt nod, his expression cool, but his instincts whispered unease. Something was wrong. The Force trembled like a taut string on the verge of snapping. And then a light flickered to his right. A blinding, radiant burst seared the air beside him. Brother Aegis immediately rotated his massive frame, servos shrieking as targeting arrays locked onto the new arrival. His cannons charged, arcs of plasma forming at their mouths. "Identify yourself," he thundered at the glowing being who had appeared. But before he could fire, Dooku raised a hand. "Stand down, Brother Aegis." The figure that had appeared was no demon, no warp-spawned horror, but a being of purity. The light softened into form, revealing the daughter, her presence calm, yet filled with urgency. She radiated peace even here, in a place drowned in blood and fire. "Count Dooku," she said, her voice serene yet laced with sorrow. "You have to focus all resources on the ritual before it's too late." Dooku's brow furrowed. "Too late?" "The ritual," she whispered. "It is nearly complete. If it's allowed to finish, the galaxy—" As her words fell, the very air seemed to rip apart. A sound like a scream echoed from every direction at once, and a pulse of violet energy erupted across the field. The portal that had closed shuddered back into existence. Its edges burned with impossible colors, folding reality into spirals of madness. Brother Aegis stepped forward, raising his weapons toward the anomaly. Portal breach detected, target locking. But before he could fire, something immense emerged from within. A shadow at first, then a mass of ever-shifting limbs, eyes and feathers. A greater demon of Tzeentch, a changer of ways, forced itself into reality with a roar that shook the mountains. Its staff, a colossal thing of crystal and bone, struck the ground, warping the terrain into shifting glass. Each step it took changed the landscape itself, stone melting into metal, air twisting into liquid light. Dooku's hand instinctively reached for his lightsaber. "By the Force," he breathed. "What abomination?" As he spoke, the demon's staff began to glow, brighter and brighter, until the air around him tore open once more. Another portal formed. Then it vanished. Mad laughter began echoing across the skies. It rolled like thunder, like the sound of a god mocking creation itself. It came from nowhere and everywhere, vibrating through the bones of every living thing. Even Dooku, master of composure, felt his heart seize with dread. The daughter turned her gaze to the heavens, her expression horrified. "She is free." 136, 133. The brightest one. Abeloth, Abazam. The Maw was a place where light died and darkness thrived. A swirling labyrinth of collapsed stars and shifting gravity wells. It was a graveyard of suns, and in its black heart, deeper than any mortal ship could ever descend, she stirred. Everything was so cold, endless, and alone. Abeloth sat within the void of her prison, the walls slick with the residue of unending darkness. The Force barely whispered here, as if even it dared not touch this place. She sat upon a surface that was not quite stone, her twisted form half illuminated by the faint pulses of energy that occasionally rippled through the containment field. Her eyes were closed, her tendrils limp, her mind adrift between dreams, memory, and drifting aimlessly among the stars. Her voice, when she spoke, echoed through the void with no reply. "Father," she whispered, the word a hiss of venom and sorrow. "You thought to bind me. But now, after all these years—" Her claws scraped the surface beneath her, leaving trails of faint black smoke that dissolved into wisps. "Nothing lasts forever, not even you, dear one." A tremor in reality, faint at first, but growing. The Force shuddered through her prison like a living thing in pain. The walls, those invisible, God-forged barriers that had held her for millennia, began to hum. Her eyes slowly opened, pits of molten space and bleeding stars. "Is it time already?" she breathed, tendrils twitching. "After so long. Am I finally, truly free?" Outside, in the impossible space beyond her cell, something vast began to take shape. The darkness rippled, warped, and then split open like a wound. The greater demon of Tzeentch, the changer of ways, manifested, its colossal form coiling through dimensions like a serpent made of color and madness. Its eyes blinked in unison, each seeing a different truth, a different future. The air around it shimmered with sorcerous energy. "Ah, so this is the cage of the so-called Mother of Chaos," it mused. voice splitting into 1,000 whispers. How quaint. Abeloth watched through the membrane of her prison. The demon began its ritual, its staff spinning, runes circling around it. With each chant, reality peeled away. The walls of her confinement began to thrum. Cracks of force light spread like veins through the blackness. Abeloth felt movement. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she could move once more. Her claws twitched. Her breath shuddered out in a laugh that began low and grew louder until it filled her prison with unholy joy. "Yes," she hissed. "More. Pull harder, little weaver of lies." The changer of ways continued its incantation, commanded by its dark god to continue. Its arrogance was the sweetest flavor in the void. Then, suddenly, a sound like shattering glass echoed through eternity. The prison cracked, and the scream that followed was not of pain, but of ecstasy. Free! The force exploded. The Maw itself convulsed as stars flared and died in an instant, consumed by her ravenous hunger. Abeloth's cage, once a perfect geometric construct of divine containment, shattered into fragments of reality. The demon recoiled, its eyes wide with disbelief as the Mother of Chaos stepped forth, unable to finish its ritual. Her face was one of monstrous hunger, her smile stretching unnaturally wide with countless sharpened teeth. Her voice was a chorus, all weeping, laughing, screaming. Abeloth smiled, her mouth stretching far too wide. "I am so hungry." The demon raised its staff, summoning the power of the warp itself, raw chaos energy, molten and infinite. But it meant nothing to Abeloth. Her tendrils shot forth like serpents, coiling around the demon's limbs and staff, constricting until the warp-born metal screamed. The creature fought, its voice an orchestra of madness. "I am the changer of ways, the architect of fate. You cannot—" "You talk too much," she whispered sweetly. Then she fed. The demon's shriek was unlike anything mortal or divine. Its body warped, its form unraveling as Abeloth clenched her tendrils tighter. The colors of the warp, blues, purples, and greens, poured into her like liquid flame. The demon's essence, all of it was drawn into her. And then there was silence. The mighty servant of Tzeentch was gone. Abeloth floated amidst the ruins of her shattered prison, her eyes glowing brighter than suns. Her body pulsed with new power, the taste of the warp coursing through her veins. She could feel it, that maddening, infinite realm beyond even the Force, a realm of raw emotion, where thought became matter and will reshaped existence. "Oh," she whispered, savoring the feeling as if tasting the finest wine. "What delicious chaos, such color, such madness, such emotion. I see it now." Her grin split her face into something inhuman. The shadows began to bend around her, swirling into a vortex of blinding light and shrieking force energy. The remnants of her prison collapsed inward, consumed by her presence. Then, with a burst of power, she vanished. Gone from the Maw. Nearer. Laughter, vast and mocking, rolled through the firmament, shaking the heavens like the tolling of some infernal bell. The air itself warped under its resonance, colors twisting into impossible hues, reality thinning until the sky bled raw. Nearer shielded her eyes as the portal above them flared like a newborn sun, vomiting flame and corruption into the world. Through that swirling maelstrom of screaming warp storm and shadow, more colossal shapes began to emerge. They came like titans of nightmare, embodiments of the dark gods themselves. The first to land was a bloodthirster, its wings spreading. Its whip cracked across the sky with the force of thunder, and its axe, made in the forges of Khorne, dripped magma and blood alike. Next came the great unclean one, a pestilent behemoth of rotting flesh and festering boils, laughing through split jaws as its entrails slopped across the ground. The earth curdled wherever its pus touched. Then a keeper of secrets stepped forth, impossibly elegant and hideous, a blur of movement and beauty that made Neera's mind rebel at the sight. Its clawed hands shimmered with warp light, its tongue licking its lips as it whispered promises of ecstasy and pain in one breath. And last came another changer of ways, vast and terrible, feathers glinting with endless galaxies, eyes burning with infinite knowledge. It held a staff that pulsed with reality itself, bending space around it like glass under heat. Sanguinius pulled his spear from the body of a Chaos Marine and strode forth to meet them. He was radiant, wings stretched wide, haloed by the fire of battle and the screams of dying demons. His armor gleamed with the light of the Emperor himself, gold reflecting crimson flame, his eyes hard as he looked upon the arch-enemy. In one hand, he held his blade, in the other, his spear, both humming with power. He raised his spear towards the four, and when he spoke, even the warp seemed to hesitate. "Come, I will send you back to your dark gods." The bloodthirster roared, slapping his weapons together before leaping forward. Sanguinius caught the blow mid-air, spear and axe colliding with an explosion that flattened hundreds of lesser demons and allied forces nearby. Brass met gold, rage met grace, and for a moment the two beings were locked in perfect balance. Then the others joined. The great unclean one swung a rusted cleaver the size of a tank, while the keeper of secrets blurred in from the side, claws darting like lightning. Sanguinius moved fast, wings flashing, sword meeting claw, spear impaling rotting flesh, each motion a dance of death and divinity. The great unclean one laughed as Sanguinius drove his spear through its chest, golden light burning its innards into ash. But before he could finish, the changer of ways raised its staff, and reality convulsed. Lightning of pure warp energy cascaded down, striking the angel from above. For an instant, Nera saw him falter, wings flaring, body shrouded in flame and shadow. But then his fury ignited. With a roar that split the heavens, Sanguinius broke free, hurling his spear through the changer's staff, shattering it into shards of glowing crystal. The demon screamed, 1,000 voices wailing in unison as the angel of Baal was upon it, sword flashing. The bloodthirster tackled him mid-strike, both tumbling through the air. They hit the ground hard, but Sanguinius rolled to his feet, golden armor scratched, a small bead of blood rolling down his cheek from a cut he received. The bloodthirster charged again, axe first, but this time the angel sidestepped, slamming his knee into the demon's chest and driving his sword through its throat. It howled, clutching the blade, and in that same instant the keeper of secrets lunged, impaling Sanguinius through the shoulder. He staggered, but did not fall. He drove his elbow back, smashing it into the keeper's monstrously beautiful face. The demon reeled, ichor spraying like liquid starlight as its grin twisted into something feral. He ripped his sword from the bloodthirster's throat and charged the great unclean one. But before Sanguinius could press the advantage, the bloodthirster gave a guttural roar. Its whip cracked through the battlefield, a serpent of molten brass and flame that coiled around one of the angel's legs. Sanguinius twisted, wings flaring as he tried to wrench free, but the demon heaved, and even the angel of Baal stumbled, dragged half to his knees. The moment's hesitation was enough. The keeper of secrets blurred forward, claws trailing ribbons of warped reality. One hooked blade swept low, slashing across the back of Sanguinius's knee. Flesh and armor parted, and divine blood spilled onto the corrupted ground. He grunted, pain flashing across his perfect features, and then the great unclean one was upon him. The world seemed to quake under its weight as the demon raised its massive, rusted cleaver high. It brought the weapon down with a wet, thunderous crash, the edge burying deep into the angel's shoulder. Golden light erupted as armor shattered and blood misted the air before ripping it free. Sanguinius screamed, not in fear, but in fury. He grasped the blade embedded in him, trying to rip it free, but black veins began to spread from the wound, corruption seeping into his flesh. His skin darkened, his aura flickered. Even the light that radiated from his wings began to dim, feathers wilting under the filth of the warp. Above them, the changer of ways cackled. Its form rippled, growing taller and more grotesque as its shattered staff reformed in its talons. It began to weave sorcery beyond mortal comprehension, each word of its chant bending space itself. The air shimmered with alien symbols. The ground fractured beneath the weight of its power. Bolts of prismatic fire lanced toward Sanguinius, slamming into his chest and wings. Each strike sent him staggering backward, divine light warring against chaos energy. "Angel!" The demon hissed, its 1,000 mouths whispering in unison, "Thy God is dead. Thy light is but a candle in the storm." The bloodthirster roared, tightening the whip's hold. It yanked hard, dragging Sanguinius off balance once more. The ground cratered where the angel landed, one knee buckling beneath him. He barely managed to lift his blade before the demon came at him again, axe blazing. Sanguinius caught the swing barely, the shock of impact sending cracks through the earth. The force drove him down, his wings flaring out to keep him upright. But from the other side, the great unclean one lumbered closer, dragging its cleaver through the muck, chanting curses of pestilence and despair. And then together they struck. The bloodthirster's axe came from the right, the great unclean one's cleaver from the left. The two blows collided upon his body like colliding stars, their combined force erupting in a concussive wave that tore apart everything nearby. Sanguinius was hurled through the air, a blazing comet of gold and crimson, crashing down with bone-breaking force. He hit the ground hard, stone shattered, a crater bloomed around him. When the dust cleared, Nera saw him, lying amidst rubble, his wings tattered, his armor blackened and cracked. His sword had fallen from his hand, and its light had dimmed. He tried to push himself up, once, twice, but his strength was leaving him. The bloodthirster took to the air to close the distance and landed with a thunderous crash, shaking the very battlefield. It stomped toward Sanguinius, dragging its axe. The Keeper of Secrets glided behind, whispering in honeyed tones. The great unclean one's laughter rolled like thunder, while the Changer of Ways hovered above, its 1,000 eyes gleaming with anticipation. Nera could barely breathe. Her mind screamed for her to run, yet her legs refused as her Terminator guard closed around her. Sanguinius lifted his head, his gaze meeting hers. For an instant, even broken, bloodied, and fading, there was still light in him. "Do not fear," he rasped, voice barely more than a whisper. The bloodthirster bellowed, raising its axe for the killing blow, but before it could strike, the Keeper shoved it aside, snarling. "The glory is mine," it hissed. "Yours?" the great unclean one rumbled, oozing forward. "His rot is mine to savor." The bloodthirster roared in fury, whip snapping, cleaving the Keeper across the chest. The two titans collided in a frenzy of hatred and betrayal, their blows shaking the heavens. The great unclean one swung its cleaver, cutting into both of them, while the Changer of Ways laughed, 1,000 echoes of mockery and deceit. Within seconds, the four greater demons were tearing at one another, fighting for the privilege of devouring the angel's soul. Sanguinius lay still, amidst the chaos, the sounds of their infighting echoing like the apocalypse itself. Nera broke from her guard and stumbled to his side, kneeling beside him as his blood pooled beneath them. "Nera," he rasped, his voice hoarse, "I need more." She blinked, barely able to comprehend. "More what?" "Power," he hissed, staggering but refusing to fall. "I am still weakened. I need you to draw more power from the warp." Her heart lurched. "The warp? I can't—" "You can," he interrupted, his tone sharpening, that commanding presence cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Our souls are connected, remember? The bond we have, it flows both ways. The more you pull from the warp, the stronger I become." His gaze lifted to the horizon, where the demons continued their monstrous brawl, claws, blades, and tentacles rending reality itself. The air warped with every strike. "But you must hurry," he growled. "They will stop fighting soon. And when they do, they will kill us both." Nera took a step back, her hands trembling. I don't know if I can, Sanguinius. I've never drawn so much." He turned his head toward her, his face pale but his eyes alight with command and faith. "You must. Do not think. Do not fear. Just reach. The force and the warp, draw them both into yourself, balance them." She shook her head, terrified. "That's impossible. I'll be torn apart." "Then let the warp tear you apart and the force heal you," he shouted, slamming his fist into the ground with a burst of light. "Let it break you and become something greater." His voice echoed through her bones, through the warp and force themselves. Nera stumbled backward, then closed her eyes, trying to steady her racing heart. The demon's battle raged on behind her, roars, screams, and thunder shaking the landscape, but she forced herself to tune it out. All that mattered was the voice of the angel, his will guiding hers. "Draw, the force," she whispered. She extended her left hand. Immediately, light gathered. Brilliant, pure, and blue energy wrapped her fingers like ribbons of water, swirling up her arm and through her veins. The force sang in her mind, harmonizing with her heartbeat, pulling at her soul like a tide. It felt right. It was warm, alive. Now. "The warp," she said shakily, her right hand extended. The change was instant. Where the force had been gentle, the warp was eager. Purple and green power burst to life, writhing like living serpents around her arm. It clawed at her mind, whispering promises and madness all at once. It wanted her. It hungered for her. Her body arched in pain as both powers fought for dominance, one trying to cleanse, the other to corrupt. Her hair whipped around her face as energy surged through her, the ground fracturing beneath her feet. "Control it!" she screamed to herself, tears of pain streaking down her cheeks. "Balance it!" Her hands glowed brighter, the opposing forces pulling her in opposite directions, blue to the left, green to the right, her body trembling between them. The air itself seemed to distort around her, like reality was struggling to keep her form intact. But then something changed. The powers stopped fighting. They began to harmonize together. The blue light of the force intertwined with the green chaos of the warp, fusing into a radiant storm of white-gold energy. It surged through her veins like fire and ice at once, every nerve alive, every thought amplified. Neera screamed as power poured from her body in great waves. She was lifted into the air, her eyes blazing pure white. She had become a conduit, a bridge between the two cosmic forces that had forever been at odds. And Sanguinius felt it. The energy struck him like a tidal wave. His fading aura reignited, his wounds burning closed with golden fire. Corruption bled from his skin like ink, turning to ash as it left his body. His wings, once blackened, flared open with renewed brilliance, each feather burning like a shard of the sun. He rose, first to one knee, then to his feet. The golden halo above his head blazed anew, his armor reforging itself with cracks of radiant light. He turned his head slightly, watching Neera. Her silhouette stood framed in blinding energy, her body barely holding together from the sheer magnitude of each power. A flicker of pride crossed his face. "Good," he whispered. "Now watch." He spread his wings, recalling his spear with a thought. It tore through the air from where it had fallen, streaking like a comet, before landing in his hand with a thunderous crack, his sword springing to his hand from where it lay on the ground. The four greater demons froze mid-battle, their monstrous faces turning toward him. The bloodthirster snarled, its nostrils flaring. The great unclean one clenched its bowels. The keeper of secrets hissed, lowering its claws. Even the changer of ways tilted its avian head, whispering to itself. Sanguinius' glow intensified, gold bleeding into red, his aura expanding outward like a star about to go supernova. The ground beneath him turned to glass, and every shadow on the battlefield fled from his presence. He lifted his spear and pointed it toward them. "Now," he said, voice echoing across worlds, "let's try this once more." Then he roared and charged. The bloodthirster met him first, its axe swinging in a blazing arc. Sanguinius ducked beneath it before his wings propelled him upward, spear driving into the demon's gut. Holy fire exploded through the creature's torso, the shockwave vaporizing its lesser kin nearby. The keeper of secrets lunged from behind, but Sanguinius spun, sword igniting in his other hand. The blade caught its claws and cleaved them clean off in a burst of ichor. The great unclean one bellowed, vomiting filth and rot, but the angel pressed forward, the disgusting fluid evaporating before it could touch the angel. Every step left a trail of molten light, every strike thundered like judgment itself. And still he grew stronger. The more Neera drew, the more he ascended. He became a storm of wings and light, an avenging god reborn in the heart of the battlefield. The demons, once titans of chaos, were now struggling to hold him back. The bloodthirster's armor melted beneath his strikes. The changer's magics shattered like glass. The great unclean one's body split open with every blow. The changer of ways, watching from above, spread its wings and unleashed a tidal wave of sorcery. Lightning, flame, and madness poured from its staff. But Sanguinius raised his spear and threw once more. The weapon cut through the storm of magic like a beam of sunlight through clouds, impaling the demon through its many eyes before recalling it. The creature shrieked, its spells collapsing in a cascade of broken realities. The four monstrosities mustered their strength for one final push. The bloodthirster struck first, its whip snapping out towards the Angel of Baal, but Sanguinius spun beneath it, ducking low as the fiery lash missed by a hair. His spear lashed outward in the same breath, puncturing through the demon's thigh with a spray of molten blood. Before the beast could retaliate, he pivoted, deflecting the keeper's talons with a sweep of his sword, then twisting to avoid the crushing. He moved faster than before now, ducking beneath claws, weaving through waves of putrid magic, his blades singing as they tore through demonic flesh. The air itself seemed to bend around him, his movements blurring into streaks of radiant fire. The Keeper of Secrets danced closer, its four arms slashing in perfect, cruel harmony. Sanguinius parried each strike, 1, 2, 3, before catching the fourth and twisting. The demon shrieked as its arm was torn free, its beauty marred by pain. Sanguinius didn't hesitate. He drove his spear upward, through the bottom of its perfect chin, the tip bursting from the top of its skull in a spray of violet light. "Begone, abomination!" His flaming sword cleaved downward, splitting the creature from shoulder to hip. Its scream tore through the battlefield, a sound that warped the air before Sanguinius thrust out his hand, still gripping his sword. Psychic energy rippled outward, channeled through the bond between him and Nera. Warp and force combined into pure annihilation. The Keeper's essence was ripped apart, not merely banished, but erased. Its body disintegrated into ash and silence. The other three recoiled. Even demons of chaos, eternal and unyielding, felt fear. The bloodthirster roared, swinging its axe in a downward arc that could have shattered a fortress. Sanguinius met it with his spear, the two weapons colliding in an explosion of fire and energy. He twisted his blade aside, shattering the bloodthirster's grip and stepping in, his sword a streak of light as it tore across the demon's chest. The beast bellowed, its whip cracking forward in retaliation. Sanguinius caught the whip mid-swing. The raw strength of the bloodthirster surged through the chain, but Sanguinius pulled, ripping the weapon from the daemon's grasp. The beast's massive arm twisted unnaturally, bones snapping like thunder. The Changer of Ways rose above the carnage, its screeching echoing through the storm as it conjured magic unlike anything mortal minds could comprehend. Sigils burned in the air, runes of madness and entropy spinning around its body as it unleashed a torrent of arcane destruction. But Sanguinius was already moving. With a burst of speed that cracked the sound barrier, he snapped the bloodthirster's own whip upward. The chain wrapped around the Changer's neck, the hooks biting into its spectral flesh. Sanguinius yanked downwards hard. The demon screamed as it was torn from the sky, crashing to the earth. The great angel leapt, his wings folded in, turning his descent into a spear of light. He came down upon the Changer's head with the full force of his divine wrath. The impact obliterated everything. Bone, flesh, and warp stuff exploded outward as he crushed the demon's skull beneath his heel. The ground itself cratered, molten energy burning in concentric circles around the impact site. Sanguinius drove his spear down once more, pinning what was left of the creature into the cracked stone, then unleashed a pulse of psychic power that tore its essence apart. The Changer of Ways was no more. The battlefield was silent, but for the ragged breathing of gods and monsters. Nera watched from a distance, her arms trembling as the energies she drew in began to spiral faster, feeding Sanguinius's unending assault. Her aura was a maelstrom, the blue fire of the Force swirling with the chaotic greens and purples of the warp, each vying for dominance, yet perfectly balanced by her will. Every heartbeat sent another surge of power into Sanguinius, every breath expanding his aura until he burned like a miniature sun. The bloodthirster and great unclean one now circled him cautiously, the arrogance of immortality replaced by survival instinct. Their ally's essence had been erased from existence. Sanguinius turned toward them, blood and light dripping from his weapons. His wings extended to their full span, eclipsing the corrupted sky behind him. He became a streak of golden light, crossing the battlefield in an instant. The great unclean one swung its cleaver, but too late as Sanguinius was already upon it. His sword flashed once, a trail of flame following its arc. The cleaver shattered on impact, molten shards raining down like shooting stars. Then came the second strike. Sanguinius's flaming sword tore through the daemon's forearm in a single blazing motion. The limb, thick as an oak trunk, fell away, splattering the ground with diseased blood that hissed and burned like acid. But the angel did not stop. He spun on his heel, wings flaring as he brought both weapons to bear, crossing them in an X and dragging them down through the creature's putrid belly. The demon's bloated flesh parted like rotten cloth, its guts, writhing sentient filth, spilled onto the ground around it. Sanguinius roared, his eyes blazed with light as he pressed forward, driving his flaming sword upward through the demon's skull. The blade burst from the top of its head in a fountain of fire and blood. The great unclean one sagged, the plague flesh around its mouth still quivering in disbelief. "Impossible," it wheezed, black pus bubbling from its lips. "The grandfather—" Sanguinius's spear pierced its heart before the sentence finished. The impact unleashed a storm of golden energy. Holy fire erupted outward in concentric rings, burning through the pestilent mists. Nera screamed as she channeled every ounce of energy she could muster, feeding it through their bond. The great unclean one's body convulsed, bursting apart from within as radiant energy tore through its core. The flies disintegrated mid-air, its laughter turned to static, and its essence was ripped from existence. Only the bloodthirster stood now. The beast's breath came in deep volcanic growls, steam rising from its nostrils. Its eyes burned like molten gold as it raised its axe in salute to the heavens. "Blood for the blood god," it roared, voice splitting the air like thunder. "Skulls for the skull throne." Sanguinius did not answer. He merely turned his head, the light of his soul shining brighter than any sun. His wings spread to their full span, gold and crimson feathers shimmering like banners of divine wrath. The bloodthirster charged. Each step cracked the ground. Each beat of its wings sent shockwaves through the burning sky. Sanguinius planted his spear into the ground beside him. The bloodthirster swung its axe, but Sanguinius met it head-on with his sword. The impact was cataclysmic. The shockwave flattened the battlefield around them, blowing aside corpses, rocks, and any lingering beings too foolish to have run away. Sparks of divine energy and raw warp power clashed in a storm of light and darkness. Sanguinius caught the demon's left horn in his left hand as it tried to overpower him. With a roar, he twisted, muscles straining, veins burning with Nera's energy, and brought his fist down across the demon's face. The bloodthirster's head snapped sideways, and its massive horn shattered like glass. Shards of bone scattered across the ground as it howled in pain and rage. Sanguinius didn't hesitate. He spun with impossible speed and drove it through the demon's eye. The sharpened bone pierced deep, plunging through the socket and skull with a wet, brutal sound. The bloodthirster reeled back, roaring in agony, blood streaming from its ruined face. The angel stepped forward, his sword igniting once more with cleansing flame. With both hands, he plunged it into the demon's chest, through bone, through sinew, through the pulsing black heart within. The bloodthirster convulsed, its wings flaring wide as rivers of molten blood poured from its wounds. The fire spread through its body like a contagion of light, racing up its veins, burning its flesh from within. Sanguinius wrenched the sword free, spun the weapon once, and brought it down in a final merciless strike, cleaving the creature in half from shoulder to hip. The bloodthirster fell. For a moment all was silent. Then Sanguinius raised his hand. Psychic light burst from his palm. The energy of the force and warp, intertwined through Nera, roared into being and consumed the daemon's corpse. The bloodthirster's essence screamed as it was unmade, burned away until there was nothing left but ash and silence. The angel stood alone amid the ruin, his armor scorched, his wings outstretched, his eyes burning with golden fire. He looked towards the sky, where he saw a massive set of mad, crazed eyes staring at him, and raised his sword towards them. "You are next." 137, 134. Massacre equals Maximus equals. The battlefield was an inferno, a sea of fire, blood, and warp light stretched from horizon to horizon, and amidst that nightmare of clashing titans, Maximus battled Kazul. The bloodthirster's axe screamed as it clashed against Maximus's sword, sparks of blue lightning dancing across both weapons. Each strike of the daemon's weapon burned the very air, the flames of Khorne's rage searing even the plating of Maximus's armor. The Astarte's breath came in sharp bursts over the Vox. His armor systems wailed warnings, red runes flashing across his visor. He ignored them all. He had fought worse odds, faced greater monsters, but never one like this. Kazul was fast, unnaturally fast for his massive size, and his wings blotted out the light as he brought his weapons down again and again in a storm of destruction. Maximus met him blow for blow, sword against hell-forged axe. The earth around them was a cratered wasteland, molten rivers forming where their blows had landed. The sheer force of their duel had erased much of the ruins of the temple and had killed friend and foe alike. Kazul roared before sweeping his axe low. Maximus leapt backward, servos screaming as he narrowly avoided being cleaved in two. He retaliated with a swing of his sword, the impact cracking the demon's armor and sending shards of blood metal flying. Kazul retaliated, twisting to his left before leaping into the air and bringing his axe down. Maximus raised his sword to block, but the strike smashed into his back as the demon spun with unnatural speed. The Centurion's suit's rear plating buckled inward, alarms blaring as critical systems overloaded. The impact sent Maximus stumbling forward, his body slamming through a ruined wall before crashing into the dirt with a metallic crunch. "Warning," the suit's machine spirit droned. "Flight systems, offline. Power reserves, critical. Hydraulic integrity, compromised." "Not yet," Maximus snarled through gritted teeth, blood running down his chin inside the helmet. He pushed himself up, servos groaning under the strain. The bloodthirster was already upon him. Kazul swung, his axe whistling through the air, but Maximus ducked under the killing arc, spinning before one of his massive gauntlets caught one of Kazul's wings. With all his strength, Maximus pulled until there was a wet pop, and the wing tore free. Kazul screamed in rage as one of his wings was torn clean off, black blood spraying like molten rain. The massive limb fell, burning to the ground. Maximus pressed the attack. He surged forward, his sword now sheathed in crackling lightning. He swung the blade in a brutal, underhanded arc aimed directly for the demon's head, a killing blow that could end it all. But fate intervened. From the massive portal, new horrors emerged. Dozens of greater demons from every corner of the Chaos Pantheon poured through. Their roars tore at reality itself. The air warped, the ground bled, and the sky turned inside out as they marched forth. And one of them, a keeper of secrets, appeared behind Maximus. Its twin blades sang with the whispers of 1,000 damned souls. Before Maximus could complete his strike, the demon lashed out. Its blade slashed through the air, then through his left leg. The entire limb of his Centurion suit was sliced clean off, spinning away trailing sparks. Maximus roared in pain and fury as his body dropped to one knee, his killing blow thrown wide. The sword smashed into the ground instead, creating a shockwave that flattened demons by the dozen. But Kazul was already recovering. The bloodthirster grinned, sensing weakness. With a primal bellow, it brought its axe down, cleaving into Maximus's side. Sparks exploded from his suit as the demon's infernal weapon sheared through his right arm at the elbow. Power levels collapsing, the machine spirit intoned. Containment breach imminent. Maximus fell backward, smoke pouring from his armor, the inside of his helmet flickering with static. Through the haze, he saw the bloodthirster raising its axe for the final blow. The Keeper of Secrets laughed softly beside it, savoring the Ultramarines' helplessness. But Maximus was not done, not yet. He sent one final burning thought through the system's interface. "Warning," the system responded. "Self-destruction has been activated." The Centurion suit began to glow from within, first blue, then white hot, its heart reaching critical mass. "Emperor, guide me," Maximus whispered. At the last instant, the emergency ejection system triggered. The armor's spine split open, hydraulics firing, and Maximus was launched high into the air, trailing smoke and fire as the ground beneath him turned white with heat. Then, the world exploded. The Centurion's suit's reactor went critical, erupting in a miniature sun. The explosion consumed everything within a mile, a blinding wave of golden and blue light that vaporized hundreds of demons and lesser creatures in an instant. When the light finally faded, all that remained of the battlefield was a crater glowing like the heart of a forge. Khazul stumbled from the smoke, his form trembling. One arm was gone, torn clean from its socket. His remaining wing hung in tatters, the crimson flesh of his body charred black, molten blood dripping from between plates of scorched brass. His great axe, the weapon that had claimed 1,000 souls, shattered and fell to dust beside him. The bloodthirster raised his gaze to where Maximus was standing amid the aftermath, half-burned, armor cracked, blood matting his face. For a brief moment, warrior and demon simply looked at one another, the battlefield around them eerily silent in the wake of the explosion. A low, rumbling growl escaped Khazul's throat, part laughter, part defiance. He took one step forward and then another before his legs finally failed him. He dropped to his knees, molten ichor hissing as it hit the superheated ground. His horns began to crumble, his once-burning eyes dimming like dying suns. Still, his voice came out, rough and distorted, yet almost reverent. "We will meet again, Ultramarine," he rasped, smoke curling from his mouth. "For death is but battle's pause, and corn awaits me." Then the great demon of war collapsed, his body breaking apart into ash. The ashes scattered in the wind, glowing briefly before fading to nothing. From the warp tear in the sky came a new tide of roars, a sound like reality itself crying out in horror. The surviving greater demons, those who had endured the blast, rose to their full monstrous height. They gathered again, reforming their ranks, hundreds of thousands of lesser demons pouring in behind them in endless waves. The ground shook beneath their collective fury. "Kill them all!" bellowed a bloodthirster. Their armies surged forward once more, a tsunami of corruption and madness bearing down on the combined forces of the Republic and the Imperium. Clone walkers fired plasma cannons into the horde, while Lehman Russ tanks belched rounds the size of men. Jet troopers screamed overhead, bolters and blasters roaring in unison. But the demons came on without fear, their shrieks of hatred drowning out everything else. A shadow fell across the battlefield, not from the clouds, nor from the burning sky. At first, no one noticed the woman walking casually through the ranks of demons. Her bare feet touched the scorched earth without sound. Her hair was long and pale, almost silver, drifting like smoke behind her. Her gown shimmered like liquid darkness, constantly shifting between shadow and starlight. Her eyes, if they could be called that, glowed like twin suns eclipsed by madness. Abeloth had arrived. She looked around, taking in the devastation as though admiring the work of an artist. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she whispered softly to herself, her tone light, almost curious. "Ah, such beautiful chaos, such rage, such hunger." Her voice echoed inside the minds of all who heard it. Jedi, space marines, demons, every living soul on the battlefield felt her words slide into their thoughts like silk. Behind her, a massive great unclean one lumbered forward, its rotting bulk shaking the earth. It didn't even see her. It simply raised one foot, intending to crush the small woman beneath it as it trudged toward the front lines. Abeloth didn't even turn around. A soundless thud reverberated through the warp, and the great unclean one froze mid-step. For a moment it stood still, confusion twisting its bloated features. Then its eyes rolled back, and its entire form began to collapse inward, its flesh deflating, bones crumbling, the essence that gave it form sucked dry. In seconds, the enormous demon was nothing more than a hollow husk, a pile of skin and fat that melted into the dirt. Abeloth tilted her head, almost in amusement. "Clumsy thing," she said absently, continuing to walk forward. The other greater demons stopped their charge. They turned their monstrous gazes toward her. A keeper of secrets hissed, its many tongues flickering with malice. A bloodthirster growled low, gripping its weapon tight. The surviving changer of ways flared its wings, seeing infinite possible futures and each one ending in its death. They knew what she was, or at least they felt it. Abeloth smiled wider. "So eager," she whispered. The Keeper of Secrets struck first, its bladed limbs flashing in arcs of seductive precision. Abeloth didn't move, she simply raised her hand. Lightning exploded from her fingertips. It was chaos given form, violet, white and black intertwining like serpents of energy. The bolt struck the demon mid-leap and erased it, body and soul, the creature's scream lingering long after it was gone. The bloodthirster bellowed in rage and charged, wings tearing the air apart as it brought its axe down with godly strength. Abeloth stepped aside as if taking a casual stroll, and with her other arm, a tendril of flesh, she impaled the massive demon through the chest. It roared, thrashing, claws raking at her, but she only tilted her head in curiosity before twisting her arm. The demon detonated in a spray of blood and fire. Two more came at her, one from the front, one from above. She turned and dozens of tendrils erupted from her back, glowing with that same impossible light. They speared through both demons, pinning them mid-air like insects on a board. Her laughter rose, melodic and terrible. "Oh, how small you all are." With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed another storm of force lightning, though twisted, corrupted by the warp's flavor. The sky lit up in blue, white and purple brilliance as bolts of raw power arced through the ranks of demons. Hundreds died in an instant, their essences flowing into her. She breathed deeply, savoring it. Such power, such flavor. The remaining greater demons hesitated. Even they could feel it. This was no mortal, no Jedi, no demon of the warp. This was something else, something the gods themselves had feared enough to cage. Abeloth slowly raised her hands, her tendrils writhing around her like living shadows. The Force and the Warp both rippled outward in all directions, an explosion of psychic energy so immense it blinded the senses of every being on the field, mortal, divine, and demon alike. When the light finally faded, Abeloth stood alone amidst mountains of vaporized flesh and ash, her form haloed in writhing fire. She looked up at the burning sky and smiled. "Now," she said softly, her eyes reflecting stars that no longer existed, "let's see what kind of galaxy I've been left to play with. 138, 135, Mother of Chaos." Sebastian. "Ah!" Sebastian roared, bringing the darksaber down in a furious arc. The weapon howled as it cleaved through a lesser demon, splitting the monstrosity in two. The creature shrieked once before the blade's edge silenced it, its body collapsing into a bubbling pool of black ichor. "Foul beast," the Black Templar spat, stomping down on its head. He spun just in time to sidestep a demonette's clawed swipe, the blow grazing off his pauldron with a screech of metal. Sebastian struck low, the darksaber slicing through both of her legs just below the knees. She collapsed, shrieking, only for him to bring his storm shield crashing down, splattering her across the ground. Raxor stood at his side, his heavy bolter roaring as it spat fire into the hordes ahead. The Salamander's armor was scorched and dented, but his stance was unyielding. Around them, a ragged line of Republic troopers and Imperial soldiers fought shoulder to shoulder, blaster fire and bolter rounds painting the battlefield in red and gold flashes. Sebastian caught another demon's axe on his shield, shoved it aside, and impaled the creature through the chest. Then, with a thrust that tore through to his right, he pivoted and cleaved a bloodletter's neck. He then caught a third as it leapt toward him. With a roar, he slammed the creature into the dirt so hard that the stone cracked beneath it, its head bursting like overripe fruit. "They are never ending, brother," he shouted over the vox, his voice ragged but defiant. "I'm almost out of rounds," Raxor replied, his deep voice vibrating through the comms. "I'll have to resupply soon." "Go," Sebastian barked. "I'll hold them until you get back." The salamander gave a curt nod, igniting his jump pack and rocketing backward toward the rear lines in a burst of smoke and fire. Then, without warning, a colossal surge of power tore through the field. The ground buckled beneath Sebastian as an unseen force slammed into him, hurling him off his feet. The shockwave ripped apart demon and mortal alike, sending bodies and debris tumbling through the air. He hit the ground hard, the impact rattling his armor as dust and rubble engulfed him. When the storm of debris finally began to settle, he forced himself upright, blinking through the grit clouding his visor. A horned horror of Tzeentch clawed at the ground beside him, dragging its malformed body upright. Sebastian reacted instantly, rolling toward it and bringing his shield down with all his might. The blow turned the demon's skull into pulp, its body twitching once before disintegrating into nothing. He stood, chest heaving, and surveyed the devastation. The sky burned orange and red, and far across the battlefield, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the heavens. It was where Maximus had been fighting. "Brother!" Sebastian voxed, his tone tight with dread. Static crackled in his ear. "Brother!" he repeated, louder this time, but still no response. Around him the demons began to stir once more, their twisted bodies reforming from the warp-tainted sludge. "By the throne," Sebastian snarled, reigniting the darksaber. The blade's black edge flared with its telltale hum as he hurled himself into the enemy once again. He moved like a storm-given form, spinning, striking, smashing through the tide of horrors. His shield became a battering ram, his blade a blur of death. And then, through the carnage, he saw her. A lone figure walking slowly from the inferno, haloed by fire and smoke. Her presence twisted the air around her. Each step she took seemed to bend reality, her voice echoing faintly, as if she were speaking to herself or to something unseen. Abeloth. Sebastian froze, his instincts screaming. Even the demons seemed to sense the threat. A great unclean one lumbered toward her, paying her no mind, intent only on the battle ahead. But before it could take another step, its titanic body shriveled. Flesh turned to dust, its form collapsed in on itself, vanishing without a sound. Abeloth hadn't even turned her head. The surrounding greater demons roared in fury, recognizing a power that eclipsed their own. They converged on her at once, massive forms of corruption and hatred crashing toward the lone woman. Sebastian watched as Abeloth lifted her arms, almost lazily. Lightning, pure and unnatural, exploded outward in a web of purple, green, and blue. Tendrils of power extended from her body, impaling one demon through the chest and disintegrating another mid-stride. Each blow from her was an act of unmaking. She didn't merely kill, she erased. Even through his helm's filters, Sebastian had to squint. The light seared across the field like the birth of a star. Then something else moved in the ruin. A lone Astartes, staggering to his feet amid the smoke, blue armor cracked and scorched, yet still standing. "Maximus," Sebastian breathed. He zoomed in, his visor magnifying the scene. Abeloth turned her head toward the Ultramarine, her eyes locking onto him with unnatural focus. "Brother!" Sebastian shouted, but there was only static in reply. The Ultramarine's vox was dead. He scanned the field, searching desperately until he found Raxor perched atop a distant ridge, heavy bolter still hot in his hands. "Brother!" Sebastian called. The salamander turned, following his gaze. "I see him, brother. Get to him. I'll provide covering fire," Raxor shouted, firing his jump pack and leaping higher onto the ridge to get a better angle. Sebastian gave a grim nod and turned back toward the inferno. Abeloth stood at its heart, her power radiating like a dark sun. And Maximus, his brother, stood before her. Sebastian gritted his teeth. "By the Emperor," he growled. "Hold on, brother. I'm coming." Raxor landed with a thunderous crash beside the smoking wreck of a ATTE, his ceramite boots carving deep scars in the ashen soil. The ground trembled beneath his weight, dust and flame rising around the massive figure. The remains of the walker still burned, its rear armor melted and twisted from a demon's infernal blast, but the Republic markings were still visible beneath the soot and ichor. Clones moved frantically around the wreck, shouting orders and dragging their wounded brothers from the debris. One of them screamed as the metal leg of the walker pinned him to the ground, the servos of his armor whining helplessly as he tried to free himself. Raxor strode toward them, his towering frame casting an immense shadow over the clones. One of them turned, his white and blue armor smeared with grime and blood. "We've got men trapped. The leg's too heavy." The salamander said nothing. He simply moved towards the leg. His armor whirred as his gauntlets found purchase on the massive hunk of metal. With a deep, rumbling growl of exertion, Raxor lifted. The ground cracked beneath his boots, servos screaming as he hauled the walker's shattered leg upward. The clones could only stare in awe at the sheer strength of the Astartes. "Get him out," Raxor rumbled, voice like thunder through his vox. The clones scrambled, pulling their pinned brother free. When they did, Raxor dropped the leg aside. It slammed into the ground with an ear-splitting crash. "Evacuate your wounded," he said, turning toward the horizon where Abeloth stood, a writhing silhouette of chaos and beauty among the flames. The clones nodded and began pulling back, some saluting him in passing. Raxor gave no response, only a curt nod as his optics turned to the half-destroyed walker. Its main cannon was still intact, though much of the body was shattered and half-buried. The control seat was too small for him, but that did not matter. There was still fire left in this machine. He climbed onto the ruined hull, his massive form bending the metal beneath him. His heavy bolter mag-locked to his side, Raxor grasped the edges of the ATTE's dorsal turret and forced the gun housing to turn. The servos groaned in protest, sparks shooting out. But he was relentless, guiding the cannon toward the storm that was Abeloth. She moved like a god of madness among the battlefield. Her hair, if it could be called that, writhed and shifted like living tendrils. Her voice carried on the wind, low and melodic, as she murmured to herself, "So much pain, so much fear. How delicious." Whoomph! A blinding blue bolt of plasma tore through the air, striking Abeloth squarely in the chest. She was simply pushed back a step before looking to where the bolt had come from. Raxor adjusted the aim, his massive hands working the firing controls. The cannon roared again. Boom, 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 each shot lancing across the battlefield. The clones had long since fled, but their tank's gun still roared defiance under the hand of the Salamander. Abeloth thrust her hands forward, catching one of the bolts mid-air with the force and twisting it into a spiral of energy before hurling it back. The plasma blast hit the ATTE dead center. The entire machine lurched backward, the metal shrieking as flames spewed out of every rent. The gun was still functional, but only barely. Raxor stood amidst the fire and ruin, his armor glowing with heat, smoke billowing around him. He snarled, gripping the weapon again, and fired another salvo, blinding the world around him in a wash of searing light. Abeloth staggered, more annoyed than hurt. Her body split into shadowy reflections, tendrils whipping outward to strike at the Salamander. They hit the walker first, tearing it apart, flaying it open in an explosion of metal and flame. Raxor was thrown through the air, landing hard, gouging a trench in the scorched earth. He rose slowly, steam hissing off his armor, before turning and running towards the another fallen tank, intent on distracting her, while his brother made his way towards the monster. And the Black Templar was so close now. Sebastian. Sebastian ignited his jump pack, the engines screaming like thunder as the ground beneath him cracked from the sudden force. The Black Templar became a blur of black and fire, cutting through the ashen battlefield. Each landing sent shockwaves through the dirt, scattering dust and blood in every direction. At every stop, the enemy awaited him. Swarms of cultists, gibbering demons, droids whose circuitry pulsed with warp taint. A mad congregation of metal and flesh rose to meet him. The Darksaber screamed as he cut through the first wave, the black blade leaving trails of shimmering energy in its wake. He cleaved through a demonette mid-lunge, her body dissolving into dust, before slamming his shield into the face of a cybernetic cultist, crushing both flesh and metal with a sickening crunch. Another jump, another impact. Sebastian came down in the middle of a group of warp-mutated droids, their blasters shrieking with unstable plasma. He raised his shield, the bolts sparking harmlessly off its blessed surface. With a roar, he swung wide, the Darksaber cutting through 3 of them in a single arc. The ground beneath his boots was slick with blood, oil and molten slag. He kept moving, always forward, always toward Maximus. Sebastian landed again and was immediately beset by a horde of bloodletters, their blades crackling with infernal energy. "For Dawn, for the Emperor," he bellowed. He became a whirlwind of death. His shield shattered a skull, the Darksaber burned through another's chest, and then he kicked a third so hard its spine broke against the stones. Warp ichor painted his armor, running down his pauldrons like oil. At last, through the carnage, he saw Maximus kneeling, battered, barely standing after the explosion that had vaporized half the battlefield. Sebastian landed beside his brother with a final thunderous crash, flames roaring from his jump pack. "Brother, we must leave." Maximus staggered, armor cracked and venting smoke. "No, we must close the portal." The words had barely left his lips when the sky turned white. A flash of energy erupted across the field as Abeloth turned her gaze upon Raxor. The ATTE's massive cannon thundered once more, but the shot was simply caught mid-air, stopped by invisible power. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, the entire walker imploded. The explosion sent debris raining for hundreds of meters. The ridge vanished in a storm of fire and shattered metal. "Raxor," Sebastian roared, his voice breaking with fury. He turned back toward the source of the devastation, and there she was. Abeloth, the mother of chaos, the one even demons recoiled from. She walked among the flames as if gliding over water, her form half human, half something else, tendrils of writhing light and shadow curling from her back. Her eyes burned with the madness of eternity itself. Sebastian's fury drowned all reason. He ignited his jump pack again, the dark saber glowing like a shard of midnight sun, and charged. "Monster!" he bellowed. "You dare stand against the Emperor's angels!" He rocketed forward, shield up, intent on driving her into the ground through sheer force. The impact came, but it was like striking a mountain made of adamantium. The moment his shield touched her, all momentum died. The air cracked, and then he was thrown backward as if the universe itself had spat him out. He slammed into the ground, carving a trench through the dirt and shattered metal before coming to a stop, gasping. Abeloth turned her gaze toward him, her lips curling into a smile both motherly and monstrous. "I have watched you closely, Black Templar," she said, her voice echoing with countless tones, soft, cruel, amused. "You are the one closest to your corpse emperor, the one who worships the hollow husk upon his golden throne." Sebastian forced himself up, planting his shield into the dirt. "Blasphemy," he growled through his vox. "Your words are heresy, witch." Abeloth tilted her head, as if examining a child's defiance. "Heresy? No, child. I speak the truth." She spread her hands, and the ground around her began to ripple, reality itself bending. Before Sebastian could respond, she flicked her wrist. A wave of invisible energy tore through the field like the fist of a god. Maximus, still barely standing, was caught in it and sent spiraling high into the sky, vanishing into the smoke above. Sebastian's shield cracked under the pressure, his armor screaming in protest, but he stood his ground, teeth bared, eyes blazing with righteous fury. He raised his sword, pointing it toward the goddess of madness. He knew this was no battle he could win, but that wouldn't stop him. "I know no fear, for I am fear itself," he shouted more to himself than anyone. Abeloth only smiled. "Come then, Astartes, play with me." 139. 136. Tainted memories. Sebastian. The Black Templar circled the abomination, boots grinding against the scorched earth. Smoke and embers drifted between them, the only sound his labored breathing and the low hum of the darksaber in his gauntleted hand. Abeloth stood utterly still, her arms hung loosely at her sides, palms turned outward as if in mock surrender or invitation. Her smile was faint, almost gentle. She left herself open on purpose. Sebastian knew it. He also knew that nothing he did could truly harm her, that she was something far beyond demons or psychers, a being that existed above mortality, above gods. But retreat? Never. Could he ever stand before his brothers again, before the Emperor himself, knowing he had fled from battle? Against Abeloth, perhaps even cowardice could be forgiven. Yet his heart burned with defiance. He was a Black Templar. His oath was iron, his faith eternal. He roared, the vox turning his cry into thunder. For the Emperor, he charged, shield raised, darksaber drawn high behind his head. The black blade screamed as it came down in a strike meant to cleave her skull in two. She stepped aside, effortless, elegant. The weapon slammed into the ground, carving a molten scar through the dirt. Suddenly, his body seized. His limbs turned to stone, the air around him thick as liquid metal. His vision blurred, sound distorted, time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. He could only watch as Abeloth glided toward him. Her eyes gleamed with fascination. She ran a single pale finger along the length of his blade, tracing the edge up to his armored hand, then along his forearm. "How intriguing," she murmured softly, as if inspecting a curious specimen. The pressure lifted. Time snapped back to normal. Sebastian tore his blade free with a snarl, swinging it in a wide arc. The darksaber passed cleanly through her, through smoke and light, her body reforming as if she were never there. She drifted closer, tilting her head in amusement. "I can see everything," she whispered. Her form flickered, gone from before him, reappearing to his right, floating just above the ground. Sebastian tried to leap back, to bring his shield to bear, but his body was frozen again, as if her will alone bound his very muscles. "I can see your mistrust of the salamander," she purred, her voice layered, echoing within his mind. "Your disgust that he shelters the Twi'lek slave." Her finger traced down the side of his helmet, slow and mocking. The hold shattered. Sebastian lunged, swinging his sword with righteous fury, but she only smiled, dissolving into mist as his blade passed harmlessly through her. "I can see how you resent the Ultramarine," she continued from behind him, her voice everywhere and nowhere at once. "That he is the Emperor's favored warrior in this new galaxy, while you are left behind, unacknowledged." He turned, striking again and again, each swing a blur of rage and faith. His movements were faster, heavier, as his fury gave him strength, even as his strikes found no purchase. Abeloth's smile grew colder. "And I can see your hatred for the girl nearer." Her tone dripped with pity and delight all at once. "Chosen by your Emperor's will to harbor his angel, to lead your Imperium's remnant, while you, his most devoted servant, are ignored and forgotten." Sebastian's armor whined with power as his rage reached its peak. "I feel no such thing, witch," he bellowed, swinging again, his blade cutting through her chest, through nothing. Abeloth only laughed, the sound soft and terrible, like the voice of a mother who'd already decided her child's fate. Her visage began to change. The monstrous beauty of Abeloth melted away, her form rippling like smoke until it settled into something far more human, far more horrifying. It was a face Sebastian thought he would never see again. The face of a young woman, framed by dark hair, eyes warm and kind. A face from another lifetime. A face from before the wars, before the crusade, before the Black Templars had claimed him. The world around him cracked like shattered glass. Then everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer on the battlefield of Mortis. He stood in a snow-covered field, the air filled with screams and the thunder of bolter fire. Massive shapes moved through the smoke, Astartes in black armor, their pauldrons emblazoned with the sigil of the Black Templars. They walked like reapers through the chaos, cutting down all who resisted. The village burned, ash and fire turned the white snow to black mud and crimson blood. Sebastian stood amidst it all, but his body was different, smaller, weaker. He looked down and saw the hands of a boy he once was. The realization hit him. He was home, his homeworld. The day the Black Templars came. He watched in horror as the Astartes tore young boys from their families, shoving them toward the waiting dropships. The strong were taken, the weak were silenced. Mothers screamed, fathers fought, all for nothing. Those who resisted were butchered. Those who pleaded were shot. "Sebastian." The voice cut through the chaos like a blade, a woman's voice, ragged and desperate. He turned. A woman in her late 20s, clothes torn and blood-stained, sprinted toward him, stumbling through the snow. Her eyes were wild and terrified. "Mother," he breathed, disbelief choking his throat. Before she could reach him, one of the towering Black Templars stepped forward and struck her across the head with his bolter. The sound was sickening. She fell to the snow, unmoving, crimson spreading quickly beneath her. Something in Sebastian snapped. He looked down at his small, trembling hands, and in that moment he remembered everything. He wasn't the Crusader. He wasn't the Templar. He was the child again, the boy who had been taken. Mother, he screamed, running toward her fallen form. A massive gauntlet closed around his arm, jerking him backward. No, he cried, thrashing. Let me go. The Astartes holding him only laughed, a low, cruel sound echoing through the helm. We've got a fighter over here, the giant called out. Laughter followed, cold and heartless. Sebastian was thrown to the ground, pain shooting up his spine as a boot crashed into his back, kicking him toward the dropship. He gasped, tears mixing with the snow as he tried to crawl back to her. His vision blurred, his breath short. He saw his mother pushing herself up on shaking arms, blood running down her face. "Sebastian!" she cried, reaching out toward him, and then a Black Templar stepped up behind her and stomped down on her back. Her scream tore through him, echoing across the battlefield. Blood sprayed across the snow. "No," he whispered, this isn't right." Her voice came again, warped and hollow. "Sebastian." The world tilted, his vision twisted until he was staring at her face from the same broken angle as her corpse. Her mouth moved, but the rest of her body did not. "They took you away from me," she whispered. "They took you and turned you into a monster." The snowstorm began to swirl, the world spinning faster and faster around her corpse. "They took you away, and now you serve them without question. Come back to me, my son. Come back to your mother. Let me show you the life you never had." Sebastian stared at her lifeless face. His chest rose and fell with trembling breaths. For a moment, something inside him, something buried under centuries of faith and battle, wavered. Then he clenched his fists. He shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his voice was small but unshakable. "No, this is wrong. It didn't happen like this," Sebastian whispered, eyes darting around the scene. Bodies lay strewn across the snow, their blood painting the ground crimson. The air was filled with screams, bolter fire, and the thunder of dropships descending from the heavens. Families were torn apart, children ripped from the arms of their parents, and anyone who resisted was cut down where they stood. His gaze flicked across the chaos, a village hound fleeing with its tail between its legs, burning buildings collapsing under their own weight. A man staring at him in the distance, his simple, unremarkable garb set him apart from the chaos, as though he did not belong here. Astartes in black armor executed civilians with mechanical precision, their shoulder plates emblazoned with the sigil of the Black Templars. "Move, whelp," barked a voice behind him. A gauntleted hand clamped around his arm, yanking him forward. "You keep struggling and I'll flay you alive," snarled the towering Black Templar, shoving him viciously toward the transport. Sebastian stumbled, hitting the frozen earth hard. He scrambled to his feet, shivering violently, clutching his small arms around himself as though they could shield him from the cold or from what was happening. Around him, other boys wept uncontrollably. Some struggled. Those who resisted met a swift end, their cries cut short by the roar of bolter fire. The snow melted under the heat of the dropship's thrusters, turning to slush stained red with blood. Sebastian turned again and froze. The man was there once more. But now he wore a simple white robe, bound by a golden sash that draped over his arm. A wreath of gold rested upon his brow, his bare feet sunk into the snow, yet it melted around him, steam rising in soft tendrils. "Sebastian," the man said gently from afar, "this is not real. Open your eyes." His voice rang clear through the madness, like the toll of a sacred bell, calm, pure, and undeniable. Sebastian turned to the Astartes looming behind him as the world fractured. For a single instant, the illusion faltered, and he saw the truth. Where once the sigil of the Black Templars adorned the warrior's pauldron, now there was only the twisted, jagged symbol of the eight-pointed star. "You little bastard, move!" the Chaos Marine snarled, his voice distorted and guttural. Rusted armor, oozing corruption, glistened under a false sun before the vision snapped back. The false Black Templars returning once more. Sebastian stopped cold, his eyes narrowing. "How dare you?" he growled, voice trembling with fury. "How dare you twist my memories of what truly happened?" He looked toward his mother's broken form in the distance, her lifeless eyes somehow still filled with warmth. Her lips curved into a faint, bloody smile. "Come now, Sebastian," her voice whispered, though her body never moved. "Join me, all this can be undone." Come back to me, my son. His rage ignited. You vile abomination, Sebastian thundered, his voice echoing through the false world. How dare you wear her face? How dare you profane her memory? The world trembled. Light and shadow swirled around him. In an instant, he was once again clad in his black ceramite armor, his storm shield raised, the dark saber igniting with a scream of obsidian energy. Before him, the Chaos Marine's expression shifted from malice to fear. Sebastian roared, a sound of unbridled fury and sacred wrath, and brought his blade down in a single devastating arc. The dark saber cut through corrupted flesh and ceramite alike, bisecting the heretic in a flash of searing black light. The two halves fell to the snow, hissing and burning away into ash. He turned slowly, the world now silent, to find Abeloth floating above the field, her face unreadable. The snow around her melted as she hovered, eyes glowing like twin suns. The truth began to bleed back into the world as what once was the Black Templars turned into their real forms of the Chaos Marines before massive black ships filled the sky. Massive drop pods slammed into the ground, and from their depths poured the angels of the Emperor, his elder brethren of the Black Templars. Sebastian raised his weapon, his breath heavy, his hatred pure. Then, with a battle cry that shook the illusion itself, he charged. By the Emperor himself, you will rue this day, witch! Sebastian roared, charging forward with unrelenting fury. The world shattered, and in the blink of an eye, he was no longer standing in the snow of false memory. The battlefield of Mortis stretched out before him once more, a realm of fire and storm where heaven and hell seemed to collide. He slammed into Abeloth once more, his shield raised, the dark saber screaming in his hand. Yet once again, the obsidian blade carved through her form as though she were nothing but smoke and shadow. Sebastian snarled, his rage burning brighter with every futile strike. "Fight me, you coward!" he bellowed, the fury of 1,000 crusades behind his voice. Abeloth's smile returned, serene, taunting, and eternal. Her eyes glimmered with something close to amusement before her expression hardened. "Very well," she said, her voice rippling through the air like a whisper. "It has been millennia since I fought with my own hands, but I will humor your desire, my child." Her tone darkened, a note of cruel delight threading through it. "When you lie broken and bleeding upon the ground, you will understand the mistake you have made in daring to challenge one far beyond your reach." In the next instant, she struck. Her open palm collided with his storm shield like a hammer of gods. The sound cracked through the realm, boom, as the force hurled Sebastian backward. He hit the ground hard, his armor digging furrows into the scorched soil before he rolled to his feet, shield raised once more. His breathing came heavy, furious, his eyes blazing with divine wrath. Abeloth extended one pale hand toward him and curled her fingers. His shield began to scream. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, spreading faster and faster until the entire relic trembled violently in his grasp. With a deafening shatter, it exploded outward into shards of bone and metal, the fragments suspended in the air before streaking toward her outstretched palm. From within the remnants, something tore itself free and flew to her. She caught the item in her hand, her smile widening as it flared to life between her fingers. "Come then, Black Templar," she said softly, igniting what she now held. A blade of pure amethyst light roared to life with a hiss, casting violet fire across the ruined plain as she activated Mace Windu's lightsaber. "I will make you a martyr," Abeloth said, her eyes glowing like dying stars, "and send you back to the god who ignores you, in favor of others. 140, 137. Fight like hell." Sebastian. Abeloth stood across from him, bathed in violet light, the stolen amethyst blade humming. Sebastian's dark saber answered in kind, its black blade devouring the light around it. The two weapons sang opposing hymns, one of purity twisted into corruption, the other of faith sharpened into vengeance. Then they moved. Sebastian lunged first, igniting his jump pack for a burst of speed, the roar of his engines tearing through the battlefield. He came down like a meteor, blade arcing toward her neck, a blow meant to decapitate a god. Abeloth tilted her head. The dark saber passed harmlessly through her shoulder, its black blade scattering her form like smoke. She reformed behind him before he could turn, her voice a whisper in his ear. Faster! Sebastian spun, shield raised, though it was nothing but his forearm now, as his relic lay shattered and slashed horizontally. She ducked under the swing, sliding across the dirt, the amethyst blade tracing a bright scar across his greave as she rose. Sparks showered the ground. He advanced relentlessly, striking again and again, a maelstrom of fury and faith. The dark saber screamed as it met her violet blade. Abeloth weaved effortlessly between his attacks, her movements liquid and mocking, an unnatural elegance that belonged to something beyond mortal comprehension. Every time his blade missed, hers darted in return, small surgical strikes that kissed his armor and bit into the ceramite ever so gently. Dozens of shallow cuts marked his chest plate, arms, thighs, each one glowing faintly as they smoldered from the heat of her blade. Still, Sebastian pressed on. He bellowed a war cry that shook the heavens themselves, a sound born from the lungs of an Astartes and the soul of a zealot. He drove her back with a flurry of brutal slashes, his strength shaking the ground as if each swing could crack the world. Abeloth only smiled, her laughter like the chiming of glass. Such fury, such devotion, she purred, ducking under his next strike. And yet, so small. With a flick of her wrist, the force exploded outward. Sebastian was ripped from his feet, his massive frame hurled skyward like a ragdoll. He crashed into the earth with enough force to crater the ground, the shockwave rippling out for meters. Before he could rise, she raised her hand again. The force seized him by the chest, dragging him into the air once more. Then she brought him down. Crack! The ground buckled. She lifted him again. Slam! The sound of impact echoing across Mortis. A third time slam. His armor groaned under the stress, spiderweb cracks forming across his breastplate. Still, Sebastian refused to yield. His gauntlet reached toward her as he hovered in the air. "You cannot break me," he roared, igniting his jump pack mid-air. The explosion of thrust tore him from her grasp. He shot forward like a comet, shoulder first, colliding with her before she could move. The impact sent both tumbling through the dust, debris exploding outward in a halo of violence. Abeloth rolled to her feet, unharmed, her lips curling in faint amusement. "Better," she whispered. Sebastian surged from the smoke, swinging with such ferocity that his armor screamed in protest. His blade locked with hers, and for a heartbeat they stood deadlocked. The black blade of his dark saber devoured the violet light of hers, their energies snarling like wild beasts. The world shook as she pushed him back with raw telekinetic might. He dug his boots into the ground, gouging trenches in the dirt, roaring as he resisted her unseen power. Sparks flew as he slid backward, but he did not fall. With a guttural shout, he broke her grip and leapt again, cleaving downward, a strike that could split a tank in two. Abeloth caught it on her own blade. Sebastian retaliated instantly, swinging his fist like a thunderhammer. The blow connected, sending Abeloth staggering back. Her expression shifted, the playful amusement gone, replaced by something colder. "Do you know what I am, child of dawn?" she asked softly. "You are nothing but a witch, one I shall burn from this galaxy," he bellowed, charging forward. Abeloth's grin returned, but this time there was madness behind it. "Then come, little zealot, burn with me." She lunged forward. Her movements became a blur, faster than his eyes could follow. The amethyst blade carved arcs of light through the air, cutting into his armor, his pauldrons, his thigh plates. She spun, vaulted and twisted, her attacks relentless and cruel, a dance of divine malice. Sebastian took every wound in silence, his focus unshaken. One strike forced her to parry awkwardly, another drove her back half a step. The third caught her off guard. He drove his knee into her midsection, following with a crushing overhead bow he would have delivered to the back of her head had she not turned to smoke. She reappeared behind him gracefully, her feet inches above the ground. Abeloth looked down at him, her expression almost tender. "You fight like a god, but die like a man." Sebastian raised his head, his visor cracked, his voice a growl. "Then I will die on my feet with my sword through your chest." He charged again, broken, battered and bleeding, but unbroken in spirit. His body was a ruin of wounds, his armor cracked and smoking, his once pristine heraldry buried beneath grime, ichor, and blood. Abeloth danced still, her movements fluid and effortless, each parry a stroke of artistry. Their blades met mid-swing. Abeloth's expression twisted as sparks erupted between their weapons. Sebastian's right arm buckled, then surged. With a roar that tore his throat raw, he pushed forward, black lightning exploding from his blade. Crack! Abeloth's amethyst saber shattered in two. The violet plasma guttered, flickered, and then died in her hand, its light devoured utterly by the black blade of the darksaber. For the first time, she looked surprised. Sebastian did not waste the moment. He twisted, pivoting on his heel, bringing the darksaber around in a brutal, sweeping arc, meant to carve her in half from shoulder to hip. But the playful goddess was gone. Abeloth's head tilted slightly, her face falling into perfect, unnatural stillness. Her eyes became pools of endless white, depthless, soulless, ancient. The darksaber came down. She caught it. Her bare hand closed around the blade as if it were nothing. The black plasma hissed and screamed, devouring everything it touched, everything except her. The light flickered and spat against her palm, but refused to harm her. She held it there, inches from her chest, her gaze never leaving his. "Enough," she said softly, her voice carrying across the battlefield like a whisper of doom. Sebastian strained against her, pouring every ounce of strength, fury, and faith he possessed into forcing the blade through her hand, but it would not move. Abeloth leaned closer, her forehead nearly touching his own. "You've been delightful, my little zealot. Truly." Her tone was almost fond. "But playtime is over." She released the darksaber and stepped back. Her right arm began to twist and elongate, her flesh warping into something inhuman, pale skin stretching, reforming into a tendril thick as a tree trunk, covered in faintly pulsing veins of light. The transformation was silent but horrific, the sound of it like silk being torn. "I've lingered here long enough," she said. "The warp calls to me, and I mustn't be late." Sebastian raised his sword again, roaring as he charged, every step shaking the earth beneath him. Her tendril shot forward like lightning. It pierced his chest clean through, bursting from his back in a spray of blood and armor fragments. The force of the blow lifted him from the ground, impaling him mid-charge. For a moment there was silence. Then he gasped, a wet, ragged sound, and reached up, wrapping his gauntleted hands around the slick, writhing appendage that had skewered him. Even now he tried to fight. Even now his arms strained to pull himself off the tendril. Abeloth tilted her head, watching him with something that might have been admiration. "You mortals, you never know when to stop." He spat blood, his voice a rasp. "By the Emperor's will." With a final roar, he swung upward with his blade, cutting into the tendril that held him. Abeloth flinched, the first true reaction of pain she had shown. The tendril recoiled, tearing free from his chest as it withdrew, leaving a gaping hole behind. Sebastian fell. He hit the ground hard, dust billowing up around him, his armor cracked and leaking blood. His chest plate was caved inward, a hole the size of a fist burned straight through the ceramite and into his flesh. He twitched once, tried to rise, then collapsed. Abeloth looked down at him for a long, silent moment. Then she smiled. "I'll remember you, little Templar." She turned, her body shimmering as it began to distort, growing larger, tendrils unfurling behind her like the wings of some nightmarish angel. The air around her rippled and tore, reality itself buckling as she approached the massive warp portal in the distance. Her laughter began softly, a giggle at first, and then grew louder, echoing across the battlefield in a cacophony of madness and mirth. Every soldier who still drew breath turned toward the sound. Some screamed. Others fell to their knees, clutching their heads as her laughter clawed into their minds. Sebastian's vision blurred. Through the haze of pain, he could just make out her silhouette, a goddess of horror walking toward the veil between worlds. He tried to move. His fingers scraped at the ground, but his strength failed him, his hand fell limp, and the last thing he heard before darkness claimed him was Abeloth's laughter fading into the sound of the warp opening. Equals, 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 Maximus equals, equals, equals. The world was breaking apart. The ground heaved and groaned beneath the weight of the warp's intrusion. The air itself screamed as reality twisted into impossible geometries. Maximus pushed himself up from the earth, coughing blood through the vox grill of his shattered helm. His vision swam, the golden horizon of Mortis splitting into colors that no mortal eye was meant to perceive. He blinked through the static in his lenses, struggling to find his bearings, and then he saw it. Sebastian. His brother, the Black Templar whose faith had never wavered, hung impaled upon Abeloth's writhing limb. The witch's tendril had burst clean through his chest, glowing with a foul, otherworldly light as it pulsed and coiled. No! The word slipped out, trembling through the vox like a prayer and a curse all at once. Then louder, a roar that shook the heavens. No! Maximus lurched forward, fury boiling through his veins like liquid promethium. His jump pack screamed to life, the turbines coughing and sputtering before erupting into a thunderous blaze. He tore across the battlefield, wings of fire trailing behind him as he hurtled toward Abeloth. "Sebastian!" he bellowed, his voice breaking through the chaos, raw and desperate. Abeloth turned her head and smiled. That same serene, unbothered smile, as if killing one of the Emperor's chosen meant less than crushing a flower underfoot. She slid Sebastian's corpse from her tendril and let him fall to the earth like discarded armor. The sight broke something inside Maximus. He drew the only weapon he had left. His combat knife, a crude mortal thing compared to the relics he'd wielded before. The Ultramarines slammed into Abeloth with the force of a meteor as she grew, his jump pack igniting in a blazing arc that sent shards of stone and ash flying in every direction. He drove the knife forward, plunging it into her side, but her form dissolved into smoke, his blade passing through her as though she were mist. "Damn you!" he roared, spinning, slashing again and again, his blows carving through the fog that refused to bleed. Abeloth's laughter was soft, musical and unbearable. "Oh, the little son of Gilliman," she purred, her voice echoing inside his mind. Her form coalesced again behind him, impossibly fast. She caught his wrist mid-swing, her touch searing cold. Maximus felt the bones in his gauntlet grind together as she squeezed, forcing his fingers open. The knife clattered to the ground. He struggled, his jump pack sputtering, flames licking against the earth as he tried to wrench free. But she only smiled, leaning closer until her ethereal face filled his vision. "You should rejoice," she whispered. "Your brother is with your corpse emperor now. You will join him soon enough." Maximus snarled through his helmet and with a guttural roar drove his free hand forward, a punch that could shatter ceramite, aimed straight for her throat. It passed through her. Again she was smoke. "Pathetic," she murmured before flicking her wrist. An invisible force seized him, and in an instant he was hurled across the battlefield. The world spun, sky and ground trading places, until he slammed into the dirt beside Sebastian's body with a bone-crunching thud. His armor split, his breath catching in his chest as the taste of iron filled his mouth. He pushed himself up onto one knee, his vision blurred. "Brother!" Maximus rasped, reaching out a trembling hand. Above him, the sky tore open. The warp's gateway had widened, an immense roiling wound in reality itself. Lightning the color of madness streaked across the heavens as millions of lesser demons poured through. Their howls echoed like the screams of a dying galaxy. Horned monstrosities, winged abominations, crawling horrors, a tide of hatred and teeth and claw. Behind them came hundreds of greater demons. They all parted for Abeloth as she continued to float towards the portal. Maximus knelt amidst the storm, every instinct screaming that it was over, that this was the end of all things. He looked down at Sebastian one final time, then reached out and grasped his fallen brother's combat knife. "I will not yield," he whispered, "just as you did not, brother. Rest now in the Emperor's embrace." He turned toward the oncoming tide as stood, planting his boots firmly in the blood-soaked soil. The demons came screaming toward him, a living wave of claws and fire, and Maximus raised the knife in defiance. He looked about himself and saw that there were still Republic and Imperial forces fighting, cleaning up what remained of the Separatists and cyborgs. He watched as Jedi and clone killed waves of demons, and now that Abeloth was leaving, The massive arena-like circle that had formed around them began to collapse as demons ran towards his from all directions. The demons howled in delight, eager to tear him apart. And then, a second portal tore open behind him. Maximus turned, expecting another horror, another wave of nightmares to descend, but what came forth was something else entirely. The air shimmered with light, pure and blinding. Etheric runes burned into the ground, forming perfect geometries that the warp recoiled from. And from that rift stepped unknown Astartes in silver plate. "Forward!" screamed a man who held a massive sword in his hands. The man ignored Maximus as he passed and met a snarling demon head-on. Their silver armor gleamed even beneath the red skies, each etched with holy scripture that glowed with sanctified fire. Incense burned from their pauldrons. Psychic energy rippled around them like waves of living flame. The mass of Astartes slammed into the demon's host, and the world seemed to split in that moment. The air itself felt lighter in their presence, the corruption retreating in agony from their purity. Maximus fell to one knee next to his brother's body before one of the silver Astartes took notice of him. The Grey Knight's voice cut through the chaos, calm yet thunderous. "Stand, cousin of Ultramar, you have not failed," he said, shoving a thunderhammer into the Ultramarines' hands. Maximus rose with the help of the unknown Astartes, blood running down his armor. "Let us slay these abominations in the Black Templars' name," the warrior shouted, turning from Maximus before entering the battle himself. Maximus stood there for a moment, looking back as he stared at the massive portal still pouring out unknown Astartes. He was a lone blueberry in a sea of silver liquid. He looked down at his brother's body once more, then to Abeloth as she continued to float towards the portal. "For Sebastian!" he roared, jump pack igniting once more. 141, 138. Chosen One's fury. Anakin. Anakin moved through the battlefield like a storm along Obi-Wan. His lightsaber burned a molten path through the hordes of demons that surged across the ruined plain, azure flashes reflecting from his eyes as he became a blur of motion, fury, and precision. Each movement was an act of slaughter and grace all at once, his strikes guided by instinct, rage, and that uncanny connection to the Force that made him more than mortal. He tore through a creature twice his height, its body a writhing mass of blades and tendrils, severing it into ribbons of ichor and shadow. Before its corpse hit the ground, he was already upon the next, a horned abomination swinging a molten chain. Anakin caught it in mid-air with the Force, yanked it forward, and impaled it through its fanged maw, the smell of burnt warp flesh filling the air. "Get out of my way," he snarled, shoving the carcass aside as his eyes darted toward the horizon. Anakin raised his hand and unleashed the Force. A tidal wave of invisible might slammed outward, tearing a score of demons apart in an instant. Their remains dissolved into glowing dust that scattered into the void. His saber followed through the haze, each strike perfectly timed. Then, for the briefest of moments, he hesitated. A piercing cry cut through the madness, not from the enemy, but from one of their own. His eyes snapped toward the far ridge where Nera stood. She was radiant, surrounded by light before she suddenly collapsed to the ground. The great angelic being who had been fighting moments before suddenly vanished from view, and Anakin saw no more. "Nera!" Anakin shouted, though the word was swallowed by the chaos. Her Terminator Guard, massive armored giants of the Imperium, immediately surrounded her fallen form. One knelt and lifted her limp body with surprising gentleness, her head lolling against his chest plate. They began their retreat toward the rear lines, the light of their armor vanishing into the maelstrom of fire and smoke. Anakin stood motionless for a moment, saber still humming. A feeling tightened in his chest, anger, fear, helplessness. It ignited into wrath. Even if she had betrayed him, she was still as close as a sister. He turned back to the demons with a snarl. They came at him in a wave, gibbering horrors, things with too many mouths and not enough faces. He met them like a blade meets parchment. He spun, ducked, and cleaved through them by the dozen, each stroke of his saber precise and furious. He ripped the spine from one creature with the Force and hurled it like a spear through three more. Another lunged from behind. He turned, caught its claws, and crushed its skull with his mind. Still they came, endless and vile, and still he fought. Then the sky turned white. A deafening explosion lit the world in blue-white fire, a blinding pulse that turned the battlefield today. Anakin turned sharply, shielding his eyes as a shape rose from the smoke. Then a chill ran through the force, a cold that went deeper than flesh, straight into the soul. A woman descended onto the battlefield. She drifted down through the burning skies like an angel of rot, her form both ethereal and monstrous, beauty and horror entwined in one. The demons around her fled in madness. Even they feared her. Anakin could feel her presence like a knife through his mind. The force itself recoiled, twisting under her weight. And then he saw the Black Templar. That monster. He stood before her, shield raised, dark saber ignited, roaring challenges that echoed across the field. Even through the haze of war, Anakin could hear his words, hear the fury and devotion behind them. The two clashed monster against monster, unshakable faith against madness. The dark saber burned bright, cutting through the air in wide, furious arcs. But the woman danced through it all. She weaved around his strikes with unnatural grace, her own amethyst blade ignited. Every blow he landed seemed to go right through her, and Anakin could feel the anger, the frustration throughout the fight. He found himself watching, transfixed. The fight was unlike anything he had ever seen. Sebastian roared, pressing forward, his every strike a declaration of defiance. He moved faster, harder, until suddenly he caught her off guard. The dark saber cleaved through her lightsaber, splitting it in half. The weapon fizzled and died, its amethyst glow snuffed out. Anakin's heart leapt, but the moment was fleeting. Abeloth's smile returned, softer now, almost tender. She caught the dark saber in her bare hand. The blade hissed, but she didn't even flinch. "Enough," she said, her voice echoing across the battlefield. "You've been delightful, my little zealot, truly, but playtime is over." The Black Templar charged, but her right arm twisted, lengthening and reshaping into a massive tendril. It speared forward, straight through his chest. Anakin felt nothing. Nothing. Save for rage. That was his kill. That was meant to be him killing that monster. And she had taken it from him. Sebastian was hoisted into the air, blood pouring from the hole in his armor. Even then, he tried to strike again, the dark saber sputtering in his hand. Abeloth only smiled, a knowing, almost loving smile, before she hurled him aside like a broken toy. He hit the ground hard and did not move. Abeloth turned her gaze skyward toward the pulsing rift of the warp and began to move towards it. Anakin could only stand there, his saber trembling in his hand as he struggled to keep his anger in check. Then his eyes changed. The familiar blue flared molten, like cracks opening across the surface of a dying world. He sucked in a sharp breath, and the air itself trembled. The force swelled around him, wild, untamed, and furious, a storm no longer obeying the will of a Jedi, but answering instead to the raw fury of a man consumed by rage. And then he moved. Anakin launched himself forward, the ground exploding beneath his boots as he dove into the heart of the demonic horde with a roar. The first creature, a massive quadrupedal beast with a skull of molten iron, swung a blade arm the size of a land speeder at him. Anakin ducked under it and with his saber cleaved the monster's torso clean in two. Its scream turned into vapor before the halves hit the ground. The force surged and he unleashed it. A shockwave erupted from his body, flattening everything around him for 20 meters. Dozens of lesser demons were simply gone, turned to ash, scattered like dust in a storm. The ground blackened beneath his feet, warped by the heat of his fury. Even Obi-Wan was thrown to his back from the blast. Anakin reached out with one hand, fingers curling, and several demons were yanked screaming into the air. With a flick, he crushed them mid-flight, their bodies imploding under the pressure. Blood misted into the air, glowing like molten embers. Another wave charged him, a sea of warped insectoid horrors, winged abominations, humanoid nightmares. Anakin leapt into them without hesitation, his saber spun, carving through flesh and bone and void alike, each motion a blur. He didn't dodge, he didn't defend, he simply killed. One demon lunged at him from behind. Without even looking, he threw his left hand back, and the force ripped it apart. Another came from above. He jumped, met it in the air, and sliced it in half from jaw to tail. The pieces burned before they touched the ground. He landed amidst a cluster of lesser fiends and exploded outward again, the force bursting from him like a supernova. Everything within a 20-meter radius ceased to exist once more, and still he kept fighting. Rage boiled through him, pure molten wrath that burned brighter than any sun. The force answered him like it never had before, every ounce of his will shaping it into destruction. He pulled demons into the sky and slammed them down like meteors. He ripped up the very earth beneath him and hurled it like shrapnel. He drove his saber through 3 at once, then threw it like a spear, controlling it with the force, spinning it through the crowd before calling it back to his hand. Some demons tried to flee, though none escaped. He reached out, seized one by the throat, and dragged it screaming toward him through the air. It clawed at his hand, hissing words in a language older than stars. Anakin's expression didn't change. He tightened his grip. The demon's body convulsed, and then it disintegrated, dust scattering from between his fingers. Another lunged at him with barbed talons. He caught its arm, tore it clean off, and then impaled it with its own limb. The monster writhed, and he finished it with a vertical slash that split its skull. He was drenched in blood and ash, surrounded by corpses and smoke, yet he looked utterly untouchable, an avatar of the Force unleashed. Across the battlefield, Rex saw him, and for a moment, even through the chaos, the veteran clone stopped firing. His eyes widened behind his helmet. "By the stars," he breathed, watching his general rip through the demonic horde like a god of war reborn. Beside him, Ahsoka paused mid-strike, turning to see Anakin in the distance, his movements blurring with unnatural speed, the ground itself trembling beneath each step. She felt it too, that familiar pull, that terrifying power radiating from him in waves. "Anakin," she whispered. He was no longer fighting with restraint, with the calm control of a Jedi Knight. This was different, more primal. Every movement carried fury. Every strike was vengeance. His saber was a streak of blue molten light, his eyes like burning metal, his face twisted in pure wrath. Rex turned back to her, voice tight. "We need to move, now." She hesitated one last glance at the man who had once been her master before nodding sharply. "Right." They both turned back to the battle, but even as they fought, even as they carved through demons and tried to survive, their eyes kept flicking toward him, the whirlwind at the center of the chaos. He wasn't even breathing hard. Suddenly, a second massive portal formed to his back left, and when he looked, he saw more of the accused Astartes coming from it. Anakin turned just in time to see one of them appear beside him. A rift of light split the air, and out of it stepped a towering warrior clad in argent ceramite. The air hummed with raw psychic power, purity seals burned bright crimson against his armor as sacred litanies crawled across the plating like living scripture. His eyes glowed behind his helm, twin lanterns of psychic wrath. The demon lunging toward Anakin never reached him. The Grey Knight's nemesis halberd cut clean through its torso, the weapon humming with burning runes of banishment. The creature screamed as its body dissolved into 1,000 writhing tendrils before collapsing into dust. For a heartbeat, Anakin just stared. The knight turned his head toward him. "You kill demons well, boy." His voice was distorted through layers of vox and psychic resonance, but there was a strange note of approval. He didn't wait for a response. With a simple pivot, the knight raised his halberd and charged into the swarm. The new Astartes advanced like a wall of silver, each warrior a conduit for the Emperor's will. Their bolters roared holy fire, explosive rounds detonated inside demon skulls, sending sprays of warp ichor onto the ground. Their blades sang, halberds, swords, staves, and hammers, all thrumming with psychic energy as they cleaved through the never-ending tide. Anakin moved among them, his lightsaber blurred into a single bar of molten light, cutting through the corrupted and the damned. He pulled the air itself into a vortex of slicing wind that shredded flesh from bone. His eyes glowed molten gold as his anger deepened, having to fight among these villains. A pack of bloodletters surged toward him, blades raised in unholy challenge. Anakin met them head-on. The first one's head left its shoulders before it even realized it was dead. The second was hurled skyward by a force push so violent that its body burst apart mid-air. The third met his saber mid-swing, and Anakin twisted his wrist, parrying low before bisecting it from groin to crown. He barely had time to breathe before something massive crashed through the front lines. A great unclean one. The monster was grotesque beyond imagination, a mountain of diseased flesh stitched together by rot and pus. Its laughter a hideous gurgle that made his flesh crawl. Each step shook the battlefield, each breath spread decay. Flies the size of skulls swarmed around its bloated body as it dragged a rusted cleaver the size of a tank behind it. Anakin's jaw tightened. He reached out, summoning the Force, ready to leap. But the Grey Knights moved first. A dozen of them broke formation, stepping forward as one. Their armor glowed white-hot, their psychic auras intertwining until it felt like a star had descended upon the field. In the Emperor's name! Their halberds raised as one, and together they channeled their psychic might. Warp energy bent and folded, compressed into a single pulse of sanctified power. Then, in an instant, it erupted. The great unclean one howled as its flesh ignited. It tried to swing its blade, but its arm melted before the strike landed. Its eyes boiled from its skull. Its enormous body, an unholy temple to pestilence, burned with purifying flame until there was nothing left but ash and bubbling tar. Anakin had to shield his eyes from the radiance. When he looked back, the creature was gone. Only the knights remained, their armor steaming, their purity seals fluttering in the hot wind. One of them turned to face him, the same knight who had first appeared by his side. Anakin could see his gaze through the optics. "I like the look in your eyes, boy," the knight said, voice echoing with psychic depth. "You have seen the truth of the warp. You have felt its hatred." He stepped closer, his presence radiating divine pressure. "Do not let it consume you. Shape it. Focus it." The knight's halberd flared, its blade burning like a shard of a dying sun. "Focus that hatred upon the demons." The Grey Knight turned from him, and with a simple thrust of his hand, turned a group of demons to ash, much like Anakin had. And then, without another word, he charged, a living weapon of light and faith, cutting through the next wave like a silver comet. Anakin exhaled sharply, gripping his saber tighter. His pulse thundered in his ears. The Force roared in him like wildfire. He dove into the fray once more, his saber a burning arc of vengeance beside the storm of silver. And for the first time since the warp tore open, hope flared across the battlefield like dawn. 142, 139. Strike as one. Maximus . Maximus's armor was wreathed in soot, his ceramite plates cracked and stained with demon ichor. His thunderhammer, gifted to him by the Grey Knight before the charge, glowed with residual psychic power, each impact sending ripples of annihilating energy through whatever it struck. The Grey Knights fought beside him, their formation a fortress of silver and holy fury. The earth itself seemed to recoil beneath their synchronized advance, wards burning bright across their armor, and every motion was accompanied by a low, resonant chant that thrummed in the air. Maximus crushed a bloodletter's skull beneath his boot, sending its body into spasms as it permanently died. His breathing came out in harsh bursts through his vox grill, the constant battle rhythm pulsing through his veins like thunder. To his left, one of the Grey Knights decapitated a demonette with a sweeping strike, the halberd's psychic edge burning the creature into cinders. Another to his right fired his stormbolter point-blank into a screeching horror, each bolt detonating with the light of sanctified flame. Maximus tore through the ranks beside them. He swung his thunderhammer in a wide arc, obliterating a trio of plague-bearers in a single stroke, the psychic backlash igniting the ground in a blaze of blue-white light. The air was thick with ash, warp lightning, and the screams of the dying. He paused for only a moment, his chest rising and falling heavily as he turned to face a new wave of horrors pouring from the sundered veil. And then, amidst the chaos, he noticed the way the Grey Knights fought unimpeded by his presence. Normally, his null aura, the dead zone that surrounded him, snuffing out warp energies like candles in the wind, would cripple any psyker who drew too near. But these warriors fought with perfect clarity. Their halberds still shimmered with psychic flame, their chants still resonated with the Emperor's light. During a brief lull, Maximus turned to the warrior who had first spoken to him, the one who had placed the thunderhammer in his gauntleted grasp. The Grey Knight's armor was inscribed with countless litanies of purity, his visor reflecting the infernal glow of the battlefield. "Tell me, cousin," Maximus growled, voice deep and distorted through his vox, "why does my presence not unmake your power? I am a null, a void against psychers." The Grey Knight parried a leaping demon with effortless precision, driving his halberd through its throat before it could speak its curse. He looked back at Maximus, his tone calm, almost reverent beneath the roar of battle. Normally, the knight replied, his voice a thunderous echo, "Your aura would choke the power from our grasp." But here, he gestured broadly to the horizon, to the thousands of his silver-armored brothers cutting through the legions of the damned. "There are too many of us. Our psychic resonance is unified, intertwined through the Emperor's will. The storm of our might drowns even your might, cousin." Maximus stared for a heartbeat, his hammer humming softly in his grasp. He nodded once. "Emperor be praised." The Grey Knight nodded before turning away to cleave a charging demon in two with a psychic roar that shook the heavens. Black and brass armor surged through the ranks of demons as Chaos Marines entered the battle, their bolters barking, their laughter guttural and mocking. Maximus's vision burned red. He roared, igniting his jump pack, the twin thrusters blasting him forward like a comet. He slammed into the nearest Chaos Marine, crushing the traitor's ribcage with his shoulder guard before driving his thunderhammer's hilt into his chest, before twisting and knocking the Marine down to the ground. The impact turned the heretic into a crater of blood and broken ceramite. Another Chaos Marine swung a chainaxe at him, roaring a war cry to Khorne, but Maximus caught the weapon mid-swing with the shaft of his weapon, the chain teeth screaming impotently against its adamantium haft. With a twist of inhuman strength, he tore it free and crushed the heretic's helmet with a mighty swing. To his flank, the Grey Knights moved as a single entity, their halberds flashing in blinding arcs of consecrated light. Every daemon, every heretic that dared to come near them was reduced to ash. Bolts of silver flame streaked through the air, detonating demons by the hundreds. Maximus fought beside them, his hammer rising and falling in perfect rhythm. He shattered a Chaos Terminator's torso with a single blow, the Thunderhammer's impact vaporizing the heretic's torso and sending his legs tumbling backward. Then, one of the greater demons, a monstrous bloodthirster, crashed down from above, its whip snapping, axe burning with warp fire. It roared in defiance, shaking the sky. Maximus didn't hesitate. He leapt skyward, propelled by his jump pack, and met the demon in mid-air. He swung upward, catching the demon beneath the chin, snapping its head back with a wet crack. The creature staggered, howling, before the Grey Knights below unleashed a combined psychic assault. A storm of silver light that turned the demon's flesh to molten ruin. When the beast finally collapsed, Maximus landed beside its corpse, armor smoking from the heat of the psychic backlash. He looked to the Grey Knight captain who had fought beside him. "Tell me," he said, slamming his hammer into the skull of a bloodletter that had tried to rise behind him, "how do you plan to stop that abomination?" The silver-armored knight beside him paused only to drive his halberd through a demon's chest. He twisted, yanked the weapon free, and turned his helm toward Maximus. "Stop her," the Grey Knight repeated, his voice distorted through vox filters but strangely calm amidst the carnage. That was never the plan. Maximus froze mid-strike, his hammer resting against his shoulder as he stared toward the horizon, where Abeloth's form loomed before the shimmering portal. The warp howled beyond her as she suddenly stopped. "What do you mean, never the plan?" he demanded. "She's moments from stepping through." The Grey Knight parried a lunging fiend, decapitating it in the same motion. Warp ichor splashed across his armor, evaporating instantly in a burst of holy fire. "We do not seek to stop her, Ultramarine," he said evenly. "We seek to send her through." Maximus turned sharply, disbelief cutting through the haze of battle. You mean to push her into the warp? The knight nodded once, even as he raised his halberd and channeled psychic might through its haft. The weapon glowed a radiant blue as a bolt of purifying fire streaked forth, vaporizing a charging demon in the distance. "It is the only way," he said. "Within the material realm, she cannot be destroyed, at least not by any mortal means. But inside the warp, there, the Emperor himself can face her, and perhaps end her existence for all eternity." A heavy silence hung between the two warriors for only a heartbeat. Then the next wave came. Fleshhounds barreled toward them, and the battlefield erupted once more in blood and fire. Maximus met them head-on, swinging his hammer in a wide arc that crushed several into pulp. "You would send that creature into the very realm of chaos itself," he growled, voice thundering over the din of battle. "Do you not risk strengthening the ruinous powers instead of weakening them?" The Grey Knight's laughter was a low, grim sound. "A risk, yes," he admitted, spinning to impale another demon through the gut. "But a calculated one. The Four will see her as one of their own, but then they will begin to war with her." Maximus crushed a bloodletter beneath his heel, bringing his hammer down on a second. "And if they don't?" he pressed, teeth gritted behind his helm. "Trust me, they will," the knight replied. "They always do." He gestured with his halberd toward the portal. "Do you not see? If we cast her into their realm, we turn their attention inward. The gods will war amongst themselves to claim or destroy her. In doing so, they will weaken one another and give the Emperor and his chosen champions the time they need to strike." It was madness, or brilliance. "So, it is to be a gambit," he said finally, smashing another demon into the mud. "Exactly." The Grey Knight's voice was steel. "Abeloth will either be devoured or destroy the devourers. Either way, chaos bleeds." For a moment the two looked at each other, then Maximus shifted as he saw something. Sebastian's broken form lay where Abeloth had left him, a ruin of black ceramite and shattered faith. But standing over him now was a man. He was not clad in armor. No divine halo blazed behind him. He wore only a simple white toga that shimmered faintly with an inner light. His long brown hair flowed in an unseen breeze, and a golden wreath rested upon his brow. Yet even without the radiance, Maximus knew. His heart nearly stopped. His knees threatened to buckle. The Emperor of mankind had come, though strangely no one else seemed to notice him. Maximus could not move. He could only watch. The Emperor knelt beside Sebastian's broken body, the white fabric of his robes unblemished despite the filth and blood of the battlefield. He reached out, one perfect hand resting upon the Black Templars' cracked breastplate. His expression was neither sorrowful nor proud. It was something far greater. Infinite compassion woven with the authority of creation itself. "Oh, my faithful servant, I have not forgotten you. I have not turned mine eyes from you." His voice was soft like a whisper, yet Maximus heard it like the tolling of a sacred bell. Maximus's throat tightened as he took a step forward, unable to believe what he was witnessing. He watched as the Emperor leaned close, whispering something into Sebastian's ear. The words were too quiet to hear, meant only for the Black Templar. Then, with the gentleness of a father blessing his child, he spoke clearly, yet quietly still. "Rise, son of dawn." The Emperor's gaze never wavered as he continued. "Take up thy blade of black flame, and crusade endlessly in my name." Then he stood tall, resplendent and terrible in his majesty. The wreath upon his brow blazed like a miniature sun. His eyes were galaxies of gold and fire. Even the warp seemed to recoil from him as his power rolled across the galaxy, his robes beginning to shift. The Emperor raised his voice and commanded his faithful servant once more. "Rise, son of dawn." The very planet shook. Cracks spiderwebbed through the ground, splitting the battlefield as light poured upward from the earth like molten gold. "Take up thy blade of black flame and crusade endlessly in my name." And then it happened. Sebastian's body began to convulse and twitch, the remnants of his armor glowing from within. The earth split open around him, spewing dust and fire as the Templar's body lifted from the ground. his broken armor reforming, plates repairing themselves before growing into something more, as if guided by unseen hands before his body lowered to the ground gently again. Maximus stumbled backward, his eyes wide in awe. He could feel the Emperor's gaze shift. For a brief instant, the Ultramarine met that gaze, and in that instant, the weight of eternity pressed down upon him. He saw terror as it had once been, the birth of the Imperium, the fall of the Primarchs, the pain of betrayal, the unyielding will of a man or god who refused to die. He felt it all, saw how this war would end, his own death. And then the Emperor looked away. His attention turned toward the vast, howling portal, toward her. Abeloth had frozen in place, her twisted beauty, her cosmic arrogance, gone. For the first time since her emergence, she looked uncertain. Her eyes flickered between terror and fascination as the Emperor of mankind turned his gaze upon her. He did not speak, he merely pointed, and the entire world bowed before that gesture. The air itself screamed, warp lightning shattered across the heavens. Every daemon on the battlefield howled in agony as the Emperor's will burned through them. The portal's edges flared, unstable and furious, reacting to his mere presence. Then, he was gone, vanished as suddenly as he had appeared, leaving behind only the lingering warmth of divinity and the faint echo of his command. The silence that followed was suffocating. Every being, every human, Astartes, demon, stood motionless, staring at the space he had once occupied. It was then that a single commanding voice cut through the chaos like the stroke of a blade. Now is the time. Khaldor Drago's roar echoed across the field, deep and resonant, shaking both air and soul. The supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights stood atop a mound of demon corpses, his armor wreathed in argent flame, his eyes burning like twin suns. He raised the Titan's Ward high. Instantly, every Grey Knight, from paladins to justicars, from battle-worn veterans to fresh-souled initiates, ceased their slaughter and turned toward their master. Even through the distance and chaos, Maximus could feel the shift, an invisible tide, a surge of divine will channeled through mortal bodies. All across the battlefield, the Grey Knights placed one gauntleted hand upon the brother in front of them, forming a living chain, a brotherhood made manifest. The runes engraved upon their armor began to glow, first softly, then brighter and brighter, until the entire host of the Emperor's demon hunters blazed like a constellation come to life. Khaldor Drago's voice boomed once more, filled with unyielding conviction. By his light and will, we stand united. By his word, we strike as one. Then came the chanting, low, rhythmic, and terrible in its holiness. The same incantation, repeated by 10,000 voices, echoed across the field. Words no mortal tongue should have known. Each syllable was a weapon, each utterance a blade of will sharpened upon the whetstone of absolute faith. The psychic pressure grew unbearable. Maximus stumbled as the very air thickened around him. His armor groaned under the weight of it, sparks of blue lightning arcing from his pauldrons. Even the demons, ancient beings of the warp, began to scream as their forms unraveled beneath the radiance of so much focused purity. He looked up. The chain of brothers had become a conduit. From the furthest ranks to the front line, the psychic power of every single Grey Knight flowed forward, channeled, and honed into one perfect point at the tip of Drago's blade. The Titan's Ward blazed with light beyond mortal comprehension, brighter than the heart of a star, its edge singing with holy fury. Khaldor's eyes met Abeloth's. The mother of madness, the pale queen of chaos, reeled back, tendrils flailing as she shrieked in fury. The ground beneath her buckled, space itself bending around her. Yet Drago did not falter. With every fiber of his being, every ounce of psychic might, every drop of his soul forged in 1,000 wars against the unholy, he bellowed the order that would be sung for millennia. Now, brothers, strike! The Grey Knights roared as one. A blinding wave of psychic light erupted from their formation, a torrent of condensed willpower and divine fury. The sound was like a supernova exploding, a scream of reality itself being torn open. The air ignited, the ground disintegrated, the force of it threw even Astartes from their feet. And Abeloth, That great and terrible goddess, monster, abomination, was hit full force. She shrieked, her scream a distortion of existence itself. Her body convulsed, twisted, and shattered into 1,000 writhing forms as the psychic storm consumed her. The wave hurled her backward, her tendrils clawing at the dirt, tearing apart reality itself as she was flung toward the gaping maw of the warp portal. With one final earth-shaking roar, the combined power of the Grey Knights hurled Abeloth through the portal. The rift screamed, folding inward upon itself, rippling with energy as her vast form was dragged back into the madness from which she had come. For a moment it seemed as though the world itself sighed in relief. But Drygo did not stop. He raised the Titan sword again, the blade now wreathed in the souls of 1,000 slain demons. His voice rose once more, a divine command echoing into the heavens. "Forward," he roared, "for the Emperor, for mankind, for the Imperium. Into the abyss, brothers, and let none return until our task is done." And with that, he charged. The Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights ran straight into the portal, into the warp itself, his entire host following without hesitation. A silver tide of holy warriors stormed forward, blades drawn, hammers raised, each shouting oaths of vengeance and faith. They cut down every demon that stood before them, each strike a burst of sanctified power, each footstep burning the ground beneath. Their formation remained unbroken even as they crossed the threshold into the hell beyond, an army of light marching into damnation. The warp screamed as they entered. The very fabric of the immaterium buckled beneath their fury. Only 4 Grey Knights remained behind, the same squad that had fought beside Maximus. The one who had been conversing with Maximus turned, his voice crackling through the vox. "Our duty is here now, cousin. It is the Emperor's will we remain here." Maximus nodded, watching as the last of the Grey Knight host vanished into the swirling portal, their silver light swallowed by the crimson storm. He could still hear their war cries echoing faintly from within, fading but unbroken. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Maximus allowed himself to hope. Because somewhere, deep in the hellish depths of the warp, Kaldor Drygo and the Grey Knights were making war upon Abeloth herself. And by the Emperor, they would not stop until she was defeated. 143, 140, the Emperor's champion. Oh, Nameless Grey Knight. The Nameless Grey Knight felt the transition before he saw it. One moment, he was on solid ground, the scorched and blood-soaked battlefield of reality, filled with the thunder of bolters and the roar of demons. The next, the air twisted into madness. Every step through the portal tore at his soul, his vision fracturing into colors and shapes that could not exist in any sane universe. He fell through eternity, through screaming light and churning void, and then his boots slammed against something that resembled ground, though it was made of no substance he could name. The surface rippled underfoot, whispering words in languages that predated stars. Around him, his brothers landed in disciplined formation, each one having done this 1,000 times before this. Behind them, the portal to reality flickered, a single gleaming wound in the fabric of the warp. Its light was weak and shrinking. "Lock it down," came the command over the vox, Kaldor Drygo's voice a thunderous beacon in the madness. Without hesitation, every Grey Knight raised his hand. Runes along their armor flared to life, incantations were spoken, silver wards burned into the very essence of the immaterium, forming a massive lattice of sanctified power. The ground screamed as the holy symbols took hold. A great dome of argent fire rose around them, sealing the breach. "No demon passes this point," Drygo intoned, voice like a cathedral bell ringing through infinity. The Nameless Grey Knight joined his voice to the chorus of oaths, each vow of faith strengthening the bulwark. And then silence. He turned and saw her. Abeloth rose above the landscape of madness like a living nightmare. Her body was a writhing ocean of pale tendrils and faces that shifted between beauty and monstrosity. Her presence was everywhere, filling the air, seeping into his armor, whispering promises of release, of purpose, of love twisted into hunger. The Grey Knight tightened his grip on his nemesis force halberd and began to recite the canticle of absolution. But even his faith strained beneath her presence. Her laughter rolled across the warp, a sound that wasn't sound at all, but a ripple of emotion, joy and hatred blended into one. The ground shuddered, the light dimmed, and from the void the demons came. They poured toward the grey knights in endless waves, bloodletters, plague fiends, shrieking horrors, all howling in fury at this intrusion of sanctified order. The warp itself convulsed around them as the demonic hordes charged. The nameless grey knight braced. For the Emperor! The host roared as one, and silver met shadow. The warp ignited. Blades of psychic flame carved through demons like paper. Each strike of a nemesis weapon seared the air. Each invocation of holy wrath burned another swath through the hordes. Bolters barked, the sanctified shells detonating with bursts of white fire that consumed rather than destroyed. The nameless warrior swung his halberd in wide, sweeping arcs, each motion guided by centuries of training and the steady hum of faith. His armor glowed like molten silver, each rune defying the screaming madness that pressed upon him. Around him, demons died by the hundreds. But still, Abeloth ascended. Her scream deepened, her body expanding, stretching until her upper form blotted out what passed for a sky. From her core erupted tendrils of living madness that struck the ground like divine lightning, crushing several grey knights in their wake. He stumbled as a wave of raw psychic power slammed into their ranks, flattening dozens, tearing others apart. His auto-senses screamed warnings as his armor's systems struggled to compensate. "Hold!" Drago bellowed, his voice an anchor in the storm. "Hold the line!" The Grey Knight drove his halberd into the ground, channeling every drop of willpower into the barrier that still held behind them. His brothers beside him did the same. Together their power became a wall. Their conviction burned like the heart of a dying sun. Abeloth's power washed over them, her wrath, her despair, her endless hunger. And yet they did not break. The Grey Knight lifted his gaze. Above, he saw Kaldor Drago standing on a ridge of warped stone, the Titan sword raised high, its light defying the darkness itself. "Brothers," Drago's voice echoed across the field, magnified by the power of the warp itself. "The Emperor watches. Hold this beast until he comes to finish what was begun." The host roared in answer. "For the Emperor!" The Grey Knight sprinted through a storm of psychic fire, leaping onto the back of a shrieking demon prince, plunging his halberd through its chest and channeling sanctified flame until the creature detonated in a burst of etheric gore. Others fought beside him, locked in perfect unison, blades and hammers cutting arcs of holy light through waves of corruption. Together they pushed forward, climbing the very tendrils of Abeloth's form, striking at the goddess of madness herself. Every impact of their weapons tore away a piece of her, burning away her essence with righteous fury. Yet for every wound they dealt, she regenerated anew, her laughter now shrill and hateful. The nameless Grey Knight reached the base of one of her vast limbs and drove his halberd into it, channeling his soul through the weapon. His armor's systems screamed under the strain, but he did not stop. Others joined him, plunging their blades into her form, each strike flaring like a miniature sun. Abeloth screamed, a wail that warped reality itself. The warp convulsed, demons dissolving into vapor under the shockwave, even as the ground beneath the Grey Knights splintered and reformed into grotesque shapes. Still they fought, unyielding, their silver armor glinting through the storm of unreality. The nameless Grey Knight's thoughts dimmed to one word, one purpose. Hold, not for victory, not for glory, but for the Emperor. He looked up through the maelstrom, through the chaos that consumed the sky, and for just a moment, just long enough for faith to kindle anew, he thought he saw it. A light descending from beyond the veil, brighter than any star, vast and patient and terrible. The Emperor was coming, and until that moment arrived, the Grey Knights would hold the line, no matter the cost. Sebastian. The first thing Sebastian felt was warmth. It was not the burning heat of war, nor the searing pain of plasma or fire, but something deep, calm, and radiant. It enveloped him entirely, flowing through every fiber of his being like sunlight pouring into his very soul. He opened his eyes. The world around him was gold. Not the dull hue of metal or coin, but living gold, light made solid. It stretched endlessly in every direction, a horizon of brilliance that shimmered like a sea made of sanctity itself. The air was still, yet alive, humming with quiet song, like the echo of a million distant choirs praising a name older than time. He looked down and saw himself whole. His chest, once torn open by the abomination's tendril, was unscarred. His arm was no longer Bescantium. His body was unmarred by wound or age, his muscles restored, his hands strong and steady. The black ceramite of his armor was gone. He stood clothed only in a simple tunic, his skin bare to the warmth of this impossible realm. He reached up and felt his face, where the metal plates and glowing optics had been, and found only flesh. He looked up, and before him stood him, the Emperor. Sebastian's heart stopped. No words could describe the being before him. The golden man shone with a light that could unmake stars, yet it was not harsh or blinding. It was perfect. Every line of his face, every strand of his long hair, every motion of his form radiated divinity. He was majesty made flesh, the embodiment of all that was pure, just, and eternal. Sebastian's lips trembled. His knees buckled. He fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he pressed his forehead into the radiant floor. His voice failed him. Only the sound of his sobbing filled the silence. "My lord, my God Emperor." He could not bear to look upon him. But then the voice came, soft and infinite. "O my faithful servant," said the Emperor, each word vibrating through reality itself, yet tender as a whisper. "I have not forgotten you. I have not turned my eyes from you." Sebastian choked. His weeping grew louder. He pressed his forehead even deeper into the radiant floor, clutching at it as though it could anchor him against the tide of emotion threatening to break him apart. "My lord," he gasped between sobs, "I am unworthy. I failed you. I failed my brothers." The Emperor moved slowly. The sound was like a star shifting in the heavens. Golden light rippled across the world as he knelt down next his servant. Sebastian dared to look up. The Emperor's eyes were like twin suns, endless in depth and meaning, filled with a love and sorrow that no mortal could comprehend. His hand extended, radiant and flawless, reaching out to the kneeling warrior. Sebastian hesitated. His own hand shook. He dared not touch the divine. He was filth, a weapon forged of flesh and faith, a blade that had broken. "Take my hand, son of dawn," the Emperor said softly. With trembling reverence, Sebastian obeyed. Every scar on his soul was mended in that instant, every burden lifted. He rose slowly, still weeping. The Emperor stood with him, his golden eyes fixed upon Sebastian's face. "Your service has been long and unwavering," he said. "You have bled for me, suffered for me, and given all that you are for my imperium. Few have done so with such devotion." Sebastian swallowed, unable to speak. "You stand now at the threshold," the Emperor continued, gesturing to the endless golden expanse. "You may remain here, in my light, and know peace. You may rest among your brothers who have found their eternal reward. You have earned this, my faithful servant." The air shifted. Behind the Emperor, Sebastian could see vague shapes, towering warriors of light, their outlines familiar. Those who had died centuries ago, their spirits radiant and whole. They watched in silence, smiling, hands resting on the hilts of their spectral swords. He saw a man standing among them, one who had served the Black Templar himself, but who had died. His second-in-command smiled, but gave a simple shake of his head, as if telling Sebastian it wasn't his time to join them. The peace that radiated from them was indescribable, but the Emperor was not done. "Or," he said, his voice deepening, "you may turn back from here. You may return to the mortal plane, to the battlefield of Mortis, and continue your crusade. If you choose this, you will not return as you were. You will rise anew, as my champion, my vessel of wrath and purpose." Sebastian froze. To return. He looked out at the golden plain again. It was so peaceful. No pain, no fear, no hatred. Just light and love and eternal rest. And yet, in his heart, he saw Maximus and Raxor, the Obsidian Crusaders, his brothers still fighting, still dying. He saw the demons flooding through the portal, the madness consuming all. He saw more portals opening, belching out new horrors as the grey knights pushed forward through the main portal. He could not rest while they still drew breath, while Karath's ritual was still going on. Sebastian turned back to the Emperor, tears still glistening in his eyes. "My lord," he said, voice breaking, "if I may speak." The Emperor inclined his head. Sebastian took a deep breath. "I cannot stay here while my brothers fight below. I cannot watch from paradise while they bleed. Send me back, my Emperor. Send me back to Mortis. Let me fight until my body breaks, and then let me fight still." The Emperor regarded him in silence. Then, slowly, he smiled. It was a smile that could ignite galaxies. "Your choice was never in question, my faithful servant." He raised his hand and the golden world trembled. Light gathered around Sebastian's form, coiling around his arms, his chest, his hearts. His tunic turned black, forged into armor by pure radiance, the armor of the Black Templars' Indomitus pattern tactical dreadnought armor, yet more ornate than any other Terminator plate. His dark saber appeared in his grasp, its blade burning brighter than ever before. Image here. "Rise, son of dawn," the Emperor intoned, his voice rolling across eternity like thunder over creation. The ground shook, the air itself bowed. "Take up thy blade of black flame," he commanded, the dark saber roaring to life in Sebastian's hand, "and crusade endlessly in my name." Sebastian raised the blade, its edge reflecting the infinite gold around him. The Emperor's eyes glowed brighter than the sun. "Go, my servant," he said softly, his voice filled with warmth and command alike. The light exploded. Sebastian felt his soul torn upward and then downward through realms of brilliance and darkness alike. The last thing he heard was the Emperor's final whisper, "And lo, even death shall bow before the faith of the Templar." == The corpse of the Black Templar stirred. A pulse of golden radiance rippled outward, burning away the filth and corruption around him. The twisted earth trembled as cracks filled with molten gold spread outward from the epicenter. The ruined armor, shattered ceramite and torn adamantium began to shift, melting and reforming as though shaped by unseen divine hands. Sebastian drew in a sharp, ragged breath. His eyes flared open, burning with golden fire. For a moment all was still. The battle beyond seemed distant, as though the galaxy itself held its breath. Then, with a low growl of effort, the warrior rolled to his side and planted one gauntleted fist into the soil. The motion was heavy, every muscle fiber humming with holy vigor. The earth cracked beneath his strength as he pushed himself upright, one knee pressed into the scorched ground. Sebastian exhaled slowly, reverence in every motion. He rose to his full height, the light of his rebirth casting long shadows across the ruin-strewn plain. He turned, scanning the battlefield, the still smoking husks of tanks, the shattered ruins of demon corpses, the wounded earth itself. The Emperor's words still echoed in his mind. "Rise, son of dawn, take up thy blade of black flame, and crusade endlessly in my name." To the right of the massive portal, where the grey knights had vanished into the heart of madness, the air began to twist again. A smaller, circular rift tore open, its edges crackling with azure lightning and gold fire. Reality itself screamed, as another to the left followed, identical in size but filled with crimson stormlight and shadow. The ground shook violently, Sebastian's eyes narrowed. He shifted his stance, planting his feet as the winds of the warp battered against him, his cloak snapping like a banner in a hurricane. The portals stabilized, their surfaces rippling like mirrors of liquid light. Shapes began to move within them. Indistinct, massive, Sebastian lifted his shield and sword, bracing himself. "By his will," he murmured, his voice carrying over the howling storm, "I shall not yield." The light from the portals flared, bright enough to drown the sun, and the newly risen son of dawn stood. The Emperor's champion, clad in blessed Terminator plate, was ready to meet it head-on. 144, 141, the daughter's plight. Karath. Karath's laughter rolled like thunder across the desecrated plains of Mortis. The sound was not born of mirth, but of triumph, a deep, resonant echo that rippled through the bloodied air, warping the screams of battle into a symphony of chaos. His taloned hands remained extended over the ritual circle, the air around him shimmering with warp fire and lightning. The runes carved into the ground pulsed erratically, fed by the dying energies of the planet itself. But the ritual's heartbeat had slowed. Its purpose, its grand design, was fulfilled. The veil had been torn, and Abeloth had ascended beyond it. The warp now throbbed with her presence, an unbound, unimaginable hunger that even Karath, blessed of Tzeentch, could scarcely comprehend. He smiled beneath his jagged helm of horns. "The plan is complete," he murmured, his eyes glimmering with kaleidoscopic fire. "And it couldn't have gone more perfectly." He lifted his gaze from the ritual circle to the battlefield below. The world had become a graveyard. Imperial war machines burning beside shattered Republic walkers, their wreckage sprawled across the blasted plain. Astartes and clone troopers fought side by side in desperate, defiant unity against the hordes of demons that still poured from the portals. The Grey Knights were gone, vanished into the warp's heart. The demonic host was now unbound, free to slaughter or devour as they pleased. But none of it mattered. The Chaos Sorcerer's work was done. Abeloth had entered the realm of gods and monsters, and the skein of fate had been irreversibly altered. He raised his clawed hand, staring at the crimson ichor that dripped from his talons. With a low chuckle, he turned his attention skyward, his gaze piercing the storm clouds until it found the burning silhouette of a Republic cruiser hovering above the carnage. Through the vessel's hull, his mind brushed against the flickering ember of Palpatine. "Ah, my apprentice." A cruel smile split his monstrous visage. His voice, though spoken in no tongue of men, wormed its way into the Chancellor's mind like silk and venom. "The galaxy is yours now. Rule it as you see fit. The board is set, the pieces scattered. All that remains is to sweep it clean." He could feel Palpatine's faint tremor of awe and understanding, the dawning realization that his master was departing this plane. "I shall give you a parting gift. A final turn of the wheel." Karath lifted his staff before, driving it deep into the cracked earth. The impact sent a tremor through reality itself. The runes of the ritual circle ignited once more, but this time with a baleful, unstable radiance. The ground heaved as veins of warp lightning crawled outward from the staff, embedding themselves into the fabric of the planet. The three portals flared in unison. Their edges became solid, anchored, refusing to collapse. He had fixed them. The wounds in reality would remain open until something of unimaginable power sealed them again. He looked up once more, the horizon a tapestry of flame and ruin. A dozen suns burned above, bleeding into the void as the planet cracked under the strain. Such beauty, Karath mused softly, spreading his vast, tattered wings. Such potential. May chaos take the world. May it never fade from this place. He turned from the battlefield, the sounds of war falling away like whispers at the edge of hearing. His towering form began to stride toward one of the lesser portals, a swirling gate of blue and violet that pulsed like a heartbeat. He paused only once, looking over his shoulder at the chaos he had wrought, at the galaxy on the brink, the empires trembling, the gods stirring. And then, with a single beat of his monstrous wings, he stepped into the warp. The last echo of his voice lingered in the winds of Mortis, a whisper carried across the dying world. "The game is yours now, my apprentice. Let it burn for all I care." Count Dooku knelt silently beside Neera's unconscious form, the distant roar of battle echoing faintly through the shattered landscape. She lay motionless upon a makeshift stretcher, her chest rising shallowly, her face whiter than it usually was. The massive Terminator guard stood encircling her, their storm bolters raised and sensors sweeping for any hint of threat. Their adamantine bulk looked almost serene in their stillness, though Dooku could feel the simmering storm of readiness beneath their cold, expressionless helms. He exhaled slowly, exhaustion weighing heavy on his heart. The Force trembled violently all around him, like a living thing in agony. The balance was shattered, torn asunder by the events unfolding near the portals. Abeloth had been unleashed, the Grey Knights had vanished into the warp, and now, even the planet itself seemed to scream. He looked down at Nera. You have given everything, he thought solemnly, and yet the galaxy demands more. A soft light bloomed behind him. It was pure, white, and impossibly still. Dooku turned slowly, his instincts sharp despite his fatigue. And there stood the daughter. Her form was radiant, yet diminished. Her once glorious hair shimmered faintly, edges frayed like torn silk. Her eyes, once serene and wise, now held something Dooku had never thought to see in such a being, dread and behind it a quiet acceptance. Dooku, she said softly, her voice carrying through the still air like a prayer. Dooku said nothing at first. His gaze flicked to the 3 portals on the other side of the battlefield. I can feel it, he said finally, his voice low and rough. The warp portals, they are anchored. She nodded slowly, each motion weighted by grief. The portals will not close, she said, not unless they are sealed with a sacrifice. Her hand rose, and in it appeared a weapon that made Dooku recoil instinctively. The dagger of Mortis. Its blackened blade drank the light around it, shadows writhing along its edge. The metal seemed alive, whispering to him in a dozen tongues. It was ancient, profane, yet divine. The Count's jaw clenched. He took a single step back, eyes narrowing at the sight of the cursed relic. That weapon, it is warped by foul magic. I will not touch it. You must. Her tone was gentle but firm. It is the only way. Dooku's expression hardened. You ask me to bear the tool of your family's destruction. I will not take part in that cycle. The daughter's luminous eyes softened, and for a moment Dooku could almost see the sorrow behind her grace. The cycle is already broken, she whispered. My father is gone, my brother, as well. And the balance has been destroyed, and mother has departed. She stepped closer, extending the dagger once more. Its edge hummed softly, resonating with something deep within the Force and warp, as though the universe itself awaited his decision. If I fall, she continued, her voice trembling slightly, then the Force will be free, unconstrained, no longer bound by my family's eternal struggle. It will flow as raw, unshaped power. It will give you what you need to close the rifts. For a moment, the two simply stood there, their gazes locked across the dying light of a collapsing world. Dooku's thoughts churned. He could feel the imbalance, the corruption spreading outward from the portals like infection through the veins of the galaxy. If the daughter was right, then the galaxy stood on the edge of annihilation. The demonic tide would never stop. And yet, to take that dagger, to use it, would mean crossing a threshold even he feared. His hand trembled as he stared at the weapon. I am not ready to bear such a burden, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Her expression softened further, almost maternal. None are, she replied. That is why it must be you. The words struck him harder than he expected. For a moment, Dooku's pride faltered. His veneer of control, that perfect calm he had worn since his days as a Jedi, cracked beneath the weight of destiny. He looked down at Nera's still form, then back at the daughter. My death will restore freedom to the Force, and the Jedi will find strength unlike any before, she said softly. She stepped closer until the dagger hovered between them. Call the others, she said finally, the Jedi Masters. They must take advantage of the moment I die to close to portals. Dooku's throat tightened. He looked down at the blade again, at the black flame that seemed to breathe from it, and for the first time in his long, disciplined life, he shuddered. Then slowly he reached for his comlink. The daughter's hand lingered near his. If we do not act, there will be nothing left to save. Her illumination flared slightly, casting a gentle golden light over the unconscious Nera and her armored guardians. And Dooku, his composure fraying, raised the comlink to his lips. Masters, he whispered, voice heavy with dread, come to me, now. Sebastian advanced toward the oncoming horde of demons, each step heavy with divine purpose. The dark saber in his hand burned with black fire, newly blessed by him of holy terror. Its jagged lightning crackled and danced along the obsidian blade, casting flickering shadows across the ruined ground, but Sebastian paid it no mind. His focus was absolute. Before him, two bloodthirsters swept aside lesser demons like chaff, their roars shaking the battlefield. The air itself trembled beneath their fury as they charged to meet this new champion of mankind. Sebastian stopped and spread his arms wide, his storm shield gleaming in the firelight. "Come," he bellowed, his vox grill distorting the words into something inhuman. "Face your death." Then he moved. His jump pack roared to life, propelling him forward like a meteor. He dove beneath one bloodthirster's descending axe, twisting as he passed, and brought the darksaber screaming around in a black arc. The blade bit through the demon's leg at the knee, severing it cleanly. The greater demon howled as it toppled, molten ichor gouting from the wound. Its twin came on in a rage. One colossal axe fell toward Sebastian with the weight of a collapsing mountain, only to meet the unyielding wall of his reforged storm shield. The weapon glanced off with a thunderclap, sparks scattering like stars. Sebastian surged upward, darksaber rising with him. He sheared the bloodthirster's hand clean off at the wrist, then ignited his jump pack again, dragging the burning blade along the demon's arm as he ascended. His momentum carried him high above its horned head, and then he fell like a hammer of the Emperor. He came crashing down upon the first crippled bloodthirster, aiming to drive the darksaber straight through its skull. The beast twisted at the last instant. The blade tore through its cheek, carving out its left eye instead. Sebastian snarled and adjusted, plunging the weapon deep into its neck. The creature shrieked, the sound shaking the heavens. "Be silent," Sebastian roared, deactivating the blade and smashing his storm shield into its face. The impact cracked one of the demon's horns and sent it sprawling. The second bloodthirster, blinded by fury, swung its axe in a murderous arc. The blow missed Sebastian and cleaved into its fallen kin, hacking off the other's arm. It bellowed in rage before being kicked aside its counterpart, sent crashing into the rubble as it ripped its axe from its kin's torso. Sebastian landed heavily, his darksaber snapping back to life, its black flame rising higher. He set the weapon above the rim of his shield and waited, his stance steady as stone. The second bloodthirster snarled and charged. Sebastian sprinted to meet it, but at the last second veered right, his jump pack flaring. The axe missed him by inches, carving a trench into the earth. A second burst of his jump pack sent him arcing through the smoke toward the fallen bloodthirster struggling to rise. He came down like a comet, wings of holy fire erupting behind him. The impact slammed the demon flat on its back. Before it could even scream, Sebastian was already upon it, the darksaber driving down through its other eye and into its skull. The 8-foot blade buried itself to the hilt, its black fire consuming the creature from within. The demon convulsed violently, but Sebastian, fueled by the Emperor's will, gripped one of its horns and held it down. The second bloodthirster thundered toward him, but it was too late. With one final shove, Sebastian drove the blade deeper, extinguishing the beast's life in a burst of holy fire. Then, with a grunt, he tore his arm free, wrenched the horn from its skull, and spun to face the other. With a mighty heave, he hurled the horn. The bloodthirster swung its axe contemptuously, knocking the projectile aside with a roar that shook the battlefield. Sebastian launched himself forward in the same instant, his jump pack igniting with a thunderous roar, a comet of holy fire meeting a storm of rage and brass. The bloodthirster swung. A mountain of an axe tore through the air, too slow. Sebastian was already gone. He shot past its flank in a blur of black, the darksaber carving a diagonal line across its thigh as he passed. Flesh like molten iron hissed and split apart. The demon bellowed, spinning with fury, only for Sebastian to already be on its shoulder, his boots slamming down with explosive force. He drove the blade down, once, twice, thrice, each strike punctuated by the roar of his jump pack and the crackle of burning lightning. The demon swung wildly, shrieking in rage as its own blood sizzled against the ground like acid rain. Sebastian leapt away, twisting mid-air, landing behind the beast. He surged forward again. The darksaber slashed across the daemon's back, cleaving through muscle and spine. Before it could turn, he was already on its arm, sprinting up its limb as if running along the ramparts of a fortress. "By his light," he snarled, and brought the blade down, severing the bloodthirster's forearm at the elbow. The beast roared and swung its remaining axe at him in blind fury. Sebastian ducked beneath the swing, igniting his jump pack to propel himself upward again. He rose like an angel of vengeance, then came down like a meteor, slamming onto the demon's skull. The darksaber plunged through bone and brass and fire. The bloodthirster staggered, clawing at him, shrieking its hate. Sebastian twisted the blade, then deactivated it, and drove his storm shield into the daemon's eye socket with all his strength. Bone cracked, blood and fire burst forth. He reactivated the darksaber, its black flame roaring to life inside the demon's skull. The bloodthirster's scream was endless. It clawed at its head, stumbling backward, wings flailing madly as it fell to one knee. Sebastian tore the blade free, leapt and spun, a blur of motion, a flash of darkness. He landed behind the creature. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the bloodthirster's head slid from its shoulders, falling into the dirt with a sound like a collapsing monument. Sebastian rose slowly, turning to face the towering corpse. His armor dripped with molten ichor, steam rising from every plate. The darksaber burned low in his hand. He looked to the sky, voice low, steady, and resolute. Thus fall the servants of chaos. And then he strode onward, into the inferno, alone, unbroken, and burning with the Emperor's wrath. 145, 142. Sacrifice. Dooku. The great warp portal towered in the distance, tearing the sky apart. From its heart, demons clawed to remain tethered to the mortal realm. Count Dooku stood among the masters, solemn and silent, his face illuminated by the blinding crimson and azure flashes that rippled across the heavens. Around him, the surviving Jedi Masters had gathered in a great circle, robes scorched and torn, their faces grim. At the center of the circle stood Master Yoda, small yet impossibly large, his gnarled claws holding his cane. The Force flowed through him, invisible currents, radiant waves of light that shimmered around his form like a second skin. His breathing was calm, his eyes closed in serenity. Across from Dooku stood Chin Dralig, his jaw tight, his expression locked somewhere between reverence and dread. Next to him, Plo Koon, Ki-Adi Mundi, Shak Tai, Qui-Gon, and the others, each linking hands or resting them upon the next shoulder, forming an unbroken chain of living Force conduits. The daughter stood next to Dooku, while the Terminator guard loomed behind them. Yoda opened his eyes at last. "Ready, we are," he whispered, his voice faint but certain. Dooku drew a slow breath, feeling the uncertainty of what he was about to do. The Force thrummed through the circle, an immense coiling power gathering in their midst. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Then the daughter turned. Her gaze fell upon Dooku beside her, and she held the dagger of Mortis out to him. "Please make it quick," she said with a hint of trepidation. Dooku gave her a somber look. His eyes began welling for some reason. He had no idea why, but this woman, this goddess of the Force before him, was so innocent, so peaceful. He hated that she had to die. But all that aside, he saw the fear in her eyes. Fear of the unknown of what awaited her after death. "I am so sorry that it has come to this," Dooku murmured. His voice cracked despite his best efforts. "We will never forget what you have done, what you have given to give us another chance." The daughter gave him a faint smile. "There is no need for sorrow, only duty." He hesitated for only a breath longer. Then slowly, reverently, he placed the dagger against her ribs. The metal seemed to resist at first, vibrating violently as though it knew what it was about to do. She closed her eyes, then gave a single nod. Dooku drove it in. The dagger sank deep, and for a moment the world stopped. Her lips parted in a quiet gasp as golden blood welled from the wound, radiant, ethereal, beautiful. Dooku caught her as her legs gave way, holding her tightly as the strength left her body. Her skin shimmered like glass in sunlight, breaking apart into thousands of motes of golden light. "Do not waste this chance," she whispered, her voice trembling. Her hand brushed his cheek. Then, with one final breath, she smiled faintly. And then she was gone. The Force exploded. The Masters detonated in power. A shockwave of blinding radiance erupted outward, washing over everything. Every Jedi in the circle convulsed, their bodies trembling as the Force surged into them like a flood. Their eyes burst open, burning with light. Plo Koon fell to one knee, his mask cracking as the glow of his spirit poured through. Shakti raised her head to the sky, her tendrils whipping in the violent gale of power as she cried out in both agony and awe. Dooku slumped, feeling the raw immensity of the Force crash through his veins, though he was still holding on to Qui-Gon's arm. Yoda alone remained unmoved. He stood in the center, both arms outstretched, his voice rising above the storm. "Now! Focus, close them, we must." The circle flared with power, the ground split apart as the Force converged upon the great warp portal. The howling demon screamed in fury and despair as the rifts began to collapse upon itself, light devouring shadow, order crushing chaos. And through it all, Dooku knelt in the dirt, clutching the daughter's body to himself with one arm, while his other held onto Qui-Gon's, staring at the fading golden motes drifting skyward. He could still feel her warmth against his palms. He could still hear her final whisper echo in his mind. He would not waste this chance. All around the little Grand Master, the Jedi Masters tried their best to channel the Force into him. Chin Dralig's chest rose and fell in ragged gasps, his hand trembling as he tried to stay connected to the chain. Plo Koon knelt, one knee driven into the shattered ground, his breath rasping through the cracks of his mask. Shakti leaned heavily against Ki-Adi-Mundi, her skin pale, her eyes half-lidded, sweat and blood mingling on her brow. But Yoda! He stood unmoved, barely breathing, utterly still. The Force burned through him like a living sun, and he bore it in silence. The two lesser portals to the left and right of the main wound were already buckling, their edges collapsing inward. Waves of red lightning flared from their rims, crackling against the air as if reality itself screamed in protest. Yoda's eyes were closed, his expression serene, but his brow furrowed deeply, the toll immense, even for one such as him. "Hold! Steady!" Plo Koon wheezed, his voice breaking as sparks of blue light flickered between his hands and the Grand Master's form. "We're almost there." Shakti managed, but her knees gave way moments later, her connection snapping like a frayed wire. The sudden break sent a shock through the chain. Ki-Adi-Mundi let out a pained cry, and then he too fell to his knees, his last breath exhaled in a whisper of devotion. The portals screamed. The ground split, rocks levitating in the air as if drawn toward the howling vortex. The energy was unbearable now, the light blinding, the noise deafening. And still Yoda endured. He lifted his head slightly, his ears flattening under the invisible storm. The muscles in his frail frame trembled as he spread both clawed hands toward the sky. "Close, we must," he murmured, more to himself than the others. "End this, I will." The first side portal folded inward, its edges grinding together in a cacophony of thunder and flame. The moment it sealed, the backlash was immense, a tidal wave of raw warp energy that ripped outward, tearing apart every demon still clawing through it. Their bodies disintegrated into black ash that rained down over the battlefield like burnt snow. The second portal followed, its final collapse shaking the very continent. Only one portal remained, the main rift, the heart of the storm, a vast writhing maw of impossible color and shape, its tendrils clawing at the air like a living thing desperate not to die. The Jedi around Yoda began to drop one after another. Dralig fell face first into the dirt, his body twitching once before going still. Plo Koon collapsed beside him, his last words a hoarse whisper that died on his breath before he went unconscious. Ki-Adi-Mundi's eyes rolled back, his hand slipping from the chain. In moments, only one figure remained standing, a small green silhouette against a sky aflame. Yoda. He stood alone, surrounded by the fallen, all their life force, all their faith, all their strength now burning within him. His robes whipped violently in the gale, his cane long since lost, his body racked by exhaustion. But still he raised his arms. The force flared again, brighter than before. The air shuddered. The last portal wailed, the sound of a dying god. Demons hurled themselves through in desperation, only to be torn apart mid-leap by the pure, blinding light that now emanated from the Grand Master. His eyes glowed like twin stars, the veins in his temples standing out like cords. The portal fought him now. The warp was not a mindless thing. It resisted, writhing in rage as the ancient master sought to deny it its victory. The sky split further. Bolts of raw chaos fire rained down, each one gouging craters into the earth around him. But Yoda did not falter. He lifted one hand high, gathering all the force left in his frail body, and then thrust it forward. A shockwave of blinding white burst outward, a column of pure energy slamming into the heart of the portal. The diamonds screamed in fear as they were erased. For an instant, all sound vanished. Then, with a final shuddering groan, the great warp portal began to collapse. The edges curled inward, its core folding upon itself again and again, devouring its own mass in a desperate attempt to remain. Yoda staggered forward, his body shaking violently. Blood leaked from his nose, his mouth and eyes, his life pouring out as he gave everything he had left. And still he pushed. End. This. I will, he rasped, his tiny frame quivering under the strain. The last fragments of the rift screamed as they were devoured by the radiant light of the Force, and with one final thunderclap, the portal imploded. The light consumed the battlefield. When it faded, all that remained was silence. The howling winds ceased. The sky, though torn and bleeding, was whole again. And at the center of the devastation, amid the bodies of fallen Jedi and burnt Earth, stood Yoda alone, the weight of the galaxy resting on his frail shoulders. He exhaled once, a quiet, weary sigh before his knees gave way. The Grand Master fell to the ground, eyes closed, the faintest hint of a smile on his lips, as the Force wrapped its warm arms out him and took him into its loving embrace. Maximus, equals. In the distance, Sebastian stood alone, a black monolith amid a storm of claws and fangs. His armor was drenched in gore, his storm shield raised, and darksaber wreathed in holy black fire as he carved through the horde. Around him, demons screamed and died by the dozens, their bodies dissolving into clouds of screaming vapor. Maximus gripped his thunderhammer tighter, its head humming with the song of blood and battle. The ground trembled beneath his armored boots as he advanced, the Grey Knights forming up beside him, just outside the range of his null aura. "Let none of these abominations remain," Maximus bellowed over the sound of battle. Their voices rose as one, a thunderous oath that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Then they charged. The Grey Knights moved like silvered gods, halberds cleaving through demon flesh, stormbolters roaring point-blank into snarling faces. Psychic fire flared in their wake, burning through the veil of the warp itself. Maximus plunged into the fray beside them, his thunderhammer sweeping in broad, devastating arcs. Each swing shattered bone and earth alike. Demons burst apart in explosions of warp light, their souls snuffed out, screaming as he permanently killed them. Ahead, he saw Sebastian still fighting amidst an impossible tide. His movements were slower now, each strike snuffing out demon souls. Demon beasts fell before him, but even his strength could not hold forever. "Hold, brother," Maximus bellowed, his voice cutting through the din like a war horn. Sebastian did not turn, did not falter. He simply raised his sword high, its edge glowing with black light, and brought it down through a greater demon's skull. The creature exploded in a burst of blood and black flame, and Sebastian pressed on, wading deeper into the horde. Maximus surged forward, smashing aside a wall of shrieking horrors. A winged beast dove from above. He met it mid-air with a swing that turned it into a mist of blood and bone. To his side, the Grey Knights fought like angels of vengeance, their psychic might blazing so bright that even demons recoiled. The air was filled with screams, demonic and human, triumph and agony. Warp energies crackled overhead as the great portal began to destabilize, its edges flickering like a dying flame. "Sebastian!" Maximus shouted again, driving his hammer into the chest of a hulking bloodletter, splitting it in half. He forced his way forward step by step, through the press of bodies and fire. Sebastian continued to push forward. He strode into the center of the horde, blood running in rivulets down the once pure white of his tabard. "For the Emperor!" Sebastian roared, and his voice rolled like thunder across the battlefield. Maximus could only watch as his brother leapt into the air, wings of fire flaring from his jump pack. He crashed down into the heart of the demon tide, his blade swinging in a blinding arc that split the earth itself. Then, one by one, the portals began to rupture. The two flanking gates shuddered violently, their crimson maws flickering and collapsing inward. Their implosion sent a shock through the warp storm above, unraveling the dark tapestry that had consumed the sky. Thousands of demons howled as their connection to the warp was severed, their forms unraveling like smoke in the wind. Maximus watched, awestruck, as the heavens bled light and shadow in equal measure. The great central portal, the largest of them all, towering miles high and radiating pure warp energy, fought to remain open. The tendrils of chaos lashed out in desperation, clawing to hold their place in reality. And then it too began to fold inward. A deep rumble shook the land, louder than any bombardment. Warp lightning arced across the sky, slashing through clouds and tearing them apart. The portal's edges screamed, the very fabric of reality grinding against itself. When it finally collapsed, it did so in an explosion that defied comprehension. A dome of white fire rolled outward, vaporizing thousands of demons in an instant. The very air seemed to burn. The surviving Astartes dropped to one knee, their armor's autosenses dimming to protect them from the blinding light. Maximus stood his ground, planting his thunderhammer into the earth, letting the shockwave wash over him. His armor groaned, his teeth clenched, but he held. And when the light finally faded, silence followed. The warp rift was gone. The sky, though still veined with faint, sickly energy, was beginning to clear. Yet the battle was far from over. Across the shattered plain, the remnants of the Chaos host still stirred. Thousands of demons, cut off from the warp but not yet gone, shrieked in defiance. Around them, Chaos Astartes rallied, their eyes burning with madness, their corrupted armor reflecting the dying embers of the rift. Maximus rose to his full height, his eyes narrowing through his helm's lenses as he saw them, and ahead, alone in the distance, stood Sebastian. He stood atop a mound of demon corpses, unmovable, his chest heaving with labored breaths. The demons roared as one, the remaining legions surging forward like a living tide. "One last push!" he bellowed through the vox. Astartes, Mandalorians, and Republic forces alike roared in answer, their voices uniting into one mighty defiant chorus that shook the heavens. 146. 143. The battle's near end. Obi-Wan stood atop a mound of demon bodies as the smoke parted and revealed the last nightmare line of the enemy, the Chaos Astartes, marching through the ruin like walking cathedrals of hatred. Their armor burned with warpfire sigils, their pauldrons bristled with mutated spikes. Their every footfall struck like a mallet against the world's failing heartbeat. The clones opened fire in a storm. Thousands of blasters screamed blue fury into the oncoming giants. Lances of energy hammered against ceramite, corrupted by the warp, burning away paint and scoring deep gouges that smoked in the cold air. Some bolts found gaps, burrowing into joints, neck seals and eye lenses, and a few of the twisted space marines fell dead, or staggered as sizzling wounds burst across their armor. But most of the Chaos Marines barely reacted. A red-plated brute raised his arm to shield his helm and kept walking. Then the line of Chaos Astartes broke into a run. "Hold the line," Obi-Wan shouted. But the enemy hit like an avalanche. The first of them crashed into the clone front with a roar that split the sky. A serrated chain axe whirred, and 3 troopers vanished beneath a hurricane of sparks and shredded armor. Another Chaos Marine seized a clone by the throat and hurled him into 2 more, slamming them all against a broken ATTE hull so hard their helmets cracked like pottery. The clones fought back desperately. One squad flanked left, pouring fire at a Marine's exposed knee until the mutated armor bubbled and split. The giant stumbled before a second squad peppered his visor with concentrated shots. The bolted lenses shattered. He fell, roaring, only to be finished by a grenade that detonated inside the torn armor with a wet, concussive pop. But for everyone that fell, 3 more surged forward. A Chaos Marine towered above the melee, wielding a hooked glaive that hummed with warp energy. He cleaved through a dozen clones in a single sweeping arc. Their bodies flew like ragdolls, armor crushed, limbs twisted. He stepped over them, planted his armored boot on one clone's chest, and ground him into the dirt. Obi-Wan leapt into the fray, intercepting a descending chain blade. The teeth screeched against his brass blade, sparks spraying like a fountain of molten stars. The Marine roared, pressing down with a strength that felt tectonic. Obi-Wan slid aside and cut upward, severing the weapon's motor and carving a glowing line across the Marine's helm with his lightsaber. But even wounded, the giant fought on, swinging a massive gauntlet that Obi-Wan dodged. The battlefield around them dissolved into chaos. A clone captain shoulder-charged a Marine, firing point-blank into his chest as he pushed with everything he had. The Marine backhanded him with a blow that folded his chest plate in half. Another trooper jumped onto a giant's back, jabbing a vibro knife repeatedly into a neck joint until the blade broke. He was hurled off and stomped flat in the next second. But the clones didn't budge. They held their ground even as the enemy waded into them like titans in a sea of mortals. Blasters flared. Vibro blades met mutated chain blades. Grenades detonated in tight clusters. The air was choked with smoke, scorched plastoid, and the metallic tang of blood spilled in oceans. A Chaos Marine bull rushed forward, seizing two clones by the shoulders and smashing them together before tossing their broken bodies aside. Another stomped through a line of troopers, firing as fast as their rifles would allow. The blaster bolts melted into his warp-scarred armor as he smashed one clone's helmet inward with a single punch. Still the clones fought, still they resisted. They knocked one Marine's leg out from under him and swarmed him, firing into the faceplate until the ceramite shattered. The corrupted warrior thrashed, roaring defiance even as they finished him. Obi-Wan parried another strike and cut down his opponent in a bright, decisive stroke. But he could feel the tide turning, feel the pressure mounting. The Chaos Astartes were too few to win, yet too monstrous to break quickly. And in their dying throes, they meant to take half the army with them. A blaster volley exploded against a Marine's back, and he spun, bolter barking. The shot caught a trooper mid-stride and tore the man in two, the scream swallowed by the blast. Obi-Wan grimaced. This line would not hold much longer. And yet the clones did not falter. They fired, vented their weapons, then fired again, taking down giants with the grit of soldiers who understood that courage at the end of all things was the last gift they could give. Obi-Wan slid under the Chaos Marine's crushing blow, boots skidding across blood-churned mud. The giant's chain blade screamed past his head, teeth snapping at the air. Obi-Wan pivoted, drove forward, and plunged his brass blade into the crease of the Marine's left knee. The corrupted Astartes bellowed, dropping to one side. Obi-Wan didn't wait. He kicked off the giant's thigh, soared upward in a blur, and stabbed his lightsaber straight through the Marine's right eye. The blade hissed as it punched through helm, skull, and brainstem, the burning glow erupting out the back of the headplate like a miniature sunrise. The Marine toppled like a felled obelisk, shaking the ground when he hit. Obi-Wan landed lightly atop the fallen corpse, breath ragged. He yanked the blade free with a sharp twist, and then felt the force vibrate through him in a sudden tremor. He looked up. Not far, Anakin was a wildfire. 3 Chaos Astartes had encircled him, each larger than any foe the young Jedi had ever faced. But he tore through them like they were younglings. Anakin ducked beneath a swing that would have taken his head clean off, vaulted up the Marine's arm, and severed the limb at the elbow with a single furious stroke. Before the severed gauntlet even hit the ground, Anakin spun, cleaving another Marine across the chest plate so deeply sparks jetted out of the wound like arterial fire. The last Astartes lunged, a hammer the size of a clone trooper slamming down. Anakin caught it with both hands through the force, the air trembling around him, then shoved it aside with a raw tidal surge that blasted the Marine backward 10 meters. Obi-Wan's heart skipped. He knew power. He had seen mastery, brilliance, luminous potential. But this was different. The sacrifice of the daughter, the shockwave of the Force unbound, it had changed Anakin. It had truly crowned him as its chosen. He was fighting at a level even Obi-Wan had never seen him reach. Anakin charged the fallen Marine, leapt high, and landed on the corrupted giant's torso with an impact that cratered the mud. His lightsaber plunged again and again into the Marine's helm. After 3 brutal thrusts, the giant's armor split, and the Chaos Warrior slumped still. Before any of them could breathe, a distant thunder rose, armor smashing against armor, ceramite hammering ceramite. Obi-Wan turned. From the far flank of the battlefield, where the demon hordes had been heaped into mountains of corpses, the Imperium came. Maximus descended into the enemy line with his thunder hammer raised high. The first swing cracked a Marine's torso open in a boom that sent shockwaves crawling across the dirt. His second strike crushed another Astartes helmet like a bronze egg. The Ultramarine captain pushed forward, his armor drenched in demon ichor and firelight, each blow rewriting the landscape. Beside him, Sebastian was a hurricane of black flame. The dark saber sang with a ferocity not meant for mortal ears, its edge wrapped in the Emperor's benediction. Sebastian's jump pack unleashed blasts of burning wind as he leapt into the corrupted legion. Every strike of the black blade sheared through chain axes, helms, gauntlets, slicing ceramite and bone as easily as parchment. Together they hit the chaos line so hard the entire formation staggered. A ripple passed through the corrupted warriors, a moment of genuine shock. They were trapped between Skywalker and Kenobi on one side and 2 living legends of the Imperium on the other. But Chaos Marines did not know the meaning of surrender. They roared with voices that made the ground quake and launched themselves at every direction at once. One charged Maximus and was reduced to molten ruin as the thunderhammer caved in his chest. Another lunged at Sebastian, only to lose both arms in a single blinding cut. A third sprinted toward Obi-Wan, bolter blazing, until Anakin intercepted him, tackling the Marine with the Force, slamming him to the earth and driving his saber through the twisted breastplate. Still they came, axe blades screaming, bolters thundering, warp runes flaring crimson and violet. The clones regrouped behind the Jedi, pouring fire into any openings they could find. Even wounded, even exhausted, they stood their ground as the final storm broke around them. The Chaos Astartes fought like beasts who knew they were doomed, howling, charging, taking troopers with them even as they died. Yet the tide had turned. Maximus, Sebastian, and the Imperial troops carved deeper, their pincer tightening. Anakin fought like a being half made of lightning. Obi-Wan cut down every twisted giant that dared to break away from the pack. And the clones filled the gaps with stubborn, defiant fire. The corrupted legion began to collapse, one warrior at a time, one roar at a time, one brutal final stand at a time. The last line of chaos, cornered and raging, refused to fall quietly. But fall they would, crushed between the hammer of the Astartes and the unbreakable will of the Jedi. The end of the battle had come, forged in fire, blood, and the last screams of the dying corruptions of the warp. Raxor watched the battlefield thunder and convulse beneath the closing of the final warp portal, its shrieking light folding in on itself like a dying star. For a heartbeat, the world held its breath. Then came the detonation. A tidal burst of raw, scouring force swept across the ruined plain, erasing thousands of demons in a single incandescent blink. Their howls dissolved into the wind. What remained were only the stranded fiends and the Chaos Astartes who had not been quick or fortunate enough to escape. The salamander wiped soot from his lenses. The rumble of Maximus's thunderhammer rolled like distant weather, and Sebastian's silhouette carved a ragged path through the last red ocean of warp spawn. Even from the rear lines, Raxor felt the heat of the Black Templars' fury, a bonfire against the night. But the battle was no longer a blazing storm, it was a flickering flame now, and he knew his brothers would finish what they had started. He patted the side of the ATTE he'd appropriated, its great cannon still glowing faintly from the last overcharged barrage he had coaxed from it. The clone crew inside gave him a tired thumbs up through the hatch, a little gesture that carried the weight of shared survival. Raxor returned it, then slung his heavy bolter over his shoulder with a soft clank that felt almost gentle after the chaos. Time to help, not to kill. He vaulted off the tank and landed with the soft seismic thud only an Astartes could make, the ground dimpling under his boots. Ahead, a trio of Mandalorians strained around a collapsed durasteel support beam. Their armor bore new cracks, and the one trapped beneath the beam gasped through clenched teeth as sparks rained down from somewhere above. Raxor lumbered toward them, looming like a walking furnace. One of the Mandalorians heard him and snapped towards him. "Lord Raxor." Raxor answered by planting a boot beside the beam. "You called that lifting?" Before they could react, he reached down and curled his gauntleted fingers under the edge. The metal groaned as he hauled the beam upward. He tossed it aside into the dirt, where it punched a shallow crater and lay still. The Mandalorians stared. Their trapped brother sat up, coughing dust, then stared too. Raxor gave a small nod. "Get him to a medical tent." One of them took their helmet off to blink at him. "Thank you, Lord." He moved on. The battlefield felt strangely haunted in its dying moments, not by spirits, but by silence creeping in where screams had lived moments earlier. Raxor welcomed it. The soft whir of his armor's cooling vents was suddenly loud, almost intimate. Near the remains of a shattered clone barricade, he found a pair of troopers carrying their fallen comrade. Their hands shook with the effort. Raxor approached, and the younger one instinctively raised a blaster towards him. "Hold, clone. I'm here to help," the Salamander said. He gently plucked the body from their grip, as if handling a fragile relic. "You've done enough for him. Let me carry him the rest of the way." The clones exchanged a look of mingled grief and gratitude before falling in step beside him. They led him toward a small clearing the medics had turned into a silent garden of the honored dead. Raxor knelt, setting the fallen trooper among the others with a reverence that they didn't understand. The clone that had pointed his blaster at Raxor swallowed hard. Was it worth it? All of this? Raxor looked out across the field, the troopers searching for survivors, the Mandalorians checking their wounded, the Astartes forming new defensive lines as the last demons fell beneath their fury. "Yes," he said, "you cannot fathom the horrors that would have consumed the galaxy if left unchecked. Your brothers gave their lives for a just cause." The clone removed his helmet before dropping it into the dirt below him. "I hope so," he said before returning to his duty. A soft wind passed over them, tugging at banners and smoke trails, as if the world itself exhaled in relief. Raxor rose and turned his gaze back toward the front lines, where Maximus and Sebastian fought like twin storms, carving the final path to victory. "Stay safe behind the lines," he told the clones. "The battle is almost finished." He followed the thinning echoes of battle until he found the circle of unconscious master. They lay scattered, their robes fanned around them. The air shimmered faintly with the last wisps of spent power, the afterglow of an act so immense that the ground around them still hummed. And in the center, beside a small, still shape, knelt Dooku. The Count's shoulders were bowed. His usually immaculate composure was cracked like old stone. Raxor could see the tremor in his hand where it rested on the tiny green form lying motionless against the scorched earth. Behind him, the Terminator guard stood vigil over Neera's unconscious body, their hulking frames forming a ring of unbreakable steel around her. Raxor turned toward them, voice low. "Take the Grand Regent to the battle barge. She needs to rest." The Terminators obeyed immediately. They lifted Neera with the reverence reserved for relics and carried her away, their heavy footfalls fading into the murmur of distant medics. When they had gone, the Salamander faced the heart of the circle. Dooku looked up at him. Tears clung to the deep lines of his face. "He is no more," Dooku rasped, voice frayed thin. He closed the rifts, and in doing so, he gave everything. Raxor lowered himself down beside Dooku, his armor groaning faintly. He rested a gauntleted hand on the Jedi's shoulder. "I am sorry for your loss," Raxor said, his tone softened, shorn of all battlefield thunder. "He fought with honor, and he died so others would live. There is no greater courage than that." Dooku bowed his head, a shudder passing through him. His other hand tightened around Yoda's cold hand. "He was the heart of our order," he whispered, "the finest of us. And I could do nothing but watch him go. I know I am no longer a part of the Jedi, but he was my master, my friend." Raxor did not move. He stayed there beside the grieving master. Dooku closed his eyes, breathing once, feeling his grief. The tremble in his shoulders eased, though it did not vanish. Behind them, the unconscious masters lay. Beyond them, the battlefield quieted further as the battle reached its final moments. And there, in the sacred stillness, a former Jedi mourned, and an Astartes kept vigil beside him. 147, 144, shifting darkness. Palpatine. Palpatine stood at the forward viewport, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked at the battlefield below, as he was barely able to control the force that had exploded only moments before. The flickering crimson of the explosions painted his face in ghostly hues as he trembled slightly until finally he was able to get himself under control. His eyes watched as the last of the demon were torn apart under the relentless alliance between Republic and Imperium forces. The end of the battle was near. Around him, the bridge crew worked feverishly. Clones and officers moved around, calling out orders, adjusting firing patterns, tracking survivors. And in the center of it all stood Tarkin. He was every bit the Commander Palpatine had hoped he would be. "Commander Voss reports the surface battle is ending, sir," Tarkin said, turning sharply. "Our allies have cleansed the field. The last of the abominations are being killed." Palpatine inclined his head, the faintest of smiles touching his lips. "Excellent, Admiral Tarkin. You have served the Republic well this day." Tarkin straightened even further, pride gleaming faintly in his eyes. "Thank you, Chancellor. The men fought bravely. The clones—" "Fought as they were designed to," Palpatine interrupted softly, his voice slick as oil. "But you, my dear Tarkin, you led them. You commanded them. That is something that cannot be taught. You have a natural talent for this." The words sank deep into the younger man's mind. Tarkin's jaw tightened with restrained satisfaction, and he bowed slightly. "You honor me, sir." Palpatine turned then, his gaze moving from the viewport to meet Tarkin's eyes directly. For an instant, just an instant, there was something behind the Chancellor's measured calm, something ancient and unfathomably dark. "I see a bright future for you, Admiral. A future of order, of stability, one the galaxy will soon need." He let the words linger, heavy with implication. Then he turned back to the viewport, clasping his hands once more behind his back. "Continue the cleanup, secure the orbit, see that the wounded are treated and the dead are honored." "Yes, Chancellor." Palpatine gave one last nod and strode from the bridge. When the heavy doors of his private chamber sealed behind him, the mask fell. He exhaled slowly, lowering himself into the high throne-like chair at the room's center. His posture relaxed, and the shadows seemed to bend toward him, drawn as if by gravity. His fingers came together, steepled before his face, and for the first time since the battle had begun, he allowed the grin that had been clawing at the edges of his restraint to spread across his lips. He could still feel it, the violent ripple in the force that had cascaded across the galaxy minutes ago. The brilliant light that was Yoda, extinguished. Palpatine closed his eyes, drinking in the sensation. The Jedi Grand Master was gone. The balance had shifted. In the echoing silence of the Force, he could feel the galaxy reorienting itself again, the countless threads of destiny twisting toward him like rivers feeding into an ocean. Abeloth banished, the warp closed, the Chaos incursion repelled, and yet the greatest victory this day was not the Republic's. It was his. A low, satisfied chuckle escaped his throat as he leaned back, letting the dark side pulse gently through his veins, as natural and familiar as his own heartbeat. His reflection stared back at him on the polished surface of the table, a face calm, dignified, and utterly in control. "The Republic will burn," he said softly, almost tenderly, "and from its ashes, an empire shall rise." He activated the hollow projector before him, and a massive figure flickered into view, a giant of a man resting upon a stone slab. Vulcan lay in what he believed was eternal stillness, his titanic form motionless, bathed in the dim light of Tython's ancient temple. Even in death, the Primarch radiated strength, a sleeping god forged of flesh and fire. Palpatine's smile deepened, cold and serpentine. His agents would recover the body soon enough. From there, it would be moved to a secure location, somewhere far from prying eyes, where his true work could begin. He folded his hands beneath his chin, the light of the hologram casting long shadows across his face. He smiled evilly at what he was about to do. Then a sharp tone broke the stillness. He turned slightly, and a red glyph flashed upon one of the holoscreens. A coded transmission. Only his agents knew this channel. Palpatine waved a hand, and the screen flared to life. A hooded figure appeared, kneeling. The hologram flickered in deep crimson. "Report," Palpatine said softly, his voice smooth and even. The hooded agent bowed lower. "My lord," came the distorted reply. "The operation was successful. Sifo Dyas and Yaddle have been captured. Both are in containment, alive, as ordered." Palpatine's smile deepened, his yellow eyes glinting faintly in the holographic light. "Excellent," he murmured. "Were there complications?" "None, my lord." He leaned back, exhaling a quiet, satisfied breath. "Good. Very good." For a long moment he said nothing. Only the hum of the ship and the faint flicker of the hologram filled the room. "Prepare them," he said softly. The agent bowed. "Yes, my lord." The transmission cut off. The room fell silent once more. Palpatine reclined in his chair, a faint smirk curling his lips. The pieces were moving exactly as he intended. "Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen." "Obi-Wan." Obi-Wan exhaled shakily, drawing his brass blade from the chest of a demon that still twitched on the ground. Its blood, if it could even be called that, hissed against the metal, steaming and smoking as it ate through the soil. The battle was over, though the land still trembled with echoes of carnage. The sky, once torn apart by rifts and storms of warp fire, now hung dim and fractured, streaked with fading crimson light. Anakin stood beside him, chest heaving, his armor scorched and torn. He turned to his friend as Obi-Wan lowered the blood-slick brass sword, the unnatural weapon catching the dying light of Mortis's burning sky. "Why that blade?" Anakin asked, his voice low. "You've carried it since the mid-battle." Obi-Wan glanced down at the jagged weapon, running a thumb along the rough edge. "I don't know," he admitted quietly. "It just felt right." He frowned, feeling a faint pounding in his head. For a heartbeat, he saw flashes of memories. A battlefield, a giant, a figure clad in green armor smiling at him across a fire. Then it was gone. He pressed a hand to his temple and forced a small, tired smile. "Perhaps I've just seen too much blood today." Anakin gave him a look, half concern, half disbelief, but said nothing. He only nodded, gazing out across the ruined battlefield. The plains were littered with corpses. Demon, clone, Mandalorian, Astartes, Jedi. Columns of smoke drifted from the wrecks of tanks and dropships. The once unending tide of monsters had fallen still. A shadow passed over them. Maximus descended first, his armor cracked and scorched, thunderhammer in hand, blue energy still humming faintly from its head. Behind him came Sebastian, his massive form radiant in blackened, newly reforged Terminator plate, the darksaber clipped to his hip. The 4 grey knights followed, silver-armored giants of psychic fury, their halberds darkened by demon blood. The ground seemed to shake as the Space Marines approached. "You fought well, Jedi," Maximus said, his voice carrying like thunder even through his damaged helm. His tone was calm, respectful even, but heavy. Anakin turned, his eyes narrowing slightly at the towering figures before him. "I saw her kill him," he said, pointing toward Sebastian. "That thing, she ran you through. You were dead." The Black Templar slammed his armored fist against his breastplate, the sound echoing like thunder. "I was dead," he said simply. His vox grill distorted the words into a growl of iron and fury. "But the Emperor of mankind saw fit to return me to the living, to fight once more in his name." His tone was calm and reverent, but beneath it lay a terrible conviction, the kind of faith that could move worlds, or burn them. Obi-Wan's eyes flicked to Anakin, whose jaw tightened. The boy's temper was rising again. "Your God Emperor," Anakin muttered under his breath. "You speak as if he were some—" "Careful, boy." Sebastian's head turned sharply, the red lenses of his helmet locking on Anakin. "You stand before a servant of the master of mankind. Choose your next words wisely." Maximus raised a gauntlet, silently cautioning his brother, but Sebastian's tone only deepened. "The green creature, your grandmaster, gave his life for a noble cause," Sebastian said with a dismissive tilt of his helm. "A worthy death for one so small. The little goblin has earned his place in whatever afterlife he believed in." Anakin's teeth clenched, his hands curled into fists. "You watch your tongue." Sebastian tilted his head, almost amused. "Do you intend to make me?" Anakin's hand moved to his lightsaber hilt, the hum of restrained fury rising off him like heat. Obi-Wan's arm shot out, catching him across the chest. "Anakin, don't!" But Sebastian was already stepping forward, the ground cracking under his armored boots. His right hand dropped, hovering above the darksaber. "Draw it," he said slowly, his vox grill warping the words into a challenge that felt more like a growl. "I am tired of your insolence, whelp. Do it, and I'll teach you what discipline truly means." The air grew heavy with tension at that moment. The clones nearby hesitated in their movements, watching from a distance as the Jedi and the resurrected Black Templar squared off. Anakin's breathing was sharp, his fury barely held in check. Obi-Wan placed a hand on his shoulder and gave a faint shake of his head. "Let it go, Anakin," he murmured softly. "We've all lost much today. Don't make us lose more." Maximus turned his gaze toward them, his eyes unreadable behind his helm. "Your Grandmaster's sacrifice closed the breach," he said. "Honor him. Tend to your wounded. We will see to the rest." Sebastian gave a final glance toward Anakin, the faintest hint of a smirk in his tone, as he muttered, "Train your temper, Jedi. It'll be the death of you." Then the Astartes turned, their massive forms striding through the wreckage, smoke curling around their feet. Anakin watched them go, his fists still clenched, his knuckles white before releasing them. "I can't stand them," he said, turning back to Obi-Wan. The older Jedi didn't answer, but began to look around. "Where's Ahsoka?" Nearer, soft light filtered through the haze of the medbay, sterile and muted, a far cry from the apocalyptic fury of the battlefield she remembered last. The rhythmic hum of the ship's reactors pulsed faintly beneath her. For a moment, Neera lay still, her mind adrift in a fog between dreams and memory. Then came the deep ache, soul-weary, as though every nerve had been wrung dry of strength. Her eyes fluttered open. The room around her was vast, medical purity wrapped in Gothic metal. Incense burners smoldered faintly on altars set into the walls, their smoke curling in thin silver wisps. The scent was comforting, a mark of the Imperium's reverence even for recovery. A towering figure stood motionless at her bedside, encased in Terminator armor, bearing the Ultramarines sigil. His helm turned slightly as her eyes opened. "Lady Regent," the deep, mechanical voice resonated from within the helm. "You are awake." Neera drew a slow breath, pushing herself gingerly upright, wincing as her arms trembled under her own weight. Even that small effort sent a wave of exhaustion through her limbs. She blinked, steadying herself on the edge of the medical slab. "What happened?" Her voice was faint, hoarse, as though she hadn't spoken in days. The guard inclined his head slightly. "The battle is over," he said. "The arch-enemy has been driven back into the warp. The rifts have been sealed. The Imperium stands victorious." For a long moment, Neera simply stared at the ceiling, her mind struggling to process the enormity of those words. The warp, sealed. After all the death, all the sacrifice, they had done it. She let out a quiet exhale, relief washing through her body like cool water. I see," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "It's finally over." "Not over, Lady Regent," the Terminator corrected softly. "Merely survived. But for now, there is peace." Neera gave a faint nod and sank back against the slab, closing her eyes. She spoke inwardly, her thoughts reaching out across the faint tether she could still feel. "Sanguinius." A soft warmth answered her. "I am here, little one." Her lips parted as the voice of the angel filled her mind, radiant yet weary. "What happened after?" she asked quietly. "After I passed out?" There was a pause, then his voice came. "You overreached, Neera. The power you invoked, the harmony between the warp and the force, it is not meant for mortal souls to bear. The strain upon you was immense. You were fortunate not to have been consumed. I'm sorry I pushed you so much. She swallowed, the words sinking deep. I didn't realize how much it would take, she murmured. It felt as if everything was slipping through my fingers. I just sought to do your part, I know. His tone softened, tinged with pride and sorrow in equal measure. But hear me now, Nera. You must never attempt that again. The toll it takes upon your soul is too great. Her throat tightened, guilt pressing at her chest. So I nearly died. He paused. Yes. The word cut her deeply. Nera's gaze fell to her trembling hands, pale, almost luminous under the med bay's light. She could still feel it, faintly, the residue of that impossible moment when the force and warp had fused within her, singing like twin stars about to collapse. She gave a small nod, forcing a weak smile. I understand. Good. Sanguinius's tone eased again, the sharpness fading. Now rest, you have done enough. There are others who will carry your burdens for a time. Nera exhaled slowly, nodding once more before whispering aloud, Where are the others? Maximus, Sebastian, Raxor, and the Jedi. What happened to Anakin and Ahsoka? The warmth of Sanguinius's presence pulsed faintly as his answer came. After the rifts closed, they led the charge to purge what remained of the demons. They are alive, all of them. The one named Ahsoka was wounded. A demon's blade caught her in the side, but she was retrieved from the field. She will recover. Nera sighed deeply, eyes fluttering shut. Good. Good. The fatigue rolled over her again, heavier this time like a tide pulling her under. Her voice was little more than a whisper when she spoke next. I just want to sleep for a while. Then I'll return to my duties as Grand Regent. There was a low, melodic chuckle in her mind, soft as a father's. Always so dutiful, even now. Rest, Nera. You have earned it. Her lips curved in a faint smile. Yeah, I think I have. She shifted slightly, curling onto her side, the sterile lights dimming as the medbay sensors registered her slipping into rest. The Terminator guard at her bedside remained motionless, a silent sentinel, his red eye lenses burning faintly. As Nera's breathing slowed and steadied, the faint shimmer of the Force pulsed around her once more. 148, 145, a painful goodbye. Dooku. The shuttle's landing ramp hissed open with a hydraulic sigh, letting in the filtered sunlight of Coruscant's upper atmosphere. The Terminator guard descended first, forming lines on either side of the ramp as the delegation descended after them. Nera was first, though Dooku was at her side. Behind them came Plo Koon, Shark T, and the remaining masters who had once belonged to the Jedi Order, who had chosen to walk a path divergent from its stagnant ways. They were honored guests of the Imperium, arriving for the funeral of the most venerated Jedi Grand Master in living memory. And yet the moment they stepped into the temple, it was clear that the Jedi Order did not see them that way. The ancient halls were familiar, towering stone pillars, mosaics of long-dead masters, the faint echo of training sabers clashing somewhere far below. But every set of eyes that turned toward them held suspicion, contempt, and a bit of fear. Padawans muttered under their breath and pulled back as the group passed. A pair of young knights stepped aside, whispering harshly, "Deserters, traitors, shouldn't even be here." Dooku did not look at any of them. His expression remained calm and regal. He would not be moved by the opinions of children. Ahead, more Jedi gathered along the balconies. One Padawan, barely more than a boy, couldn't resist. "Why are they here?" he whispered harshly. "Didn't you tell me they abandoned us?" His master silenced him with a look, but Dooku heard. They all did. He did not stop walking. Only the slightest narrowing of his eyes hinted that he had noticed at all. They passed one of the primary training halls. Younglings halted their forms to stare. Even the temple guards, normally as still as statues, shifted ever so slightly, hands brushing the hilts of their weapons. He felt every accusation pointed at him like a dagger. Abandoned us, betrayed us, consorted with outsiders. If they only knew what had truly happened. But they did not know. And many would never understand. The group reached one of the High Council chambers, not the main one, but one of the lesser strategy halls used for private deliberation. Its doors parted automatically at the group's approach. The room was circular, lined with simple seats, soft blue light filtering in from the panoramic windows overlooking Coruscant's skyline. He stopped in the center. The others filed in behind him, their footsteps echoing in the quiet. Only then did Dooku allow the mask to falter. He closed his eyes, just for a second. Yoda was gone. The weight of that truth pressed hard against his chest. Yoda, his master, his friend, now gone, burnt away in service to the galaxy. Soon his old apprentice came to retrieve them. Qui-Gon stepped through the doors, pausing when he saw them. His gaze lingered on Dooku for a moment longer than the rest. "It's good to see you, my old master," he said quietly. Dooku inclined his head in a faint bow. "It is good to see you as well, Qui-Gon. Are you feeling all right?" he asked, to which Qui-Gon nodded. "I am." Ki-Adi-Mundi followed in behind him, arms folded inside his sleeves, offering a stiff nod. There was no condemnation in his expression, only exhaustion. "The ceremony will begin shortly," Qui-Gon said. "We'll take you to the pyre now." No one argued. No one spoke. They fell into step behind him and out into the temple halls. The walk was silent except for the echo of their boots on polished stone. They could feel eyes on them from every corridor and balcony. Some Jedi whispered, some simply stared. No one stopped them. They stepped out into one of the great meditation courtyards. Thousands had gathered. Jedi of every rank lined the stone terraces, robes rippling in the wind, hoods drawn low. Torches burned in a perfect ring around the center platform where the pyre had been built. And there, laid gently upon the wooden structure, was Yoda. Small, still, wrapped in white cloth, his cane resting across his chest. Dooku felt something crack deep in his chest. For a moment he could not breathe. Plo Koon lowered his head. Shak Ti pressed a hand against her heart. Even the younger knights fell silent as the ex-masters approached and took their places closest to the pyre. They had fought at his side. They would see him off. Qui-Gon took a slow breath, looked at Dooku and lowered his head to him. "He would have wanted you here." Dooku did not answer. He only laid a hand on the edge of the pyre, fingers brushing the grain of the wood, and closed his eyes. Qui-Gon led them to a section a bit separated from the others, though still next to the pyre. "Here," he said, gesturing to the section. "Thank you," Nera said, taking the second slab meant for kneeling, gesturing for Dooku to take the first. The others filled the rest in no particular order. When the moment came, the crowd fell into an aching silence. Chin Dralig stepped forward, torch in hand, expression unreadable. Chin Dralig stood before Dooku, his jaw set, face unreadable. Dooku half expected a confrontation, resentment perhaps, but instead the battlemaster extended a burning torch toward him. His voice was low, almost distant. "You are the last of his Padawans," he said. "It should be you." For a moment Dooku did not move. His fingers felt numb, his chest tight. He had prepared himself for anger, rejection, even scorn, anything except this kind of solemn respect. He stared at the flame, unable to make his hand rise. Then a gentle pressure touched his fingers. Nera, kneeling beside him, had reached out. She said nothing, only offered that soft, steadying squeeze. Dooku drew a slow, shaking breath. He rose. All conversation throughout the courtyard ceased. A single figure walking toward the pyre in that heavy silence, torch in hand. Dooku stopped before Yoda's body. Time seemed to stretch thin. For a heartbeat, he was a boy again, standing in the temple halls with a training saber too large for his hands, listening to that dry, amused voice correcting his every stance. He saw battles fought, lessons given, disagreements, respect, love. He had left the Order, but he had never stopped being Yoda's student. Not truly. He lowered the torch. The flame kissed the kindling, then the wind stirred. Just a whisper of air, but it fanned the flame upward and outward until fire bloomed across the pyre in a sudden warm rush of gold. The force itself seemed to breathe upon the fire, lifting the smoke gently toward the sky as if carrying something unseen with it. Dooku stepped back, returning to his place beside Nera. He sank to his knees once more, the warmth of the pyre brushing his face. No one spoke. The flames roared quietly in the night, consuming wood, cloth, and flesh, consuming the last physical remnant of the greatest Grandmaster to ever live. Around them, some Jedi bowed their heads. Others wept silently. A few stood like statues. Dooku simply watched, letting the tears fall unashamed. The fire reflected in his eyes, bright and terrible, and for the first time in decades he felt so very small. He had seen wars, civilizations burn, but this was the closest thing to a true ending he had ever known. Beside him, the others remained silent. Even the wind seemed unwilling to intrude. No Force vision came, no final whisper of guidance. Only the soft crackling of sacred fire as it devoured his master's mortal form. And Dooku bowed his head, not as a Jedi, not as an exile, not as a noble or a warrior, but simply as a student saying goodbye. Obi-Wan walked alone through the silent halls of the temple after the pyre was extinguished, and Anakin had long gone to see Ahsoka in the medical wing. The murmur of thousands of Jedi had faded behind him hours ago. Now, only the distant echo of footsteps and the low hum of temple machinery filled the vast corridors. The warmth of the funeral flames still clung to his robes, and the smell of burned incense followed him like a ghost. He should have gone to his quarters. He should have slept. But something gnawed at him. Something that had been gnawing for months. A whisper in the back of his mind that something was missing. He reached the archive's door. It opened with a soft hiss, bathing him in cool, pale light. Rows upon rows of holobooks and terminals towered into the shadows, and not a single archivist remained at this hour. Obi-Wan walked deeper inside, his boots soft against the polished floors. He didn't know what he was searching for, not truly. It had begun before Mortis, before the war began. Little fragments that should have led somewhere in his mind but never did. A feeling of unfinished conversation. A face, always just out of reach. He accessed a terminal and began digging. Temple records, deployment logs, mission transcripts, nothing. No gaps, no convenient erasures. But the feeling would not go away. Something was wrong. Something had been taken from him. So he dug deeper. The restricted section opened for him automatically. He was a High Council member after all, having been voted in after the war. He began searching medical logs, psychological evaluations, archival requests. And then he found it. A single entry with his clearance code. Memory adjustment request, initiated by Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. His breath stalled. He opened it. At request of Master Kenobi, selected memories connected to classified warp incident have been suppressed. Procedure overseen by Grandmaster Yoda. Reason, emotional compromise, operational priorities. Obi-Wan sat back, staring at those words. He tried to remember ever having this conversation. Nothing surfaced. So he tried harder. He pressed fingers to his temple and reached out into the Force. He felt ripples, echoes of something cut away. Like torn pages in a book, the binding intact, but the chapters missing. His hands trembled. He had willingly asked for this. He had begged for it, according to the wording. But why? What had he seen that frightened him so deeply he would rather forget than live with it? Was it fear at all? Or maybe the information was too valuable. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Moments flickered. A man's voice, calm but sorrowful, a blade of shimmering brass, screaming of demons, a feeling of unbearable grief. Then, nothing. A clean void. Someone had been there, someone important, someone he had chosen to forget. A cold chill swept through him. He didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. Very slowly, he stood and turned off the terminal. He did not speak. He only stood in the dim silence of the archives, surrounded by the recorded memory of 10,000 Jedi, and realized that his own had been edited by his own choice, which meant only one thing. Whatever he had forgotten, he must have believed that remembering it would destroy him. Or the Republic. 150, 146. The bait is cast. Raxor. Raxor drifted in the warm suspension of the Bacta tank, weightless, suspended between waking and dreams. The gentle hum of Medici instruments filled the chamber, with their steady, reassuring rhythm. It was the sound of healing, of rest hard-earned after the cataclysm on Mortis. His massive frame hung supported by cables, his armor stripped away, his mind finally allowed to ease into silence. For the first time in what felt like months, the salamander slept without the scent of burning promethium or demon blood in his lungs. And then, without warning, the darkness behind his eyes trembled, parting like thin cloth drawn aside by unseen hands. A vision pressed into him. Not a dream. Something weightier, something that touched the edges of prophecy. He stood, or rather was, on a cliff overlooking a vast ruined city. Twilight bled across its shattered skyline, painting broken towers and toppled spires in long, mournful gold. The wind tugged at his tabard, carrying the faint scent of ash and something older, something sacred. He looked down at his own hands, and they were no longer submerged in Bacta. They were armored again, cracked with battle, trembling faintly as if the very air here pressed with strange gravity. Then he saw them. Two figures stood ahead, waiting at the cliff's edge. A young man and a young woman. No older than 15 or 16, their silhouettes were slender, but there was an unmistakable strength in how they stood, an echo of destiny in their stillness. They were twins, unmistakably so, sharing the same sharp cheekbones, the same posture, the same storm-quiet aura. And their eyes, Emperor protect him, their eyes were gold, like the burning heart of a star. Raxor had seen psychers ignite suns of power, seen demons scream in the light of imperial faith, but he had never seen eyes like those. Eyes that watched him with both mercy and judgment. Eyes that seemed to know him more intimately than he knew himself. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move, could only stare. The girl stepped forward first, not quite smiling, not quite solemn, her expression bearing a serenity far too old for her youthful face. The boy beside her lifted his chin slightly, meeting Raxor's gaze. The ruined city stretched endlessly beneath them, yet the twins seemed untouched by the devastation, as if they were the promise that something greater would rise from its ashes. Raxor tried to speak, but no sound came. His throat locked. His mind spun with questions. Who are you? How do you stand in my dreams? Why do your eyes see directly into my soul? But the answer came not in words. Only in his feelings did he find the truth. These two will shape fate. The greatest choice of his life will hinge upon them. And when the moment comes, he would know. The boy's hand lifted, a slow motion that seemed to ripple reality around its edges. The girl narrowed her golden eyes gently, as if urging patience, urging faith. His heart hammered, his mouth opened to ask something, ask anything. But the vision shattered like glass struck by a hammer. Raxor jolted awake, thrashing in the Bacta suspension as alarms blared. His eyes were wide, staring into nothing, but the images burned behind them remained sharp and vivid, etched into the fabric of his mind. He had no name for the boy or the girl. No understanding of the ruined city. No reason why his gene-forged soul trembled at the sight of them. But he knew without doubt, without question, that they were real. That he would one day stand before them, not as a dream, but in the flesh. And when that moment arrived, everything he was, everything he believed, everything he fought for would be weighed in the balance. Raxor closed his eyes again, chest rising slowly in the Bacta fluid. He did not fear destiny. He never had. But for the first time in a long while, he felt its hand touch him directly, just as it had touched both his brothers. Padme. Padme woke with a soft, startled breath, her heart thudding once before settling. The apartment was dark, lit only by the pale glow of Coruscant's endless traffic flowing past the windows like liquid starlight. She pushed herself up on her elbows, brushing a few loose strands of hair from her face, just as the door to their bedroom hissed open. Anakin stepped inside, shoulders slumped, robes heavy with dust and the lingering scent of burning wood. Even in the dimness, she could see the exhaustion etched into him, the tension in his jaw, the stiffness in how he moved, the shadows under his eyes deeper than ever. She rose slowly from the bed, her hand unconsciously sliding to her abdomen as she stood. Though she was only a few months along, her balance had already begun to shift in subtle ways. Anakin, she whispered, concern softening her voice. He didn't speak at first. He simply crossed the room and sat heavily on the edge of the bed, elbows resting on his knees, head bowed as if the weight of the day threatened to crush him entirely. Padme moved to his side, her nightgown brushing his arm as she lowered herself next to him. "How is Ahsoka?" she asked gently. For a moment he didn't answer. Then he exhaled, long and weary, and lifted his eyes to hers. "She'll be all right," he murmured. "The medics say she just needs rest. The injuries were bad, but she's strong." His voice cracked slightly, barely audible. Padme's hand found his shoulder, squeezing with quiet reassurance. Anakin leaned into her touch, as if only now remembering he was allowed to breathe. She shifted closer, letting her head rest against him. His arm came around her instinctively, pulling her into the warmth of his side. After a moment, he slid his other hand to her stomach, gentle, reverent. The way he always did, as if touching a miracle he hadn't quite convinced himself was real. Padme covered his hand with her own, thumb brushing over his knuckles. "I had the strangest dream," she whispered, her voice faintly trembling with a fear she couldn't fully name. "About the children." Anakin's gaze sharpened, concern rising. "What did you see?" She swallowed, trying to steady herself. "The twins. They were older. Teenagers, maybe. They were standing on a cliff, looking over the ruins of some great city. I couldn't place where, but it felt ancient. Devastated." She paused, breath hitching. But they weren't alone. Anakin's brows drew together. "Who else was there?" Behind her eyes, the dream flickered again, two silhouettes outlined by a dying sun, the wind whipping through their hair and towering behind them like a shadow of fate itself. "A giant," she said softly, "a figure in armor, green armor. It looked like one of the Astartes, one of the Imperium." She hesitated, then finally spoke, the worry gnawing at her. "I think it was Raxor." Anakin's jaw tightened. For a moment, anger flared across his face. Padme felt his hand tense against her stomach. "I'm scared, Annie," she breathed, voice trembling despite her effort to keep it steady. "I'm scared that somehow, in some future, our children will end up in the Imperium's care, that they'll be taken from us and raised by warriors who know nothing but war." Anakin reacted immediately, his other arm wrapped fully around her, pulling her against him with protective urgency. He pressed a kiss to her temple, fierce and quiet. "No," he murmured, voice low and unwavering. "Padme, I will never let anything like that happen. Not to them, not to you. I swear it." His hand spread across her abdomen as if shielding the twins within from an entire galaxy. "Our children will grow up safe, with us. I'll see to it, no matter what it takes." Padme breathed out shakily, leaning into him until there was no space between them at all. His warmth soaked into her, easing the cold edge of fear. "Promise me," she whispered. He cupped her cheek, turning her face toward his. "I promise," he said, not as a Jedi, not as the chosen one, but as a man who would burn down the galaxy to protect the two small lives he hadn't yet met. The tension in her body finally eased. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. Slowly, they lay back down together, his arms still wrapped around her, their fingers intertwined over the gentle rise of her stomach. And even though sleep came slowly, they drifted into it, holding each other tightly, each silently praying that the dream was nothing more than just that. A dream. Nameless Jedi Temple Guard. Under the pale glow of the temple's night lamps, the corridors stretched long and silent, every polished stone and towering column wrapped in that deep stillness that only came when thousands of Jedi slept. A lone temple guard moved through the quiet corridor, his mask blank, expressionless, reflecting only the faintest shimmer of passing light. His footsteps were soft, almost measured to the heartbeat. He walked the routine he had been walking for years, one that had become so monotonous it seemed carved into him as surely as the armor he wore. But tonight his steps slowed. Tonight a whisper in his ear through his concealed comm. "Proceed." The word was quiet, brittle, nothing more than a breath of command, yet it shifted something in him like a lock turning. For a heartbeat, he paused near one of the tall windows overlooking the city. He turned away. His patrol route carried him toward the southern wing, but halfway down the hall, he broke pattern. A subtle deviation to the left, where a small corridor seldom used at this hour, one that most assumed led to storage. But he knew better. The hidden terminal tucked away behind a durasteel door was old, rarely accessed, and perfect. Perfect because no one watched it. He reached the door, glanced once down the hallway to ensure he was alone, then keyed in the code. It slid open without a sound. The chamber beyond was dim and narrow, holding only a dust-coated hollow station, a chair that looked as if no one had sat in it in years, and the terminal he needed. He stepped forward, cloak brushing the floor, and from beneath the layers of his armor produced a small black data chip. Another look over his shoulder. He slid the chip into the terminal. Instantly, faint symbols flickered to life across the hollow screen. He entered the activation sequence he had memorized, each tap of his gloved fingers light. A signal pinged outward into the void of space, meant for the monsters of the Imperium. He didn't know its full purpose, as the Chancellor had not told him, and he had not asked. He only knew that this message was one move in a far larger game, and that the Chancellor always played to win. When the final data burst uploaded, the console chimed once before going dark again, as if nothing had ever happened. The guard removed the chip and slid it back into a compartment in his armor and stepped away. He spared the terminal no further glance. To linger would be suspicious. When he exited the room, he resumed his slow, steady patrol as though he had never broken from it. The Jedi Temple Guard continued his rounds, silent and dutiful. And Palpatine's plan ticked forward another step. Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan stood hunched over a holomap of Tatooine's southern defensive grid, one gauntleted finger tracing the jagged canyon lines where the last pockets of Tusken raiders had been burnt out only days prior. The command post around her hummed with low conversation, data pads clicking, boots scraping against dusty durasteel flooring. "Lady cries," an officer called, his voice tight enough to snap. Bo-Katan turned immediately. The young Mandalorian tech, face pale, was waving her over to his terminal with a severity that made her heart spike. She crossed the room in long, sharp strides. "What is it?" she demanded. We intercepted a transmission." He swallowed. "Encrypted, military-grade slicing protocols, but its origin code, it's from the Jedi Temple on Coruscant." That alone made a cold knot form in her stomach. "Show me." The message expanded in a holographic overlay. Lines of text, heavily scrambled, then resolved by the interceptor's decryption filters. The Chancellor's unmistakable signature was attached. Another anonymous, marked only as JEDI-UNCONF-IRMED. It was a message exchange between the two. Bo-Katan began reading, and the longer she read, the more her expression hardened. "The Jedi refuse to comply, Chancellor. They won't return him. Vulcan is too powerful a symbol to relinquish." "They must," Palpatine wrote back. "If the Imperium learns he is being hidden by the Jedi, we'll all burn for it. The Senate is already conspiring with them. They think keeping Vulcan weakens the Imperium, but it only seals our doom if we're discovered." The messages cut off abruptly, as if the transmission hadn't finished fully. Her officers were watching her carefully now, sensing the rising tension in her posture. "I transferred it to your personal terminal as requested," the officer said, looking up at her. "And copies?" she asked in return. "None, just the original on your device." "Good." Bo-Katan tapped her vambrace and triggered her encrypted link with the Regent's sub-access channel. "I'm going to see the Lady Regent immediately," she said. "Yes, Lady Cries." She slipped the holotablet under her arm and broke into a run, pushing past startled guards and aides as she vaulted down the ramp leading out of command post. The twin suns were rising outside, casting long orange blades of light across the sand-haunted courtyard. Sweat prickled along her brow as she sprinted, armor plates clattering in a rhythmic, determined cadence. If the Imperium believed the Jedi were hiding Vulcan, if the Imperium thought the Republic was conspiring to weaken them. Come on, come on," she muttered as she ran, breath tightening in her chest. She cut a path through the central corridor of the Imperial Enclave, startling passing servitors and Mandalorians led by their Astartes squad leaders as she surged past them. Finally, she reached the towering adamantium doors to the Regent's office. The Terminator guards straightened immediately as she approached. "Commander Kryze," one greeted her. "Do you require—" "I must speak with the Lady Regent immediately. Please step aside." 151. 147. The Imperium's action. Neera. The door slid shut behind Bo-Katan with a soft hiss, leaving Neera alone in the quiet glow of the chamber. For a few heartbeats, she simply stood there, the datapad trembling faintly in her hands as she reread Palpatine's final string of messages. She sank into her chair, drawing a slow breath as she tried to sift through worry, anger, and the growing sense that forces were moving too swiftly for her to control. The walls hummed with the steady pulse of the ship, normally a comfort, but today it felt as though the vessel itself were holding its breath. Then golden light rippled at the edge of her vision, and before she could rise, the regal and imposing form of Sanguinius materialized in the center of the room. His wings were half unfurled behind him, but the expression carved into his features was anything but serene. There was an urgency in him that she had never seen in him before. Before she could greet him, he spoke, not wasting a single moment on pleasantries or preamble. "We must find Vulcan," he said, voice low. "It is now our highest priority." Neera straightened, placing Palpatine's messages aside. "I agree," she answered, meeting his intense gaze. "But if this is truly the situation on the ground, then our next steps need to be measured. Diplomacy should be the dash." "Diplomacy is not what is needed now," he interrupted, and the force of his determination hit her like a physical gust of wind. He took one step closer, the light from his wings casting long shadows across the room. "Vulcan is my brother, my kin, my blood. If our roles were reversed, he would not hesitate for an instant. He would tear apart the galaxy itself to reach me." She softened her voice, hoping to anchor him, to find the calm beneath his agitation. "I understand, and I don't dismiss the weight of this, but we are already stretched so thin. If we push too hard, too fast, we risk fracturing everything we've been building. There is a way to move carefully, while still—" But again he cut her off, and this time the veneer of patience had fallen away entirely. "We have moved carefully enough," he said, wings rustling as his agitation deepened. "While we tread lightly and bow to courtesy, the Jedi and their Republic have hidden my lost brother from us. I don't know how or why, but we will get him back." Neera opened her mouth, wanting to explain, to point out that the situation was not so simple, that the Jedi were not a single, united entity, that secrecy was often born of fear rather than malice. But Sanguinius's voice rose, not quite a shout, but close enough that it vibrated in the floor beneath her feet. "We have honored every deal, respected every boundary, held back every instinct that told us to act decisively. And for what? Courtesy? Politics? Tact?" His hands clenched at his sides, golden gauntlets shimmering as though reacting to his turmoil. "They have treated us as dangerous beings to be managed, not allies to be trusted. They kept Vulcan from us. They kept a Primarch from his own people." Neera stood and took a slow step toward him, her tone firm but gentle, hoping to diffuse the spiraling intensity. "Sanguinius, listen to me. I know how deeply this cuts you. I know what it means. But anger cannot guide us here, not when the stakes are this high. If we lose control of this situation—" He snapped. It wasn't violent, nor was it a loss of control in the way mortals displayed it. But something inside the angelic demigod broke through its restraints, and emotion flooded his voice with a raw, pained edge. "I have already decided," he said, each word struck like a hammer on stone. "And I will hear no more of your prattle." The silence that followed crashed over them like a wave. Neera froze, not because she feared him, but because the harshness in his tone cut straight through her. She had stood beside him in war, he had counseled her through uncertainty, defended her from horrors that no man knew of. But never once had he spoken to her like an obstacle, like she was something in his way. Her face shifted, the hurt subtle but unmistakable. She nodded once, more out of instinct than decision, and turned toward the door. "Nearer, wait." His voice wavered, a crack of remorse slipping through the agitation. She paused only for a heartbeat, but she did not look back. He reached out, taking a small step after her. "I did not mean to speak to you so harshly." But the damage was done, and the sting still lingered across her chest like a bruise. She closed her eyes briefly, gathering herself, and continued walking. The door slid open, the hallway beyond cool and dim compared to the room's golden light. Without a word, she stepped through and let the door seal behind her, leaving Sanguinius alone with the echo of his own words and the dawning realization of how deeply they had cut. The silence that settled in the chamber afterward was heavy. He stood motionless, wings drooping, the glow around him dimming as regret settled into his bones, before he leaned forward across the table, his head bowed as he released a long, slow breath. Raxor, the salamander, did not so much enter the meditation chamber, but ruptured it. The doors slammed back against the walls with a metallic crack that echoed through the dim, incense-laden air, and every head inside snapped toward him. The chamber had always been a sanctuary, but the moment Raxor stepped across the threshold, the entire atmosphere tightened like a rope on the verge of tearing. Dooku rose from his position first, the soft fall of his cloak barely audible in the sudden silence. His expression held that practiced, aristocratic calm he always carried, but even he could not fully mask the slight narrowing of his eyes as he took in the Space Marine's posture. "Lord Raxor," he began, "what has—" Raxor didn't let him finish. With a stride that devoured the distance between them, he closed the gap, seized the Count by the front of his robes, and hoisted him into the air as though he weighed nothing. The other Jedi moved at once. Shakti surged to her feet, Plo Koon's taloned fingers curled as though reaching for a hidden force, and several others took sharp defensive stances, but none advanced. None dared cross the invisible threshold drawn by the rage burning in Raxor's eyes. "Did you know?" The salamander roared, the sound so loud it rattled the meditation bowls on the floor. Dooku's boots dangled inches above the ground, his robes pinched in the Marine's gauntleted fist. "Did you know about the Jedi hiding Vulcan from us?" The chamber erupted into overlapping voices, questions, protests, warnings, but they all fell uselessly against the iron wall of Raxor's fury. His grip tightened, metal creaking. Plo Koon took a step forward, hands raised. "Raxor," the Keldor urged, "release him. Whatever grievance you carry can—" "Stand down," Dooku snapped, though the command came strained from the pressure against his chest. The others froze at once, though they were ready to intervene if Maximus so much as twitched in the wrong direction. Dooku turned his gaze back to the towering Astartes and spoke with a firmness that refused to bend. "Put me down. We will speak, but not like this." But Raxor didn't even seem to hear him. His breathing thundered inside the chamber, each inhale drawn through clenched teeth as he repeated, low but no less dangerous. "You knew. You all knew. The Jedi, the Republic. You hid Vulcan from us." Dooku tried again, voice harder now. "Put me down." Raxor shook him instead, a sudden violent jolt that sent the older man's legs swinging. Robes snapped, boots scraping, the Count's normally impeccable composure cracking as irritation and concern slid into his expression. "Answer me," Raxor thundered. "Did you know? Did you know he was within their grasp while we were led to believe he was lost to us forever?" Dooku's jaw tightened, but his reply was firm, unshaken by the Space Marine's fury. "I do not know what you are speaking of." For a heartbeat, Raxor stood frozen, searching Dooku's face as if he could punch through the truth by force of will alone. Then, slowly, his arm slackened, and he let the once Jedi Master drop. Dooku hit the floor with a muted grunt, landing on one knee before steadying himself on a hand. Shakti and Plo Koon rushed to his side, but Dooku waved them off with a terse, irritable gesture. The salamander stood over him like a statue carved from judgment itself, looming without apology. "Prepare yourselves," he said, voice low and final. "You will accompany us to Coruscant. We will leave soon." The chamber went silent again, though now the silence carried the weight of dread. "What are we planning?" Dooku asked. He straightened slowly, brushing dust from his robes, and stared up at Raxor as realization settled like ice in his gut. Raxor took 2 steps toward the door before Dooku's words stopped him. This is the opening blow of a war. The Astartes didn't turn fully, he just angled his head slightly. He spoke no words, offered no denial, no reassurance, no threat. The silence was his answer. Then he walked out, leaving behind a room full of Jedi who had once stood apart from the Order, but now found themselves facing the looming shadow of a conflict far larger than anything their meditations had ever prepared them for. The door hissed shut behind the salamander, and the chamber exhaled at last, shaken and uncertain of what the next hours would bring. Shark T was the first to break the stillness. "I did not leave the Order to become a weapon against it," she murmured, eyes narrowing with a hurt that cut deeper than anger. "We walked away because the Jedi had lost their way, not because we wished to see them slaughtered." Plo Koon inclined his head, the quiet rasp of his breath filter breaking the hush. "I agree. Whatever truth lies behind this accusation, it does not justify slaughter. We cannot stand idle while Coruscant is burned to the ground. These are still our brothers and sisters." One by one, the others voiced similar thoughts, concern, moral conflict, and disbelief. A mix of old loyalties and new convictions tugged at them like a dozen unseen hands, pulling them in opposite directions. But Dooku rose slowly, and when he finally lifted his gaze to the others, there was a grim resolve in his eyes that none had seen in years. "No," he said simply, "if there is truth in what Raxor claims, if the Jedi and the Republic knowingly concealed the existence of a Primarch from the Imperium, then we must acknowledge the gravity of that betrayal." He moved past them, each step measured, the sweep of his robes whispering against the floor. "We have all seen how deeply these warriors value their kin. To hide such a thing, it is more than a political slight, it is a wound. And wounds of that scale do not heal with apologies." Shark T stepped forward. "But that does not mean we must allow a war to begin." "And what would you have us do?" Dooku countered gently, though steel underpinned his tone. "Race to Coruscant with warnings the Council will dismiss, plead with the Republic to show restraint when their first instinct is to debate what they should do without action. Number, what has been set in motion cannot be undone. The Imperials will act, and we cannot stop them." Plo Koon's gaze softened. "Then what role do we play?" "Mitigation," Dooku answered. "If we cannot prevent what comes, then we can at least shape it, reduce harm where we can, guide events rather than be dragged behind them." He gave a weary, almost sorrowful exhale. "But we will not interfere with the Imperials' response. Their grievance is justified." The room grew colder at that. The others exchanged uneasy looks, but Dooku did not wait for further argument. He dipped his head in a polite but distant nod and strode toward the door, leaving behind a trail of tension that no one dared touch. The door sealed shut behind him, and for a long moment no one breathed. Quinlan Vos finally let out a scoff, half frustration, half disbelief, and pushed away from the wall he'd been leaning against. "Well," he said, fingers dragging through his hair, "I'm not just going to sit here while friends of mine get blindsided. If the Imperium marches on Coruscant, someone over there deserves to know." Plo Koon's head turned. "Quinlan." "No." Vos shook his head sharply. "If the Council won't listen to reason, then perhaps they deserve their fate. But what of the younglings, the Padawans? Someone has to look out for them. I won't let this blow up without at least trying." His jaw tightened, eyes bright with that familiar streak of reckless empathy. "I'm going." He didn't wait for approval, nor for farewell. He simply walked out, boots striking the floor with a rising determination, and disappeared down the corridor before anyone could stop him. The remaining masters stood in a troubled silence, watching another door close, each of them realizing that whatever came next would test every vow they had ever made, and every reason they'd walked away from the Order in the first place. "I'm going with him," Plo Koon said, turning to the other members. "I cannot just stand by and let the innocent suffer for the mistakes made by their elders." Palpatine stood alone in the high silence of his office, framed by walls of glass that looked out over the endless sprawl of Coruscant. The city planet breathed in layers, traffic streams glowing like molten veins, towers piercing the low clouds, the steady hum of repulsor lifts echoing faintly even through insulated transparasteel. He watched it all without really seeing any of it, his mind already several steps ahead, tracing the contours of a future only he could feel taking shape. There was a certain stillness before a great moment, a poised tension, and he let it wash over him. A soft chime stirred the air. His gaze lowered to the comm panel on his desk. For a heartbeat, he simply observed the blinking signal, savoring the anticipation, then drifted toward the chair with the calm grace of a man who knew he commanded every piece on the board. He sat, pulled the heavy hood forward to shadow his features, and with a touch activated the transmission. Blue light blossomed into the form of a clone commando, armor matte, stance rigid, voice clipped with the discipline of someone bred for nothing but absolute obedience. "My lord," the soldier said, bowing his head, "everything is ready. The objective has been secured. Vulcan is prepared for transport." The words were stripped of any understanding of the enormity of what they meant. Palpatine, however, let them settle into his mind like a priceless melody finally reaching its crescendo. His lips curled into a slow, measured smile, one that never reached his eyes. When he spoke, it was with the quiet satisfaction of a man watching a trap, close exactly as intended. "Excellent, Commander. Proceed as instructed. Leave nothing to chance." He leaned back, fingertips resting lightly on the armrests, as though conducting invisible currents. "Contact me the moment your task is complete." "Yes, sir." The clone bowed once more, then dissolved into cascading light. Palpatine did not move at first. He let the silence return, let the glow of the city spill across his desk and flicker along the faint smirk carving deeper into his face. With a faint exhale, he pushed the hood back, letting it fall around his shoulders. The mask of the humble chancellor settled effortlessly over him once more, the transition practiced and fluid. The door hissed open, and one of his aides hurried inside, clutching a datapad. "Chancellor, the Senate is assembled. They're ready to begin today's session." "Splendid," Palpatine replied, turning toward them with a benign smile, the very image of patient leadership. "Tell them I'll be along shortly." The aide nodded, relief softening their features, and retreated. The door whispered shut again. Now alone, Palpatine allowed the smile to stretch wider, deeper, until it became something monstrous. He rose and approached the window once more, watching as the sun crested over the skyline, gilding the city in soft fire. Billions lived their lives unaware that the world they knew had begun to unravel, threads pulled quietly by a hand they would never see until it was too late. "Hours," he murmured to himself, gaze drifting towards the Jedi Temple. "Only hours now." The city continued its restless motion, oblivious. Palpatine stood above it all, serene in the knowledge that the empire he had dreamed into existence was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. 152, 148, calm before the storm. Raxor. The planning chamber had always felt imposing, its vaulted ceiling humming with the low thrum of engines buried deep within the flagship's armored spine, but tonight it carried a pressure that pressed on every chest in the room. Raxor stood near the back at first, heavy bolter mag-locked to his back, arms folded across the furnace-warm plates of his salamander armor. Around him, the Imperium's senior leaders gathered. Sebastian, with his storm shield resting against one boot, Nera poised and silent, with her hands clasped tightly behind her back, Corrin at Raxor's shoulder. The grey knights, silver runes glowing faintly beneath the chamber's stark lighting. Bo-Katan hovered near Dooku, though the elder Jedi carried an expression that showed he was not truly here. He was still wrestling with the confrontation Maximus had left behind. And Maximus himself. He filled the center of the room with the kind of fury that shook a hall long before he spoke a word. He didn't waste time. He stalked up to the central projector and activated it, the hologram flaring to life in a wash of blue that swallowed the room in cold light. Coruscant materialized before them, its shining towers, its nested rings of traffic, and at its heart the twin pillars of galactic power, the Senate building and the Jedi Temple. The chamber fell silent. "We move on Coruscant," he said, voice low but cutting clean through the hum of machinery. There is no waiting. There is no further diplomacy. Vulcan has been kept from us. His gauntlet curled into a fist, the metal joints grinding like distant thunder. The Republic, the Jedi, all of them have chosen to deceive the Imperium. They chose war. Maximus expanded the map, isolating the upper portion of Galactic City. Bright markers flared across the display, tracing troop paths, potential landing zones, and kill corridors in pulsing lines of crimson. We divide into two strike forces. He pointed to the eastern half of the projection, where the Jedi Temple rose like a giant waiting to be toppled. The primary force will descend on the temple. Sebastian, Dooku, and I will lead the assault. We break through their defenses, eliminate resistance, and seize their archives. His eyes burned brighter with each step. Tython exists. They've hidden the coordinates for centuries. They will yield them, or they will burn with their secrets. Maximus shifted the map again, this time to the Senate district. Its spires glimmered beneath the holographic glow, deceptively peaceful. The second force, he continued, and Raxor felt every gaze in the room swing toward him, will strike the Senate directly. Raxor, Nera, you two will command this team. Maximus expanded their strike path, a focused, brutal thrust straight through the Senate's upper levels. Your mission is to destabilize the Republic before they can organize a counterstrike. You will locate Chancellor Palpatine's office, extract every piece of intelligence you can find. If killing him is possible, he paused, letting the implication resonate, then you end him. Even Dooku looked away at that, though he said nothing. Nera inhaled a slow, controlled breath, her composure smooth but cold as the chamber's steel floor. Raxor simply nodded. Understood. Maximus stepped back from the projector. The map of Coruscant lingered in the air, blue light flickering across armor, robes, and faces hardened by tension. The moment we make planetfall, he said, the Republic will have no choice but to show us who they truly are. Either they return Vulcan, or we tear down everything they have built to prevent them from hiding another Primarch ever again. He let that settle before turning his gaze toward the tall, silver-armored figure seated near the end of the table. Brother Captain, the floor is yours. Brother Captain Arcturus, cloaked in runes and purity seals, rose with the smooth, disciplined efficiency of a man carved from steel and ritual. With a storm of quiet psychic might simmering beneath his skin, he crossed to the central strategium table and set down a long adamantium case. As Captain Maximus has said, Arcturus began, voice deep and measured, this campaign is unlike any we have faced in this galaxy. Over the last few days, with the aid of Master Dooku and the other Force sensitives under our protection, we have tested the limits of this world's psychers, or its so-called Jedi. He braced both gauntleted hands on the case, eyes sweeping across the room. What we have learned is troubling. Once it required 5 to 8 of their order to bring down one of us. Now, a single Jedi, depending on their skill, stands equal to an Astartes. Some exceed even that. That revelation rippled through the room. Sebastian leaned forward with a low growl in his throat. Raxor stiffened. Dooku's expression tightened as he folded his arms behind his back. Arcturus continued, unfazed. The escalation is undeniable. Their power is growing at a rate that suggests outside intervention and manipulation from the beings known as the Ones. He paused, letting the weight of that implication sink in. But the Imperium has faced psychers of far greater strength. We have brought low demons and warp-touched monstrosities through relics and science refined across millennia. He clicked open the case. Within, nestled in padded onyx lining, lay a single bolter round, sleek, obsidian black, its casing etched with sigils that seemed to pulse faintly with their own life. Arcturus lifted it with reverence and placed it upon the table where the light caught its edges. This is an adaptation of an ancient Black Templar design, he said, a bolter round once known as a witch bolt. Sebastian muttered an approving grunt. These rounds, Arcturus went on, release a hypervolatile anti-psyker toxin on impact. It severs a creature's connection to the warp, or in this case, the Force, rendering them unable to channel their abilities for several minutes. He began pacing slowly. Our tests show that while Jedi are more resistant than warp psychers, the rounds are effective. Not for long, but long enough. He turned back to the projector and with a gesture brought up a new hologram. This time, not a map, but the looming image of a missile the size of a dropship. Its warhead glowed with runes similar to the smaller round, but far more intense, like a caged star struggling to break free. This, he said, is the Null Lance, a single macro-charged witch-bolt payload. When deployed over the Jedi Temple, this warhead will detonate above the structure and release a wide-area psychic disruption field. Every force sensitive within a 5-mile radius will be severed from their power for approximately 15 minutes. A hush swept in, a heavy, almost physical silence. 15 minutes, Arcturus repeated. That is the window during which Team Alpha will breach the temple, neutralize all resistance, extract the coordinates of Tython, and withdraw. His gaze shifted toward the opposite table where Raxor sat, arms folded over his wide chest. We have also prepared a limited number of personal witch-bolt rounds, scaled for heavy bolt pistols. They will be issued to Team Beta. Raxor, they will be entrusted to you. Arcturus finally returned to his seat, armor whispering as he settled. That is all. The Imperium has armed you as best it can. May the Emperor guide our hands. Maximus rose again as the room returned its attention to him, the holomap flickering between his features. You have heard what tools stand at your disposal. This mission carries weight beyond any battle we have fought here. Vulcan will be reclaimed, and the Republic will answer for this betrayal. He swept his eyes across every face, Astartes and Jedi, Mandalorians and commanders alike. Steel yourselves, gather your legions, sharpen your blades. This is not just a strike, it is a reckoning. The lights dimmed as the projector faded, leaving the room awash in shadows and grim determination. Prepare for war, Maximus said softly. We leave soon. Ahsoka. Ahsoka eased herself toward the edge of the infirmary bed, her remaining hand braced against the sheet as the medical droid hovered close, its arms angled to catch her if she slipped. The scars of 2 battles weighed on her all at once, her missing arm, the shortened leku that still throbbed sometimes during meditation, the deep burn across her abdomen, and the blaster wound in her thigh that had left the muscle stiff as stone. Recovery felt like wading through sand some days, each motion a reminder of how much she had lost and how much she still had to reclaim. The droid clicked instructions in its monotone, guiding her through the motions of shifting her weight, planting her feet, and steadying her breath before she rose. The air in the room smelled faintly of sterilizing agents, and the soft hum of biomonitors created a strange, almost meditative rhythm that she had grown used to over the past weeks. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and everything about the space seemed to brighten as Anakin stepped in. He was quick to cross the distance between them, flashing that lopsided smile she'd known since she was a child, though the shadows under his eyes told her he hadn't slept well. He didn't say anything at first, he just rested a hand lightly on her back and relieved the droid with a quiet, "I've got her." The droid drifted away without protest, and Ahsoka leaned into Anakin's support as he guided her to her feet. His touch was careful, almost too gentle for someone who moved through battlefields with such ferocity, and together they began a slow walk along the polished floor of the recovery wing. Each step pulled at the stitches along her abdomen, but she forced her breath steady, matching her pace to the rhythm of his. Anakin waited until she seemed balanced before he spoke, his tone softened by something she couldn't quite place. "I wanted to tell you before I left," he said, eyes fixed on the distant window rather than her. "The Council has assigned me to accompany the Chancellor on a special mission, off-world. It's supposed to be discreet, high priority, and will be out of the temple for about a week." Ahsoka felt a prickle run up her spine. A week wasn't long, but it felt like a lifetime when something about this assignment already smelled wrong. She tightened her grip on his arm, not out of pain, but instinct. "Something about that doesn't sit right," she murmured, searching his expression for confirmation of the unease churning in her chest. "You can feel it too, can't you? This mission, it doesn't feel like a diplomatic escort. It feels like something's being hidden." Her voice wavered ever so slightly, the uncertainty she had pushed aside for days finally surfacing. She hated feeling weak, hated feeling vulnerable, but with Anakin she didn't bother to mask it. He paused their slow walk, turning just enough so that he could look her in the eyes. "Yeah," he admitted, the word heavy and low. "I do feel it. There's something off about the whole thing. The Chancellor didn't explain much, and the request to bring all me, it's unusual." He let out a slow breath, the conflict in him tightening his shoulders. "But whatever this is, I don't want you worrying about it. You're safe here. The temple's med wing is one of the most secure places on Coruscant." He tried to make the words sound solid, but even he didn't believe them fully. She could tell by the slight tremor in the force around him, like a cord pulled too tight. Ahsoka lowered her gaze for a moment, studying the floor as they resumed walking. "I still don't like it," she whispered. "It feels like everything's moving so quickly lately, like the galaxy is shifting under our feet." Her hand drifted to the fresh bandage at her thigh, the wound still a vivid reminder of how close she had come to not standing here at all. "I know you'll come back, but something's wrong, Sky Guy. I can feel it." Anakin softened at the nickname, and the edge in his posture eased. "I know. I feel it too." He gently adjusted her weight as she winced through a step. "But listen, I won't leave you completely alone here. I already asked Padme, Qui-Gon, and Obi-Wan to visit while I'm gone. I thought it might help keep your mind off everything, even for a little while." Ahsoka managed a faint smile, though her eyes still carried worry. "Maybe I could visit Padme instead," she suggested. "I've been cooped up in this place for too long. Getting outside, even just for a short trip, might help." She tried to make it sound casual, but they both knew she was grasping at any sense of control in a situation rapidly sliding out of her hands. Anakin chuckled softly, shaking his head in mock exasperation. "Only you would look at a busted leg and a half-healed stomach and say you're ready for field trips." But there was warmth in his voice, a flicker of pride even, and he supported her a little closer as they circled back toward her room. "We'll see how you're doing in a day or two. If the healers clear it, maybe you can make that visit. Padme would like that." As they reached the bedside once more, Anakin helped her ease down onto the mattress, careful not to disturb the bandages. She settled back against the pillows, breathing out slowly as the tension in her body unwound bit by bit. He lingered beside her, visibly torn between duty pulling him away and something deeper urging him to stay. She gave him a small, tired smile. "Just be careful out there, okay?" He reached out, brushing his fingers lightly against the edge of her remaining leku, a gesture of reassurance, one he only ever gave when words fell short. "Always," he said. But behind that promise, she felt a storm brewing. And as he stepped away toward the door, Ahsoka couldn't shake the feeling that this might be the last quiet moment either of them would have for a very long time. 153, 149. The beginning of the end. Anakin felt the familiar hum of the temple's polished floors under his boots as he made his way through the long arching corridor that led toward the Chancellor's private hangar. As the massive blast doors to the Chancellor's private hangar hissed open, the sleek vessel that awaited him gleamed beneath the white lights, a slim-bodied, razor-lined craft of polished obsidian plating and burnished silver trim. Anakin's eyes narrowed for the slightest moment. He recognized it at once, the same personal transport that Palpatine had taken him aboard only weeks before. Palpatine stood at the base of the ship's extended ramp, flanked by two red-armored guards whose helmets gleamed like blood-bright glass beneath the lights. The Chancellor's smile greeted him, warm and practiced, layered in that unbothered charm he wielded like a politician's favorite blade. "Knight Skywalker," Palpatine said, stepping forward with arms spread wide in welcome. "You honor me, and your presence brings me great comfort." "The honor is mine, Chancellor," Anakin replied. "I was told this mission is of some urgency." "Indeed it is," Palpatine said, and the lines of worry etched across his expression seemed to deepen, perhaps naturally, perhaps crafted with intent. "The Kaminoans have requested a private audience. It seems they have developed something significant, something they insist must be shown to me personally, and away from the prying eyes of both the Senate and the broader Republic bureaucracy." With the Imperium now fully in control of Camino's former territories, the Kaminoan leadership has been relocated to Lahmu, a remote world, quiet and unassuming, but isolated enough that they feel safe continuing their research there. A courtesy the Republic granted them when the Imperium began, assimilating advanced civilizations. His tone carried a shadow of disapproval, but Anakin caught the faint note of satisfaction beneath it. The Kaminoans want to reveal this project directly to me, but they insist on strict privacy and minimal staff. Given the sensitivity of what they have found and the risks involved, I requested you, and, after our last discussion, I thought it would be the perfect opportunity to speak to you more about things concerning the Imperium. If this creation of theirs is so important, Anakin said slowly, why bring so few guards? Why not dispatch a Senate security detail? Palpatine's smile softened in a way that almost masked the calculation beneath. Because the Kaminoans demanded Jedi, my boy. Only Jedi. They trust the Order, or rather, he corrected gently, they trust you. They said the matter concerns knowledge that must not fall into the wrong hands. That answer soothed something in Anakin's mind, making him stand even taller. Then I will remain vigilant, and will ensure your safety for as long as the mission requires. Splendid, Palpatine said, lifting a gloved hand toward the ramp. Please board. We must depart quickly. Lahmu is far, quiet, and deeply secluded. The journey will be long. Anakin ascended the ramp, the ship's interior unfolding in pristine corridors of muted lighting and soft mechanical hums. The door sealed shut behind them with a hydraulic hiss, and beneath their feet, the deck thrummed as the engines awoke. Anakin settled near the forward windows, arms crossed tightly across his chest. Palpatine's hand rested lightly on the back of the pilot's chair. Well then, he said, voice smooth, almost serene, let us begin. The stars stretched out ahead as the vessel turned its nose toward the outer reaches of the system, leaving Coruscant behind, just as planned. Quinlan Voss. Quinlan could feel the weight in his chest long before the temple even came into view. Plo Koon walked at his side with that calm, resolute stride he carried into every battlefield. But even behind the Keldor's mask, Quinlan could sense the tension threading through him. The two of them passed the outer gates without slowing. The temple guards stiffened immediately, crossing their force pikes, issuing sharp commands to halt, but neither Quinlan nor Plo so much as acknowledged them. They pressed forward, brushing past the line of robed sentinels with a sweep of presence that left the guards hesitating. These were not ordinary intruders. These were masters who had once walked these halls with authority. The temple guards fell back on protocol, reporting their breach through their comms rather than initiating a fight they were not ordered to begin. The council chamber doors opened, and both men stopped short. Chin Dralig sat in the Grandmaster's seat. The room looked hollow without the familiar presence of Yoda or Windu. The new composition of the council sat silent and stern, as if carved out of the stone itself. And in the center of it all was Dralig, back straight, expression a blend of exhaustion and unwavering command. His gaze sharpened the moment he saw them. Well, he said, tone edged like a training saber, to what do the traitors owe their return to the Jedi Temple? Quinlan felt that word bite, but Plo stepped forward instead, shoulders lifting with that subtle authority he carried effortlessly. There is no time for accusations and labels, Plo Koon said, voice calm but resonant. We come with a dire warning. Before Dralig could respond, Pong Krell rose from his seat. His towering form loomed over the chamber, his eyes narrowing with contempt. You have no right to be here, Krell hissed. The business of this council is no longer yours. You forfeited that when you abandoned the Order in its most desperate hour. You will leave. Now. Krell flicked two of his hands toward the guards at the door. Remove them. The guards hesitated, glancing at each other. Even with orders, laying hands on two former council members was something none of them wanted to be responsible for. But Chin Dralig lifted a single hand. Stand down, he ordered. The guards froze at once. Dralig turned his attention back to Plo and Quinlan. His voice softened only a fraction. Explain yourselves, quickly. Plo nodded, stepping further into the room. We need only a single answer. Have you been concealing Vulcan the Primarch from the Imperium? His words rippled through the chamber. Even Krell paused, though not with guilt, only irritation at the question itself. Then he scoffed. Even if we did possess this Vulcan, Krell said, we would never entrust him to that militaristic empire. They have brought nothing but destruction and tyranny to every world they touch. Plo ignored him and kept his eyes on Dralig. Master Sin, Dralig exhaled slowly, rubbing his brow. We are not hiding this Vulcan. But if we did have him, we would not hand him over to them. They have shown the galaxy what they do with power. Quinlan stepped forward, unable to stay still. Then you need to evacuate the temple now. The Imperium plans on laying waste to the temple. The council murmured in alarm and disbelief. Krell barked out a sharp laugh, stepping forward until his towering frame nearly eclipsed the light overhead. You expect us to run? Krell growled. From them, you underestimate the order you abandoned. If the Imperium intends to march into this temple, then they have no idea what awaits them. His sabers clattered subtly at his belt as he leaned forward, eyes burning with challenge. We do not flee. Quinlan stared at him, disbelief turning to anger. You arrogant, he cut himself off before continuing. This isn't some border skirmish. You think the Imperium is going to knock on your door and exchange pleasantries? They're coming to level this place. Krell's expression hardened further, a dark satisfaction curling at the edge of his lips. Let them try. Plo reached out, resting a hand lightly on Quinlan's arm before the argument ignited into something worse. He turned back to the council, tone grave and waited. You do not understand the magnitude of what is coming. We aren't speaking of a threat or a rumor. We are telling you the Imperium is already en route. The room fell silent for a long, heavy and oppressive moment. Dralig finally rose from the Grandmaster's chair, pacing once behind it with slow, deliberate steps. If what you say is true, he began, then we must prepare, but we must not panic. Quinlan cut him off, voice low and shaking with frustration. Prepare? There is no preparing for this. The Black Templar comes, and he will finish what he started that day so long ago. And he won't be alone. You think this temple, this planet, is ready for that? Krell's eyes blazed. Enough, I will not listen to fear-mongering from deserters. Quinlan's jaw clenched, and Plo's hand tightened on his arm, pulling him back a step. But it was Quinlan who spoke first. If you stay, he said quietly, you're going to die. All of you. The council stared in shocked silence. Then he turned sharply and strode toward the door. Plo followed, pausing only long enough to give Dralig a final sorrowful look. This did not have to be your path, but now I see it is the one you wish to walk. And perhaps you deserve it, he said softly. May the Force guide you. The doors closed behind them with a metallic thud, leaving the council chamber tense and divided. Bracing for a storm none of them were ready for. Equals. The long corridors of the temple stretched before the two once Jedi masters, filled with the gentle hum of younglings reciting lessons and knights exchanging murmured greetings. It was a peaceful scene, painfully oblivious to the storm racing toward them. Quinlan slowed, jaw tight, fingers flexing at his sides as the urge to scream built in his chest. Plo Koon watched him, already aware that his companion was reaching a breaking point. Quinlan stopped halfway down the hall, slamming his fist against one of the columns, the sound echoing like a cannon shot through the corridor. They're going to die, he hissed, voice low and sharp with frustration. All of them, and they're too blind to see it. He turned toward the open expanse of the temple floor. He felt the anger boiling up, hot and desperate. Run, he suddenly shouted, the sound so loud that every head turned. Get out of here. All of you, get the younglings out of the temple. His voice cracked through the still air like lightning. The Black Templar is coming. He'll tear this place apart. He'll kill every last one of you if you stay. The sudden roar of his words froze the great hall. Dozens of Jedi stopped where they stood, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. A few knights began to approach, hands lifted, trying to calm him. Voss, what are you talking about? One of them asked, brow furrowed. The Imperium, Quinlan barked, stepping forward, waving his arms like a madman. They're on their way here right now. You need to get out. Move. Take whoever you can and—" He didn't finish. The world exploded. A thunderous detonation ripped through the upper spires of the temple, shaking the floor so violently that many fell where they stood. The lights flickered, the air filled with dust, and from above came the sickening groan of splitting stone. Chunks of debris rained from the ceiling, smashing into statues, cracking marble, and sending terrified Jedi scrambling for cover. The blast had come from somewhere above, and within moments, the tranquil sanctum of the Jedi had turned into chaos. Then came the mist. Through the shattered ceiling drifted a faint shimmering blue haze, like the breath of some ethereal storm. It fell quietly, gracefully almost. Within seconds, Jedi all around began coughing, staggering, clutching their throats as the Force itself seemed to slip from their grasp. The serene hum of energy that had always surrounded them, the pulse of life that tied them to the galaxy, was simply gone. Severed, like a candle snuffed out in a vacuum. Plo Koon stumbled, one hand gripping a column for balance. He could feel it too, the terrifying emptiness where the Force had once been, replaced by nothing but a cold, hollow silence. "The toxin," he rasped. "Force-nullifying compound, Quinlan. We need to move." Quinlan was already dragging a young Padawan out of the open center of the hall. "You don't have to tell me twice," he yelled, shoving the child toward the nearest corridor. He then looked up and froze. Through the temple's great front arch, light began to vanish. The blue haze outside thickened, and through it a vast shadow emerged, a ship descending fast, its engines roaring like the wrath of a god. The gleam of its lights cut through the mist, and as it neared the ground, Quinlan's stomach dropped. A Thunderhawk. "Get down!" he shouted, his voice cracking from strain. He grabbed a nearby youngling and tackled them to the ground, Plo Koon doing the same for a nearby knight. A heartbeat later, the massive gunship smashed through the main entrance. The explosion of impact was deafening, stone columns shattered like glass, the ancient doorways splintered, and the very floor buckled under the weight of the crash. The Thunderhawk tore through the grand hall in a storm of smoke, fire, and screaming metal before grinding to a halt amid the rubble. Dust filled the air in thick, choking clouds, and the silence that followed was absolute. A heavy, suffocating quiet, broken only by the crackle of flame and the groans of the wounded. Then the ramp began to lower. Slowly, with a hiss of hydraulics, the ship's hatch descended. No sound came from within, no movement, only darkness so deep that even the light from the fires could not pierce it. The Jedi who were still conscious stared, half blind, half terrified. Then, one by one, red lights flickered to life within the black. Dozens of them, twin points of crimson glowing from behind armored visors, cutting through the smoke like bloody stars. "Purge the unfaithful." And then the Temple of the Jedi, once the sanctuary of peace, became a war zone. 154, 150, perpetual. Anakin. The ocean wind met them the moment they stepped off the ramp, brushing across Anakin's face with a salt-sharp bite that felt strangely welcome after the long flight. He followed Palpatine down onto the black sand, boots sinking slightly into the damp shore as the waves rolled in and out with a slow, steady rhythm. Lahmu was nothing like Kamino, no endless storms, no roiling grey horizon, yet the ocean was just as chaotic here as it was there. Palpatine walked with his hands folded behind his back, robes stirring lightly in the breeze as he took in the wide stretch of shoreline. "The Kaminoans are an aquatic species by ancestry," he said, his tone calm and measured, "though they abandoned true aquatic living centuries ago. Their bodies adapted to land long before they joined the Republic. But their cities always remain tied to the water in some way." He nodded toward the glimmering curve of the waves. Anakin followed his gaze and finally saw vast domes rising from the shallows like pearl-smooth islands, their surfaces gleaming under the muted sun. They were smaller than the ones on Kamino, more compact, their foundations reinforced with broad metal ribs that sank down into the seafloor below. Still, something about them held the same sleek elegance, the same sense of precision and artistry that Kaminoans poured into all of their creations. As they descended toward the nearest dome, Palpatine continued speaking, his voice carrying easily over the sound of the surf. 8 years ago, when the Imperium began its war against the Hutts, the Republic made the decision to relocate the Kaminoans. There was no choice, as their world would have been taken, stripped, or destroyed like so many others. This settlement was constructed in haste, but they adapted. His tone softened a fraction, though a note of regret lay underneath. Even so, being forced from one's world is not a wound that heals quickly. Anakin nodded quietly. He understood exile more than most, leaving one life behind, stepping into another. The ache of it lingered even years later. A metal platform extended from the dome's main entrance, lowering itself to meet them as they approached. Standing at the end of the walkway was Lama Su, tall and slender as ever, his long neck bending with a slow, practiced grace as the Chancellor came into view. His pale face held its usual unreadable calm, but something colder lingered beneath it. "Chancellor," Lama Su said, his voice smooth but strained around the edges. "Welcome once again to our home." The pause was deliberate, a quiet acknowledgement of the displacement they had endured. "We are grateful for what the Republic has done for us. We simply wish it had never been necessary." Palpatine returned the bow with warmth that seemed to settle the air. "Your people's safety was paramount, and I have never forgotten the sacrifice made in leaving Kamino behind." Lama Su inclined his head, accepting the gesture, even if the bitterness behind his eyes did not fully fade. Only then did his gaze drift toward Anakin. The Kaminoan studied him with a slow, assessing sweep, head tilting just slightly, as if measuring something only he could see. "And this," Lama Su murmured, "is the one you spoke of." "He is," Palpatine answered, placing a gentle hand on Anakin's shoulder. "Anakin Skywalker, the young man I told you about." Lama Su regarded Anakin for another heartbeat, his expression impossible to decipher. At last he nodded, as though some private theory had just been confirmed. "Then we have much to discuss." Turning with that fluid Kaminoan poise, Lama Su gestured for them to follow. The walkway lights brightened under their feet, and the doors ahead parted with a soft, pressurized hiss. A faint, cool mist drifted outward from the interior's sterile environment. Anakin moved a half-step behind the Chancellor, letting his eyes sweep over the strange horizon. "What did he mean?" Anakin said quietly. "About me being the one you spoke of?" Palpatine didn't slow. He only shifted his head slightly, enough that his voice reached Anakin without carrying to the Kaminoan walking ahead. "Precisely what he said," the Chancellor murmured. "He was referring to our earlier conversation, the one you and I had when you first saw the Sun Eater." That memory struck like a cold spark. The vast hull of the weapon, the Chancellor's unsettling certainty about the Republic's decay, the Jedi's blindness, the future. Palpatine continued, his tone warm and low, almost soothing. "You remember what we discussed, the rot within the Senate, the complacency in your order. You saw it as clearly as I did, and you agreed that something needed to change. You agreed to help me and be on my side." Anakin said nothing, though his jaw tightened. Of course he remembered. That moment had lingered with him far longer than he admitted. "I know more than you think, Anakin," Palpatine said gently. "I know about Padme, and I know she is pregnant." Anakin stopped for a fraction of a breath, just long enough for a tremor of shock to go through him before he forced his steps to continue. "How?" "I have my ways," Palpatine said, lifting a placating hand. "But don't be alarmed. I'm not here to condemn you. In truth, I admire it. The devotion you hold for her, the kind of love most beings spend their lives seeking and never finding. It's beautiful." His voice softened even further, "and it is something the Jedi would throw away without hesitation." Anakin looked down, letting that sting sink in. It wasn't the first time he'd heard the criticism, but hearing it now, spoken without bitterness or accusation, felt different. Uncomfortably so. "Tell me," Palpatine went on, "if the Order learned of your marriage, what do you think would happen?" The answer should have come fast, but Anakin found himself staring ahead in silence, the sea wind tugging faintly at his robe. Palpatine answered for him, his words sharp and deliberate. "They would strip you of your rank, your lightsaber, your standing, everything you've fought for since you were a child." "And for what crime?" for daring to love another, for building a family. He shook his head slowly. If that is the price of their loyalty, then I fear their devotion has become cruelty in disguise. The tension in Anakin's chest deepened. He couldn't deny any of it, not when he'd felt those pressures tightening around him for years. But hearing it laid out like this, so plainly, made something inside him bend. They reached the base of the main dome. The white metal gleamed with that strange Kaminoan sheen, as though polished by endless storm winds. A soft hum emanated from the structure, and mist drifted from vents along the walkway, giving the approach a dreamlike haze. Lama Su pivoted smoothly and gestured for them to follow, the door sliding open with a whisper of vapor. As they stepped inside, the light shifted to that pale, aquatic glow so distinct to Kaminoan architecture, washing over the walls in soft, cool layers. "We received the package you sent us," Lama Su said without ceremony as they walked deeper into the dome. "And we have learned a great many things from him." They stepped through a final set of curved metal doors, and the chamber it revealed swallowed the three of them in silence. Elevated walkways branched like spokes across a cavernous expanse, each overlooking rows upon rows of luminous tanks where fresh clones floated in embryonic sleep. Hundreds of thousands, maybe more, an entire army still in its earliest breath. The Kaminoans had always been efficient, but seeing this renewed effort so far from their storm-lashed homeworld made the war feel suddenly closer, as if the future itself were taking shape in front of him. "What are all these for?" Anakin asked, his voice low. The sight pulled at him because this wasn't just a precautionary array of forces. This was preparation on a scale that hinted at desperation. Palpatine walked beside him with a slow, measured pace, his hands folded into his sleeves as though he were strolling through a garden. "Preparation," he answered softly, though the weight in his tone carried far more than the word itself. "Even after what happened on Mortis, the Imperium continues to expand unchecked. They consume worlds, strip civilizations to their bones, and enslave anyone they deem beneath their standard. If we do nothing, the Republic will eventually join the pile." He nodded toward the endless columns of tanks. "This army may be the only thing that keeps our people safe when diplomacy inevitably fails." The hangar-like door at the far end opened as Lama Su led them deeper. Here the atmosphere shifted, the lights dimmed to a colder hue, and the quiet hum of machinery sharpened into something more surgical. Another dome lay ahead, this one shielded by thick reinforced panels and guarded by two Kaminoan security drones standing completely still, their forms gleaming like polished bone. Inside, the chamber opened into a vast circular space centered around a single raised platform. Upon it lay a figure so massive that the equipment surrounding him seemed built for giants. The harsh white illumination washed over skin the color of obsidian, scarred in a way that almost resembled living stone. Vulcan, completely still yet radiating a presence even in unconsciousness. Anakin had seen Astartes before, but this was something else entirely. A Primarch was beyond any measurement he understood. Even dormant, Vulcan's sheer size made the air feel heavier, as if gravity bent just a little more around him. Lama Su gestured for them to approach. "We have made considerable progress in studying him," he began, his tone carrying both pride and unease. "His physiology is unlike anything we have encountered. Durable beyond reason, adaptable, resilient." He paused beside the table, his elongated fingers moving to a tray of delicate instruments. "And completely incapable of dying." Anakin frowned. "What do you mean, incapable?" The Kaminoan did not answer immediately. Instead, he stepped closer to Vulcan and drew a precise, needle-fine blade. With an almost reverent calm, Lama Su made a shallow incision along the Primarch's arm. The skin parted cleanly, only for the wound to vanish before a bead of blood could form. Anakin blinked. "That shouldn't be possible." Lama Su continued, his movements smooth and almost clinical. "We thought the same. But the regeneration extends far beyond the normal limits of cellular repair." He lifted Vulcan's hand, positioning one of the great fingers. With no hesitation, the Kaminoan pressed the blade through and severed the digit at the knuckle. It fell onto the metal tray with a dense sound, heavy as a stone striking steel. For only a moment it lay still, then the stump began to pulse, flesh knitting, bone weaving, nail and skin rising anew as though time itself were reversing for him. Palpatine stepped forward, his composure slipped for the briefest heartbeat. His eyes, normally calm and political, flickered with something raw and electric yellow, predatory, hungry. Anakin didn't see it, focused as he was on the impossible regeneration before him, but something in the air tightened, an invisible current of triumph running cold. The Chancellor's voice returned to that familiar grandfatherly tone. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. He clasped his hands behind his back again. Do you have any idea what grants him this gift? Lama Su shook his head. No, and that is our greatest frustration. His genome resists examination. Every attempt to isolate the locus responsible for his regeneration results in immediate degradation. The material collapses before we can map it. His tone shifted into something resembling irritation. Worse still, cloning him has proven impossible. The samples disintegrate before they can reach the first stages of replication. He gestured to the severed finger, which was already rotting. A shame, Palpatine murmured, and though the regret in his voice sounded polite, something beneath it vibrated with a far deeper calculation. An army of beings like him could end this war before it even begins. Lama Su inclined his thin head. Perhaps, but nature appears unwilling to repeat him. Anakin found himself staring at Vulcan again, drawn in by the quiet, immovable presence of the giant. There was something heavy in the air around him, a sense of power that had survived countless deaths, something ancient and indestructible, something that felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate, as though no normal being, not even a Jedi, should endure this kind of existence. Yet the Kaminoans had tried to study him, tried to duplicate him, tried to turn his biology into a weapon. And the Chancellor was clearly already thinking of what this discovery meant. Anakin felt a chill curling at the edge of his mind. Anakin barely had time to register things before the galaxy itself seemed to lurch beneath him. What began as a cold shiver in the Force suddenly tightened into a brutal fist, crushing the breath from his lungs. His hand shot out instinctively toward the table for balance, fingers scraping the metal edge, but his knees still buckled. A ragged gasp tore from him as a distant chorus of screams, dozens, then hundreds, flared and vanished all at once, like stars being extinguished in rapid succession. The shock of it hit him so hard he nearly vomited. Lama Su faltered mid-stride. The Kaminoan offered no verbal response, but his elongated face shifted with a faint crease of confusion. One of the guards took a half-step forward in concern, but Palpatine's hand lifted gently, almost dismissively, keeping everyone at a distance. Except him. The Chancellor moved with quiet, deliberate calm, gliding to Anakin's side, the hem of his dark robes whispering across the polished floor. There was a flicker, just for an instant, in his features, something predatory and gleaming beneath the surface. His eyes caught the harsh blue lights overhead, and for a heartbeat they burned a molten, hungry yellow. But no one was looking at him. All eyes were on the Jedi collapsing in agony. By the time those eyes returned, the warm mask was already back in place. Anakin, what's wrong? Palpatine murmured, sinking to one knee beside him with practiced gentleness, a steadying hand resting lightly on his shoulder. Anakin's breath came in stuttering bursts. The pain wasn't physical, it was something deeper, ripping through the center of his being, hollowing him out from within. He tried to speak, but his voice cracked under the weight of what he felt. A wave of despair rolled through him so violently he felt tears sting at the corners of his eyes. They're dying, he forced out. The Jedi, something's happening to them, all of them. I can feel them being... He winced, clutching at his chest. Snuffed out. All at once. Something is killing them. The words hung there, trembling, the horror settling over the room like a frost. Palpatine leaned in a little more, his hand tightening with carefully measured concern. We must return to Coruscant immediately. Anakin nodded shakily, still struggling to center himself, but the terror in his mind only sharpened. He pushed himself upright with Palpatine's help, his legs unsteady beneath him, breath uneven as he tried to pull the Force back around him in something resembling balance. But the echoes of the dying clung to him, gnawing at his composure. The Chancellor turned his head slightly toward Lama Su, tone shifting back to crisp authority. "Continue your work, and keep me apprised of anything new you uncover. The Republic values your contributions." Lama Su inclined his narrow head, though even he seemed somewhat unsettled by the sudden outburst of the Jedi Knight. "Of course, Chancellor. We will remain in contact." Two of the red-armored guards moved in, guiding Anakin toward the long corridor leading back to the landing platform. Palpatine followed closely, hands folded into his sleeves, his measured footsteps echoing softly against the metal flooring. Anakin was too shaken to notice the slight upward curl at the corners of the Chancellor's mouth, the quiet satisfaction gathering there like a shadow finding its rightful place. Everything was unfolding exactly as he intended. As they neared the final threshold and the bright wash of natural light spilled over them, Anakin forced himself upright without assistance, still breathing hard, still pale, but his urgency was unmistakable. "We have to go," he said, his voice tight with fear. "Please, the Order needs us." "Come, my boy, let us hurry." The words floated behind them as they stepped into the sunlight, masking the triumph simmering beneath. 155, 151, attack of the Astartes. == Maximus ===. The Thunderhawk shook around them as it tore free from the battle barge's hanger clamps, the deep grinding roar of its engines reverberating through Maximus's armor and into his bones. Through his helm, he watched Coruscant swell beneath them, the planet city a vast ocean of light and spires as the fleet tore out of hyperspace above it. Around them, other strike craft peeled away in practiced formation, streaking toward the surface like falling stars. But Maximus's focus never left the red rune flickering across his internal display, the target rune marking the Jedi Temple. Sebastian stood opposite him in the troop bay, towering in his reforged Terminator plate, the darksaber mag locked at his hip, black flame barely contained along its edge. The other Astartes were silent, weapons locked and ready, red optics glowing in the half-light of the hold. No one spoke. They did not need to. This was not a battle of glory or conquest. It was an execution of intent, a line crossed that could never be uncrossed. The Thunderhawk punched into atmosphere, the hull screaming as heat and resistance clawed at it. The pilot's voice cut through the vox, clipped and emotionless, announcing weapons release. A heartbeat later, the Thunderhawk shuddered as the massive witchbolt payload dropped away beneath them. Maximus caught a glimpse through an external feed, an enormous warhead streaking downward before detonating above the temple complex. The explosion was a blinding blue-white bloom that rippled outward like a silent scream. Towers cracked and sheared, stone and durasteel collapsing in cascading avalanches as an ethereal mist spilled downward, thick and luminous, rolling across the temple's courtyards and through shattered windows. The Thunderhawk angled sharply, engines flaring as it lined up with the temple's grand entrance. For a split second, Maximus saw figures scattering below, robes, armor, silhouettes frozen in shock, before the world became motion and violence. The gunship slammed into the facade like a battering ram, plowing through ancient pillars and vaulted stone, tearing a wound straight into the heart of the temple. The impact threw Maximus forward against his restraints as masonry exploded inward, statues shattered, and bodies vanished beneath falling debris. The sound was deafening, a shriek of tortured metal and collapsing stone that drowned even the Thunderhawk's engines. The craft screeched to a brutal halt deep within the main hall, its hull gouging a scar through polished floors now buried under rubble and dust. For a moment, there was only silence broken by the settling groan of the temple itself, the blue mist drifting through the wreckage like ghostly fog. Then the blast door thundered open, purge the unfaithful. Sebastian hit the floor of the temple like a falling star, ceramite boots cracking marble as the darksaber came alive in his grasp, its edge roaring with black flame and lightning. The first Jedi never even understood what was happening. They were still coughing, clutching at their chests as the witchbolt mist stripped the force from their souls, eyes wide with sudden helpless terror when Sebastian was among them. His blade carved a burning arc through robes and flesh alike, cutting clean through one body and into the next, the heat of it searing the air itself. A man tried to raise a saber, hands shaking, but Sebastian drove forward without slowing, shoulder-checking him into a column before taking his head in a single contemptuous sweep. Maximus was already airborne by the time Sebastian took his third step. His jump pack howled as it hurled him out of the Thunderhawk's ruined belly and into the heart of the hall, the thunderhammer igniting in his hands with a bass-throated thunderclap that rolled through the chamber like a storm breaking indoors. He came down in the midst of a knot of Jedi who had managed to ignite their sabers, their blades flashing instinctively even as confusion twisted their faces. The hammer struck the floor, and the impact detonated outward in a sphere of raw force. Bodies were lifted, then erased, reduced to vapor and shattered fragments as the shockwave tore through them and sent chunks of stone and shattered statuary screaming through the air. Maximus rose from the crater he had made, already moving, swinging the hammer in a brutal horizontal arc that crushed one Jedi mid-leap and hurled another across the hall to splatter against a wall. Behind them, the rest of the kill team poured out of the Thunderhawk like a living wall of ceramite and bolter fire. 10 Astartes fanned out with practiced efficiency, forming overlapping fields of fire as heavy bolts screamed through the mist-choked air. Explosions ripped through the hall in rapid succession, detonating inside bodies and turning men and women into clouds of blood and fire. A Jedi Knight charged one of them, lightsaber blazing, skill and discipline carrying him forward even without the Force to guide him. The Marine met him head-on, letting the blade glance off his pauldron before firing point-blank. The bolt round detonated in the Knight's chest, tearing him in half and painting the wall behind him red. Another Jedi managed to close the distance, desperation lending speed to her movements as she slashed at a Marine's legs. He simply stepped into the strike, armor screeching, and brought his combat knife down through her collarbone, pinning her to the floor before tearing the blade free and moving on without a second glance. The hall was chaos now, screams, detonations, falling masonry, the roar of engines still cooling behind them. Jedi tried to rally, tried to form lines, tried to fall back and regroup, but the loss of the Force left them slow, clumsy, mortal in a way many of them had never truly experienced before. Sebastian cut through them like a blade through cloth, pivoting, striking, advancing relentlessly. He split one Jedi from shoulder to hip, kicked another down the steps, then hurled himself forward with a burst from his jump pack to meet a master who had managed to keep his footing. Their blades met for a heartbeat, blue against black flame, before Sebastian twisted his wrist and punched his shield forward, smashing the man's guard aside and driving the darksaber straight through his chest. He wrenched it free as the body fell, black fire guttering along the blade, as if hungry for more. Maximus barreled through a collapsing section of the hall, stone raining down around him as he smashed aside rubble with contemptuous swings of his hammer. A trio of Jedi leapt at him together, coordination born of long training, overriding their shock. He met them head-on. One died to a backhanded strike that crushed his skull inside his hood. The second was caught mid-air and slammed bodily into the floor hard enough to leave nothing recognizable behind. And the third managed a wild slash that scored Maximus's breastplate before the thunderhammer came down and ended the fight in a blast of blinding light. He did not slow. He did not pause. Every step carried him deeper into the temple, closer to its heart, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake. Around them, the remaining Space Marines advanced methodically, clearing corridors, firing into side chambers, executing wounded Jedi where they lay. Some begged, some cursed, some tried to fight to the last, sabers flashing uselessly as bolts tore them apart. The witch bolt mist still hung heavy, glowing faintly as it clung to walls and ceilings, turning this sacred place into a killing ground where peace and tradition meant nothing against bolter, hammer, and blade. By the time the echoes of the Thunderhawk's impact faded, the great hall of the Jedi Temple had become a charnel house, its once pristine marble slick with blood and scorched black by fire and lightning, as the Imperium's chosen pressed onward, unstoppable, carving a path toward the inner sanctum with ruthless, unrelenting purpose. Through shattered archways and collapsed ceilings, more Thunderhawks slammed down onto the upper terraces and courtyards, their ramps crashing open even before they had fully settled. From within poured Mandalorians in scarred Beskar, jetpacks flaring as they fanned out in disciplined waves, blaster fire stitching across the halls while Astartes' captains strode among them like walking siege engines, directing the assault with curt gestures and clipped vox commands. Any Jedi who tried to rally, to form a defensive line or shepherd the younger initiates away, were cut down almost instantly, caught between precise Mandalorian fire and the merciless advance of power-armored giants who did not slow, did not hesitate, and did not give ground. Dooku emerged from one of the newly arrived Thunderhawks with none of the urgency or violence of those around him. He walked through the chaos as though it were rain falling from the sky, his cloak brushing past broken stone and fallen bodies, his expression distant and closed. He looked among the faces of those who had fallen and knew he would not find Qui-Gon or Obi-Wan. He had made sure of that. Lightsabers flared nearby, their blades erratic without the Force to guide them, and were extinguished just as quickly, either by bolter fire or by a single crushing blow from an Astartes. Dooku did not look back at the dead, did not flinch at the screams or the thunder of war reverberating through the ancient halls. His eyes were fixed ahead, toward the heart of the temple, where records older than the Republic itself were kept. When he reached Maximus and Sebastian, the two giants already standing amid the wreckage of a shattered transept, he merely inclined his head once, then turned and began walking deeper into the complex. They advanced through corridors, once lined with statues of revered masters, now broken and toppled, their serene stone faces shattered beneath falling masonry or pulverized by stray blasts. Jedi who tried to bar their path were dispatched without ceremony. Those who dropped their weapons or staggered back, coughing and disoriented from the lingering blue mist, were either stepped past or cut down, depending on how long they lingered in the way. Sebastian moved like an executioner made manifest, the Darksaber's black fire casting warped shadows across the walls as it carved through resistance in swift, brutal arcs. Maximus followed close behind, his null aura alone enough to send surviving defenders scrambling, his thunderhammer resting against his shoulder should anyone be foolish enough to challenge them. Behind them, Mandalorians secured intersections and sealed off branching corridors, turning the inner temple into a tightening kill zone. At last, they reached the Jedi archives. The great doors stood closed. Dooku stepped forward, placing a hand against the smooth surface, his jaw tightening as old memories stirred. Hours spent here as a younger man, debates held beneath these vaulted ceilings, knowledge pursued with hope rather than desperation. That man felt impossibly distant now. He stepped aside, and Maximus drove his boot into the doors. The impact thundered through the chamber, shattering ancient locks and tearing the entrance open in a storm of fractured stone and dust. Inside, the archives loomed vast and solemn, towering shelves rising into shadow, holocrons and data stacks glittering faintly in the dim light. The sounds of battle faded, replaced by the low hum of machinery and the crackle of damaged systems. Dooku directed them toward specific sections, his voice calm as he ordered data cores ripped free and consoles forced open. Servitors and tech adepts hurried in behind the Astartes, interfacing with systems and records that had not been touched in centuries, while Mandalorians stood watch at every entrance. Somewhere within this labyrinth of knowledge lay the coordinates they sought, the trail that would lead them to Tython. Equals. The archives were deathly quiet, the vast chambers stripped of their usual hum and murmur, reduced to the soft crackle of burning data slates and the distant thunder of battle echoing through the temple's bones. Maximus stood at the center of it all, his thunderhammer resting against the floor as he watched his brothers and the Mandalorians fan out, locking corridors, sealing blast doors, turning one of the most sacred places in the Republic into a fortified kill zone. Servo motors whined as Astartes took up firing positions among shattered hololiths, while Mandalorians moved to cover angles, planting charges, watching for movement. The air still carried that faint, acrid tang of the witchbolt toxin, but Maximus could feel it thinning, bleeding away with every passing second. Librarium consoles were torn from their mounts, Ancient Jedi databanks cracked open by armored fists and brute force logic engines. Scrolls, holocrons, and crystalline memory spires were ripped apart without ceremony, their secrets laid bare by Imperium cogitators interfacing directly with alien systems. For all the reverence the Jedi held for knowledge, Maximus felt nothing as centuries of history were reduced to raw data streams pouring across his visor. Vulcan mattered more than all of this combined. Vulcan mattered more than the Order, more than the Republic, more than whatever fragile sense of balance they claimed to protect. A Mandalorian officer called out, voice sharp over the Vox, and Maximus was at the console in moments, towering over the flickering projection. The coordinates were there, but they were wrapped in layers of encryption so dense they might as well have been adamantium. Grandmaster-level locks, biometric seals keyed to a single living being. Kindralig. Maximus stared at the projection for a long moment, then slowly straightened. His gauntlet tightened around the haft of his hammer as calculations ran through his mind, each one ending the same way. There was no bypassing this, no clever workaround. The Jedi had built this lock precisely to prevent what was happening now. He keyed his Vox, his voice calm, heavy, utterly certain. Maintain lockdown. No one enters or leaves this chamber unless I say so. He turned to Sebastian, who stood a few paces away amid the ruin, blackened armor streaked with ash and blood, the darksaber resting casually in his grip, like an extension of his arm. The encryption's keyed to the Grandmaster, Maximus said. We need Dralig. The toxin's been in the air for close to 15 minutes. Sebastian's helm tilted slightly, and even without seeing his face, Maximus could hear the smile in his voice. It was low, eager, stripped of any pretense. Then we hunt, he said, rolling his shoulders as the massive jump pack on his back hissed and adjusted, its vents glowing faintly. Let them find their strength again. I would hate for this to be boring. Maximus gave a single sharp nod. Around them bolters were checked, power weapons reactivated, Mandalorian rifles brought up to ready. The Jedi would be waking up soon. Good. He tightened his grip on his hammer and turned toward the darkened corridors beyond the archives. Find the Grandmaster, he ordered. Bring him here, dead or alive. And then they moved, predators loosed into the wounded heart of the Jedi Temple, ready to turn its halls into a hunting ground. 156, 152, Starchild's grand design. Raxor. Raxor felt the familiar bone-deep vibration of atmospheric entry ripple through the dropship's hull as Coruscant rose to meet them. The Senate district loomed ahead, and the moment the ship cleared the air traffic lanes, he could already hear distant thunder from the direction of the Jedi Temple. Heavy impacts, secondary detonations, the unmistakable sound of war. The hatch blew open, wind screaming into the hold, and Raxor didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and leapt, gravity taking hold as his massive frame punched down through the thin cloud layer, his jump pack flaring just long enough to angle his descent toward the Senate Tower's uppermost levels. The impact was catastrophic. Stone, durasteel, and transparasteel shattered beneath him as he smashed through the roof and crashed into the top floor in an explosion of debris, his armored bulk carving a crater through what had once been a pristine administrative level. He rose from the wreckage almost immediately, heavy bolter already in his hands, as Nera and the rest of the strike force followed him down through the breach, Mandalorians jetting in with controlled bursts, while the Astartes simply dropped like meteors. Senate guards barely had time to react. Blaster fire sparked harmlessly off Ceramite before Raxor answered with his bolter, roaring and reducing defensive positions, and the men behind them to clouds of gore and twisted metal. The resistance collapsed in seconds, the corridor falling deathly quiet save for the echo of distant alarms and the crackle of small fires licking at ruined walls. He pushed forward toward the Chancellor's office. The doors stood sealed, thick blast plating layered with security systems meant to withstand riots, assassinations, and coups alike. Raxor snorted softly behind his helm, set his heavy bolter down with deliberate care, and stepped up to the doorway. His massive hands closed around the reinforced frame, servos whining as he pulled. Metal screamed. The locking mechanisms failed all at once, and with a violent wrench he tore the doors free, hurling them aside like scrap. They slammed into the far wall and crumpled, leaving the office exposed. Inside, the space was immaculate, almost serene, polished floors, sweeping windows overlooking the city, carefully curated artifacts and symbols of authority. It felt wrong, untouched by the chaos consuming the rest of the planet. Raxor moved in first, scanning for threats, while the Astartes took up positions along the perimeter, weapons trained on every entrance. The Mandalorians fanned out immediately, efficient and methodical, ripping open consoles, yanking data cores from their housings, and stacking confiscated slates in growing piles. Cables were torn free, panels ripped from walls, hidden compartments forced open with cutting tools and brute strength alike. If Palpatine had secrets, they would be dragged into the light. Minutes stretched on as the office was systematically dismantled. Raxor watched in silence, the faint hum of his armor filling the gaps between shouted confirmations and the clatter of torn machinery. He felt like this was all too easy, the absence where something should have been. No panicked flight, no last-minute purge, no traces of hurried concealment. It was too clean. One by one, the Mandalorians began to report back, voices tight with frustration. Financial records, Senate correspondence, diplomatic channels. Nothing tying Palpatine to Vulcan. Nothing about Kaminoans, relocations, or secret transfers. Just layers upon layers of mundane power, bureaucracy, and carefully constructed power grabs. Raxor finally stepped forward, boots crunching over shattered glass as he surveyed the ruined office. His jaw tightened beneath his helm. Either the Chancellor was a fool who had nothing to do with Vulcan, save for knowing the Jedi had him, or far more likely, he had known this moment was coming and had already erased himself from it. Raxor felt a low, simmering anger settle in his chest, not explosive, but cold and dangerous. He turned back to the squad, his voice calm but edged with iron. They weren't done yet. Somewhere in this city, the truth still existed, and if Palpatine thought tearing down a few records would hide it, then he had gravely underestimated how relentless the Imperium could be when it decided to dig. He was turning away from the gutted remains of the Chancellor's office when one of the Astartes paused, helm angling slightly as his auspex flickered. Without a word, the Ultramarine stepped toward an otherwise unremarkable section of wall paneling, the polished surface still pristine despite the devastation around it. His gauntlet closed into a fist, pistons whining softly, and then he struck. The wall shattered, durasteel and circuitry exploding inward as his arm punched straight through it. A startled cry followed, sharp and panicked, and a moment later he dragged a thin, pale woman out by the arm, hauling her bodily from the hidden recess behind the panel and hurling her onto the floor. Sly Moore hit the ground hard, skidding across polished stone, her composure shattered. She snarled curses up at them, venomous and afraid, one hand scrabbling for purchase as she tried to push herself backward, eyes darting wildly for an escape that no longer existed. The Astartes loomed over her, utterly unmoved, helm lenses burning as he checked the data scrolling across his retinal display. "Confirmed," he said flatly, his voice a filtered growl. "Subject is designated priority target. On the list." Raxor looked down at her without a flicker of hesitation or interest, the massive bulk of his armor casting her in shadow. "End it," he said, his tone calm, almost bored. Sly Moore reacted instantly, fear overriding whatever discipline she possessed. She twisted and lunged, trying to slip past the giant looming over her, mouth opening as if to scream or call for help that would never come. She made it exactly one step. The Astartes' bolt pistol came up, and the shot was thunderous in the confined space. The round struck her squarely, detonating in a brutal final bloom that left nothing but silence and bloody stone where she had been. The echo rolled through the ruined office and then faded, leaving only the hum of damaged systems and the distant sounds of battle elsewhere in the building. Raxor didn't look back. He turned to the rest of the squad, heavy bolter maglocked to his armor once more. "There's nothing else here," he said. "The Chancellor is gone, and this place is hollow. We move to the secondary objective." He paused, helm sweeping over his warriors. "Any senators still in this building who might pose a problem are to be eliminated." The Mandalorians fanned out, weapons raised, while the Astartes formed the spearhead, boots thundering as they moved back into the corridors of the Senate building. Guards who attempted to bar their path were cut down without ceremony. Blaster fire answered by bolter shells and volleys that left shattered bodies and scorched walls behind them. Security teams broke and fled when they realized what was coming, only to be hunted down through side halls and living quarters with ruthless efficiency. As they advanced toward the Senate living quarters, the architecture subtly shifted, becoming more opulent, more insulated from reality. Wide corridors, private security checkpoints, doors marked with sigils of influence, power, or world symbols. This was where the Republic's most entrenched figures slept and schemed, far from the rot and suffering below. Some tried to flee when they heard the gunfire, emerging in robes and finery, faces pale with disbelief as armored giants stormed their sanctuary. Others attempted to bargain, shouting titles and threats that carried no weight. Raxor gave none of them his attention. Those who ran were cut down from behind, those who resisted were annihilated, and those who cowered were judged in cold silence before a bolter round or blade ended them. Fires began to burn where stray shots ruptured power conduits, filling the air with smoke and the sharp tang of ozone. Raxor slowed the squad with a raised fist as the corridor ahead opened into a wide residential thoroughfare, the polished durasteel floors reflecting the emergency lights that now pulsed through the Senate apartments. His auto-senses adjusted, sweeping the space in a heartbeat, and that was when he saw a small knot of figures moving hurriedly toward an emergency lift, surrounded by a thin cordon of security. Padme Amidala stood at the center of them, her posture proud despite the obvious weight she carried, one hand resting protectively against her swollen belly. Her guards were tense and frightened, weapons half raised in uncertainty rather than discipline. Jar Jar hovered close to her side, wringing his long fingers together, while the familiar dome of R2-D2 rolled anxiously back and forth, projecting frantic bursts of light and sound that C-3PO translated in a quavering, high-pitched stream of panic. And there, standing just off to Padme's flank, lightsaber unlit but hand hovering near it, was Ahsoka Tano, her montrals twitching as she took in the towering armored forms of the Imperium squad. Nera reacted instantly. Before Raxor could even speak, she stepped forward, her expression sharpening with alarm as recognition struck. "Padme, what are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice tight, the chaos of the moment bleeding through her usual composure. "You shouldn't be anywhere near the Senate right now." Padme turned fully toward her, disbelief flashing across her face. "The Jedi Temple is under attack," she said, her voice strained but steady. "We felt it shake from here. I was trying to evacuate, to get people out." Her eyes flicked past Nera, taking in Raxor and the rest of the kill squad, the blood still fresh on their armor, the weight of what they represented crashing down on her all at once. Her breath caught. No, this isn't." She swallowed hard, then looked back at Nera, hurt and fury warring in her gaze. "You're behind this. The Imperium is behind this." Nera opened her mouth, the words already forming, but Padme cut her off sharply, stepping forward despite the guards' protests. "I don't want to hear it," she said, her hand tightening over her stomach as a wave of pain crossed her features. "I trusted you. I believed you were trying to fight for something better, even if it was with these monsters. But now I see that you are just one yourself." Her voice cracked, anger bleeding into something raw and wounded. Raxor watched Nera stiffen, watched the accusation strike deeper than any physical blow could have. Around them, his warriors remained motionless. Weapons held low but ready, their discipline absolute. Raxor took a single step forward then, the servos in his armor whining softly as his massive frame moved into Padme's view. He made no aggressive gesture, no threat. His heavy bolter remained mag-locked to his back, his hands open at his sides. "Senator Amidala," he rumbled, his voice a low thunder contained behind Vox filters, "you are not our target." His optics flicked briefly to a data feed scrolling across his vision, names and designations pulled from the Imperium's priority list. Padme's name glowed there, flagged not for immediate execution, but marked nonetheless. He turned his helm slightly toward Nera. "She is listed. he said simply, not unkindly, as if stating a fact of weather or terrain. Opposition to the Imperium, past actions, political interference. Padme stared at him, horror and indignation warring on her face. Listed? She echoed. For what? Disagreeing with you. For refusing to bow down to you when you rip people limb from limb. She drew herself up as much as her condition allowed, chin lifting defiantly. If that's your justice, then you're no better than the chaos gods you say you oppose. The Ultramarines tensed at her words, their hands tightening around their weapons. Raxor held her gaze for a long moment. He had crushed fortresses, burned Xeno's warbands from existence, and shattered armies beneath his bolter fire, yet standing before an unarmed pregnant senator, he felt strange. I have no orders to harm you, he said at last, and no desire to. His eyes shifted briefly to Ahsoka, to the civilians clustered behind Padme. But this building is a war zone. You should leave. Now. Nira finally found her voice, though it came out rough, edged with something close to desperation. Padme, please. You need to get out of here. This isn't personal. Padme laughed bitterly, tears glinting in her eyes. Everything about this is personal, she said softly, then turned away, signaling her retinue to move. Raxor took a single step toward Padme as they were about to leave, and then the world simply fell away from him. His knees hit the polished floor hard enough to crack it, the heavy bolter slipping from his grip as his vision tore open, dragging him into a vision. He stood before a throne of impossible gold, a structure so immense it dwarfed reason itself, its surface etched with sigils of conquest, sacrifice, and divinity. Upon it sat the Emperor, not as Raxor had seen him in fragments or echoes, but whole, radiant, terrible in his majesty. This was the moment before the end, before the final march to face Horus, and Raxor felt the crushing gravity of it press into his soul. He watched as the Emperor reached inward and began to carve himself apart, not with blade or claw, but with will alone. Love was torn free first, cast aside like a weakness no longer afforded. Mercy followed, then compassion, then benevolence, each severed piece drifting away as luminous shards, screaming with silent agony as they were flung into the void. What remained upon the throne was colder, harder, a being forged solely for survival and dominion. And Raxor understood this was the birth of the thing that would endure 10,000 years of suffering. From those discarded fragments, something else took shape, a presence lighter and gentler, but no less powerful. The Star Child. He saw it move through time and space unbound, saw it reach into moments long past and futures yet written. He saw it save him, save Maximus, save Sebastian at the very beginning, unseen hands guiding fate when all should have been lost. And then came the revelation that hollowed him out completely. This was the one who had sent them here, across realities, into a universe not their own, placing them into this universe like pieces on a board far larger than the Imperium had ever imagined. The vision did not end there. The Star Child fractured once more, deliberately this time, dividing itself into two distinct forms. One male, one female, each carrying half of that vast, impossible legacy. Raxor saw them as he had before, a young man and woman with fire in their souls, their paths converging and diverging in ways that made causality itself tremble. They were not gods, not yet, but they were more than mortals, and the universe bent around them in subtle, inevitable ways. Then the light collapsed inward, the gold and fire and eternity folding into a single point, and Raxor was hurled back into his body with a gasp that sounded more like a wounded animal than an Astartes. He knelt there, one gauntlet pressed to the floor, the other to his chest, his hearts hammering as if they might tear free of his armor. The Senate corridor rushed back into focus, the smoke, the distant thunder of battle, the weapons raised in uncertain pause, but his gaze locked onto Padme Amidala. Her pregnancy was unmistakable now, not just to his eyes, but to something deeper, something the vision had awakened. He felt it then, a convergence of threads, of futures branching and collapsing around the two lives she carried. This was no mere senator, no name on a list compiled by distant strategists. This was a fulcrum, a living crossroads tied to the same forces he had just witnessed on a cosmic scale. Slowly, Raxor pushed himself back to his feet as Padme turned to look at him. He looked at her, at the lives she carried, and for the first time since taking the oath of the Imperium, he finally understood a portion of the Emperor's grand design. 157, 153, the hidden Sith. Raxor? Raxor forced himself upright, the echo of the vision still crawling through his mind like after-images burned into the soul. His massive frame turned toward Padme, and this time there was no hesitation in him at all. He moved, every instinct screaming at him to protect this frail woman before him. To him she was no longer merely a senator or a political liability. She was something sacred, the vessel of a destiny older and greater than this war. The living convergence of what the Emperor had once been and what he had cast away. To Padme's retinue, it looked like he was readying an execution. Guards tightened their grips on blasters that would do nothing. Ahsoka shifted defensively, already feeling how wrong the air had become. Padme herself took an instinctive step back, one hand bracing her swollen belly as fear and confusion twisted together on her face. And then Jar Jar Binks, of all people, stepped forward. There was no warning, no gradual swell of power. The Force detonated outward from him in a brutal, concussive wave, an invisible hammer that smashed into the Imperium kill team all at once. Raxor was lifted clear off his feet, his immense mass hurled backward as though he weighed nothing at all. Neera was caught off guard completely and thrown through a wall, smashing her head against a marble table, leaving her unconscious. Astartes and Mandalorians alike were flung down the corridor, bodies slamming into walls, ceilings and each other, armor shrieking as it scraped durasteel. Consoles burst, plasteel shattered. The hall became chaos in the span of a heartbeat, and at its center stood Jar Jar, arms outstretched, utterly still. The foolish slouch fell away from him like a discarded skin. His spine straightened, his posture sharpening into something predatory and assured. His eyes ignited, molten gold bleeding outward until there was nothing left of the bumbling creature they had all known. His mouth stretched wider than it ever should have, revealing rows of thick, jagged fangs built for tearing rather than speech, his face reshaping subtly into something ancient and feral without ever ceasing to be recognizably his as his mask bled away. The air around him seemed to darken, as though the light itself recoiled. When he spoke, the voice that emerged was not the high, clumsy babble of a court fool. It was deep, carrying an echo that made the walls tremble faintly with each word, a sound that felt less heard and more felt, scraping against the mind. There was amusement in it, but it was cold, cruel, and infinitely patient, the tone of something that had waited a very long time to stop pretending. He hummed. I have waited a long time to put you in your place, Astartes. I guess now is as good a time as any. Raxor tried to rise, boots scraping for purchase against the wrecked floor, but the Force closed around him like an iron fist. His body was ripped upward, limbs locked in place, armor creaking as invisible pressure crushed in from every side. With a casual flick of his hand, Jar Jar sent him flying. Raxor smashed through the wall in an explosion of stone and metal, his body punching out into the open space of the Senate chamber before slamming hard into the many disc-like platforms. He tumbled down them, destroying each one he landed on, before finally coming to a halt amid falling debris, the impact ringing like a thunderclap through the cavernous room. Jar Jar didn't even look to see if he still lived. He turned back toward Padme, his expression softening just a fraction. Run, he said simply. For a moment, Padme hesitated, terror warring with disbelief before survival took over. She turned, guards scrambling around her, the droids chirping frantically as they ushered her away down the corridor, boots pounding against the floor as fast as they dared move her. Ahsoka cast one last look back, eyes wide with horror before vanishing after them. Jar Jar's gaze followed them only until they were gone. Then he turned back toward the Imperium kill team, the last traces of humor draining from his face. The corridor seemed to contract around him, the Force coiling tighter, heavier, as if the building itself had become his weapon. His fanged grin returned, and this time there was no pretense left at all. Now, he growled softly, power rippling outward as he advanced, a lightsaber hilt flicking to his hand from his robe. To deal with the rest of you. The instant the crimson blade hissed to life, the corridor seemed to recoil from him, light and shadow warping as if the force itself bent around his presence. He surged forward, the clumsy shuffle of a fool replaced by a smooth, ruthless glide that devoured the distance between him and the kill team in heartbeats. One of the Astartes roared and stepped into his path, power sword igniting with a snarling crackle of energy as ceramite boots dug into the deck to brace for impact. Their blades met in a shriek of tortured metal and plasma, sparks spraying like molten rain as the Marine leaned into the clash with brute strength that had shattered tanks and monsters alike. Jar Jar let the pressure slide, turning his wrists just enough that the power sword skated off his saber at an angle, deliberately opening his own guard. The Marine took the bait, overcommitting as he drove forward to finish the strike. Jar Jar flowed inside the swing, impossibly close, his blade flashing up in a tight arc. The crimson edge carved through the exposed midsection, shearing through the black suit and flesh alike. The Space Marine bellowed, a sound of rage and pain silenced by his helm, though still audible, staggering back even as his transhuman physiology fought to keep him upright. He tried to recover, power sword coming around in a desperate sweeping counter, but Jar Jar was already gone, ducking beneath the blow and stepping into the Marine's chest. The saber punched through ceramite, through the black carapace beneath, and out the other side in a burst of superheated vapor. Jar Jar leaned in close, eyes burning molten gold, and twisted. The Marine collapsed like a felled statue, armor crashing to the floor in dead weight. Bolters thundered as the rest of the kill team finally found their footing, explosive rounds screaming down the corridor in a storm that would have pulped lesser beings. Jar Jar did not even flinch. He lifted one clawed hand, fingers splayed, and the rounds froze in mid-air as if caught in amber, their detonators whining uselessly. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent them back as well as another force pulse. The corridor erupted in a chain of detonations as the bolts tore into the firing line, blasting Mandalorians apart and hurling Astartes off their feet in fire and shrapnel. Armor scorched and cracked, bodies slammed into walls hard enough to crater durasteel, and the air filled with smoke and the acrid stink of propellant. Jar Jar was already moving again, a blur of crimson light and coiled muscle. He wove through the chaos, blade flashing in tight arcs that took heads, arms, and weapons with equal contempt. Mandalorians fell first, their reflexes and gadgets meaningless against the sheer weight of the force driving his strikes. He split one in half at the waist, kicked another bodily into a wall hard enough to shatter bone through armor, then spun low to hamstring a third before finishing him with a thrust through the visor. Each kill was clean, precise, and utterly merciless. The Astartes were harder prey. Their resilience slowed him, their mass and training forcing him to commit more of himself to every exchange. One lunged with a chain blade, roaring defiance as the teeth screamed toward Jar Jar's neck. Jar Jar caught the weapon bare-handed, the spinning teeth shrieking against an invisible barrier of force. He yanked the Marine forward and drove his saber up under the gorget, burning through spine and brain in a heartbeat. Another Marine charged, shoulder lowered, trying to bowl him over with sheer momentum. Jar Jar met him head-on, reinforcing his own frame with the force, until the impact sounded like colliding tanks. The Marine bounced back a step in shock, and that moment was all Jar Jar needed. He hammered a force-augmented strike into the Marine's chest, crushing ceramite inward, then finished him with a decapitating sweep that sent the helm clattering across the floor. Bolter fire flared again, closer now, desperate. Jar Jar waded into it, deflecting rounds with contemptuous flicks of his blade, redirecting explosions so they tore through clustered enemies. He moved with terrifying intent, each step heavy with power, each swing backed by the full hateful focus of a Sith who had waited decades to shed his mask. An Astartes tried to grapple him, massive gauntlets closing around his torso. Jar Jar snarled, drove his forehead into the Marine's helm with enough force-enhanced impact to crack it, then tore free and impaled him through the throat. Within moments, the corridor was a ruin. Smoking bodies lay strewn across the deck, scorched armor and shattered weapons scattered like debris after a storm. The last surviving Astartes pushed himself to a knee, armor cracked and blackened, trying to bring his bolter up one final time. Jar Jar advanced on him slowly, probing him for any fear, though the force that he might savor. But he didn't taste any fear, only hatred. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and the Marine was lifted screaming into the air, crushed inward as if an invisible giant were squeezing him. Jar Jar ended it with a sharp twist, dropping the broken corpse to the floor. Silence fell, broken only by the crackle of small fires and the distant alarms of the Senate building. Jar Jar stood amid the carnage, crimson blade humming softly, eyes still burning with that molten predatory light. Somewhere beyond the shattered wall, Raxor lay thrown into the vast chamber below, and Padme was running for her life. Jar Jar turned toward the breach, a low, pleased rumble escaping his throat as he stepped forward, ready to finish what he had begun. Raxor dragged himself upright at the base of the Senate chamber, ceramite boots scraping across ground as alarms wailed somewhere high above, their shrill cries swallowed by the vastness of the hollowed arena. Dust drifted down like ash, settling over shattered repulsor pods and broken banners. He looked up just in time to see the Sith hurl himself from the ledge above, robes snapping around him as he fell with his blade raised high, intent written plainly in the molten glare of his eyes. At the last possible instant, he twisted aside, ceramite grinding against metal as the blade carved a molten scar through the floor where his head had been a heartbeat earlier. His massive gauntlet shot out, fingers closing around Jar Jar's midsection, mid-air before slamming him down into the floor. The entire chamber shuddered as if struck by orbital fire, cracks spider-webbing outward beneath them, and before either could recover, the ground gave way entirely. Durasteel and ancient mechanisms collapsed in a roaring cascade, swallowing them both as they plunged into the darkness below. They fell hard into the Chancellor's hidden sanctum, a private chamber of shadowed alcoves and shattered holotables, the impact driving the air from Raxor's lungs and leaving the floor cratered beneath them. Jar Jar moved first, impossibly fast, his crimson blade flashing up and then down as he drove it through the Salamander's left thigh, punching through ceramite, flesh and bone in a burst of sparks and scorched blood. Raxor barely grunted. Pain registered distantly as he backhanded the Sith with enough force to rupture the air itself, sending Jar Jar spinning across the room and crashing through a console in a shower of light and shattered glass. Growling, Raxor reached down and seized the lightsaber still buried in his leg. With a savage wrench, he tore it free, molten edges hissing as they met exposed ceramite, and then crushed the weapon between his massive fingers. The kyber core screamed as it shattered, the blade collapsing into a violent implosion of light before dying completely, fragments clattering uselessly across the floor. He discarded the ruined hilt without a second glance and ignited his jump pack in the same motion, launching himself across the chamber in a thunderous burst. He caught Jar Jar by the chest before the Sith could fully recover, ceramite fingers digging in, and hurled him into the far wall. The impact left a Jar Jar-shaped crater in durasteel and stone alike. Jar Jar rebounded, hissing in fury, and that was when Raxor met him with a full-force haymaker. The punch landed like a meteor strike, ceramite fist smashing into reinforced flesh and shattering the invisible lattice of force energy wrapped around the Sith's body. There was a sharp, resonant crack as that protection failed, and Jar Jar flew backward, skidding across the floor in a spray of debris. Snarling, the Sith thrust out both hands, unleashing a massive force blast meant to pulp tanks and scatter armies. Raxor took it head-on. His boots slammed down, magnetizing instantly to the deck, servos whining as he leaned into the storm, armor locking and stabilizers flaring as the blast washed over him in a howling torrent of pressure and screaming air. When it faded, Raxor was still standing. He surged forward through the lingering distortion, crossing the distance in a handful of pounding strides, and drove a brutal punch straight into Jar Jar's ribs. The blow lifted the Sith clean off his feet, folding him around the impact before sending him hurtling across the chamber to smash into the far wall once more. Stone collapsed inward around him, the structure groaning in protest, and for a heartbeat the room fell eerily silent, save for the crackle of damaged systems and the heavy measured growl of Raxor's armor as he advanced again. Jar Jar's scream of fury became a howl as raw power tore free of him, lightning spilling from his hands in a blinding storm that filled the hidden chamber with crackling purple-white veins of destruction. The bolts hammered into Raxor, crawling over ceramite and scale, turning the air into fire. Warning runes flared across the Salamander's helm as systems screamed, but he did not retreat. Instead, he raised his metal left arm to meet the storm head-on, channeling the worst of it into Bescantium and away from the vulnerable systems beneath his armor. The lightning chewed at him, arced across his pauldrons, danced along the drake-etched plates of his chest, yet Raxor only growled, a low, furious sound, his massive frame refusing to yield as he endured the fury of a Sith Lord through sheer will and brutal resilience. Through the blinding pain, his right hand moved, fingers closing around the heavy bolt pistol, mag-locked to his right thigh. He brought it up one-handed, aiming through the storm, and fired. The witch bolt screamed from the barrel, its runes flaring as it tore through the air toward Jar Jar. But the Sith reacted instinctively, power flaring again, and the round detonated short of its mark in a violent bloom of blue mist and shattering force. The explosion rattled the chamber, consoles bursting, lights flickering, but more importantly, the cloud rolled over Jar Jar like fog, seeping into his lungs, clinging to his skin. His lightning faltered mid-strike, the torrent breaking into erratic arcs before guttering out entirely. He staggered, the force slipping from his grasp like water through open fingers, and dropped to one knee, hands clawing at the floor as he gasped, his molten eyes dimming with shock and dawning horror. Raxor stepped through the fading sparks, towering over the fallen Sith like an executioner. He reached down without hesitation, massive gauntlet closing around Jar Jar's long ears, his grip iron and merciless. With a sharp, brutal motion, he hauled the Gungan upward just high enough to drive his knee forward. The impact was catastrophic. Bone cracked, cartilage tore, and the sound echoed wetly through the chamber as the ears were ripped free, blood spraying across the broken floor. Jar Jar collapsed in a screaming, choking heap, his voice dissolving into raw animal agony as he scrabbled helplessly, the force still locked away from him, his power gone in an instant. Raxor did not give him time to plead. He stepped forward, shadow falling over the broken Sith, and brought his boot down with crushing force. The impact silenced everything. When he lifted his foot, there was nothing left of Darth Jar Jar but ruin. The threat ended utterly and without mercy. The salamander stood there for a moment, amid the wreckage and drifting blue haze, chest rising and falling, then turned away, intent on returning to see if he could still catch up to Senator Amidala. 158, 154, fallen from grace. Sebastian. The great hall of the Jedi Temple felt like a mausoleum dressed in marble and light, its vast arches and polished stone now smeared with blood, scorched by bolt impacts, and littered with the bodies of those who had tried and failed to stand against the Imperium. Sebastian strode at Maximus's side as they emerged from the shadowed corridors beyond the archives, his armored boots crunching softly on fragments of fallen statuary and shattered lightsaber hilts. The air still carried the faint tang of the witchbolt toxin, a cold, metallic taste that clung to the back of the throat, and everywhere he looked, there were signs of desperate resistance cut short, robes torn apart by mass reactive shells, bodies crushed under rubble, scorch marks burned into the walls like the ghosts of final moments. Sebastian halted near the center of the hall and drove the edge of his storm shield into the stone floor with a heavy, deliberate motion, the impact ringing out like a bell struck for the dead. Maximus raised a gauntleted fist, signaling the Blade Guard veterans to fan out and lock down the approaches. "We wait here," the Ultramarine said, his voice calm and implacable, carrying easily through the ruined chamber. "If the Grandmaster still draws breath, he will come." Sebastian said nothing, only rolled his shoulders beneath his armor and let his senses stretch outward, feeling the echo of violence still hanging in the air. The fading afterimage of psychic resistance and dying faith. Somewhere deeper in the temple, survivors were fleeing. Somewhere else, hunters were still at work. Here, though, there was only the quiet before a storm. That quiet shattered as figures emerged from the far entrance, moving cautiously through drifting dust and fallen debris. The surviving leaders of the Order stepped into the light one by one, their robes torn, faces drawn with exhaustion and grief. Chin Dralig walked at the forefront, flanked by Pong Krell, Ki Adimundi, and others. Dralig's gaze swept across the hall, over the bodies of his students and peers, and for a moment Sebastian saw the Grandmaster's shoulders sag, as if the full enormity of the loss finally settled upon him. Dralig closed his eyes, drawing in a slow, measured breath, and when he opened them again, the pain was still there. But something else burned beneath it, sharp and molten, a flicker of something old and dangerous. "What do you want?" Dralig asked at last, his voice steady despite the tremor beneath it. "What madness drove you to butcher so many innocents?" His eyes lingered on the fallen, then lifted to meet Maximus's without fear. The Ultramarine stepped forward, Thunderhammer resting at his side, and answered without ceremony. "You will come with us to the archives," he said. "You will unlock what you have hidden. If you refuse, we will take what we need from your corpse." There was no threat in his tone, only a statement of fact, and Sebastian felt a flicker of grim admiration for the way Dralig did not flinch, did not avert his gaze, but instead straightened. Resolve hardening like tempered steel, Dralig's eyes slid past Maximus and settled on Sebastian, on the black-armored warrior who now knelt amid the ruin. Sebastian planted one knee to the stone, bowed his helm, and clasped his hands together upon the pommel of the darksaber, the ancient weapon resting dark and silent across his knee. Around him, the sounds of the hall seemed to fade as he whispered his prayer, a low, fervent invocation spoken not for mercy, but for purpose. He asked the God Emperor for a worthy battle, for foes who would test his faith and his steel, so that through their defeat, the truth of the Emperor's light would be made manifest. As the final words left his lips, the iron halo mounted upon his back flared to life, erupting in a corona of brilliant gold that bathed the hall in radiant fire, casting long dancing shadows across the corpses and the living alike. Sebastian rose smoothly to his full height, the golden light fading to a steady, defiant glow as he turned to face the assembled Jedi. With a single motion, he ignited the darksaber, its black blade snapping into existence with a low, hungry hum that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. He lifted it in salute, not of respect, but of challenge, and his voice rang out across the ruined hall, rich with zeal and anticipation. "Come," he said, eyes locked on Dralig and the council, "let us finish what we started all those years ago." Chin Dralig moved first, his robes snapping as he surged forward, lightsaber humming with lethal intent as it carved a brilliant arc toward Sebastian's helm. The Black Templar did not retreat an inch. He met the strike head-on, storm shield angled just enough for the plasma blade to scream across its surface and shear away in a cascade of sparks and blue-white light. The impact echoed through the ruined hall like a thunderclap. Around them the temple burned with violence, Blade Guard veterans locked in brutal duels, Jedi leaping and twisting through the air, bolters roaring in deafening counterpoint. But for a heartbeat, the world narrowed to the space between Sebastian and the Grandmaster. Dralig flowed off the shield, feet barely touching the ground as he spun low, his saber darting for Sebastian's leg in a move meant to hamstring even a giant. Sebastian answered with brutal simplicity. He stepped into the strike and drove his knee forward like a battering ram, ceramite crashing into Dralig's chest with a sound like breaking stone. The Jedi was hurled backward, skidding across the marble, yet he twisted mid-fall, force snapping around him to arrest his momentum. He came up in one smooth motion, blade already swinging back towards Sebastian's exposed flank, only for the darksaber to snap into place and catch it. Black edge grinding against green as reality itself seemed to recoil from the clash. Sebastian leaned into the bind, his transhuman strength bearing down with merciless pressure, forcing Dralig lower and lower until the Grandmaster was driven to one knee, his lightsaber screaming as it was forced down into the stone floor, molten grooves spiderwebbing outward beneath the strain. Dralig snarled through clenched teeth and answered with his own will. The force slammed outward from him in a concussive wave, a telekinetic hammer meant to pulp organs and hurl the Black Templar across the hall. For a split second, the air itself seemed to bend. Then Sebastian's iron halo detonated in a flare of radiant gold. The psychic barrier caught the blast and shattered it, the force breaking like surf against an immovable cliff. Sebastian surged forward through the fading pressure, stepped inside Dralig's guard, and brought his helmet down in a savage headbutt. Ceramite met flesh and bone with a sickening crack, blood spraying as Dralig reeled, vision blurring as he stumbled back. Elsewhere, the battle raged just as fiercely. Maximus met Ponkrell and Ki-Adi-Mundi like an oncoming god of war, thunderhammer howling as it smashed down in sweeping arcs that turned sections of the floor into pulverized ruin. Krell's multiple blades whirled in a storm of light, barely deflecting strikes that would have caved in a tank hull, while Ki-Adi-Mundi danced at the edge of annihilation, force-augmented leaps carrying him clear of impacts that obliterated pillars and sent shockwaves rippling through the hall. Blade Guard veterans locked shields and advanced methodically, weathering saber strikes and force pushes alike, answering each with disciplined brutality, power swords biting deep, storm shields shattering bones and bodies with every impact. Back at the heart of it, Sebastian pressed his advantage without mercy. He wrenched the Darksaber free of the floor and came down in a brutal diagonal cut, forcing Dralig to scramble back, boots slipping on blood and debris. The Grandmaster raised his blade just in time, sparks exploding as the weapons met again, and for a moment they were locked eye to eye, Dralig's burning with fury and grief, Sebastian's hidden behind his helm, yet blazing with fanatical purpose. The Black Templar leaned close, voice a low growl carried through Vox and echoing through the ruined temple. This was not merely a battle to him, it was a sermon written in steel and blood. The hall shook as another exchange detonated around them, force and faith colliding in a storm that threatened to tear the ancient structure apart. Jedi and Astartes fell on both sides, bodies crumpling amid fire and rubble, yet neither champion relented. Sindralig drew upon every shred of strength and memory he had left, while Sebastian fought with the terrible certainty of one who believed his god watched every blow. Chindralig felt the battle splinter around him even as he struggled to keep his footing against Sebastian's relentless advance. The Black Templar moving like a walking cathedral of war, shield locked, blade howling with hungry darkness. For a heartbeat, Dralig's eyes flicked past his own duel, drawn by a sudden, horrifying absence in the force. Where Ponkrell and Ki-Adi-Mundi should have been blazing like twin stars beside Maximus, there was instead a deadened void, a hollow space that swallowed power, intent, and prescience alike. The Ultramarine stood at its center, his very presence stripping the Jedi Masters of everything that had ever made them more than flesh and bone. Ponkrell met him head-on regardless, four arms swinging with brutal ferocity as his twin double-bladed sabers crashed against the Thunderhammer. The impact rang out like a cathedral bell struck by a god, and the result was immediate and devastating. Krell was flung aside as if he weighed nothing at all, his boots skidding across the marble before his massive frame crashed hard onto the floor. Ki-Adi-Mundi moved at once, instinct driving him forward, his form precise and elegant as he darted in to exploit the opening, but the moment he crossed the invisible threshold of Maximus's null field, everything betrayed him. The force vanished like a severed limb, his balance faltered, his speed died, and the future he had glimpsed 1,000 times before went dark all at once. Maximus did not hesitate. He stepped into the opening, his gauntleted fist coming down in a short, brutal arc that ended in a sound more felt than heard. Bone, brain, and helm shattered beneath the blow, and Ki-Adi-Mundi crumpled where he stood, lifeless before his body even struck the floor. The shockwave of that death rippled outward, raw and jagged, and Ponkrell felt it tear through him like a blade. His roar of grief and fury echoed through the hall, something primal and unhinged breaking loose as his eyes burned molten yellow and the last of his restraint evaporated into hate. Power surged from him in a wild, uncontrolled torrent, lightning spilling from his hands in blinding arcs that should have incinerated anything in their path. Instead, they struck Maximus and simply died. The crackling bolts unraveled into pale wisps the instant they entered the Ultramarines' null aura, dispersing like smoke against an unyielding wall. Maximus turned toward him slowly, his thunderhammer lowering as he began to advance. Krell scrambled to his feet, fear now bleeding into his rage, as he realized, too late, how utterly naked he was. The hammer fell where Krell had been a fraction of a second before, the impact pulverizing the stone floor and hurling the basilisk through the air like a broken doll, despite his desperate evasive roll. He barely had time to draw breath before Maximus was upon him, the Ultramarine closing the distance with terrifying speed. A single armored punch drove straight into Krell's abdomen, folding him in half and launching his massive body across the hall, where he crashed through fallen debris in a spray of shattered marble and blood. One by one, presences Chindralig had known for decades winked out until the great hall felt cavernous and wrong, filled with absence instead of life. He parried another brutal swing from Sebastian's darksaber, sparks screaming as black met blue, and for a heartbeat his focus shattered. The temple, the order, the whispered doubts he had buried for years, all of it crashed down on him at once. Something inside him broke. The restraint, the discipline, the quiet faith that had defined his life burned away in an instant, replaced by raw, boiling fury. When he opened his eyes again, the world looked sharper, harsher, and his reflection in Sebastian's visor burned back at him with molten yellow fire. He roared, hurling himself forward with a ferocity that had nothing left to lose, smashing Sebastian's blade aside and twisting low, channeling every ounce of his rage into a strike meant to sever the Black Templar's arm at the shoulder. For a fraction of a second it felt possible, inevitable even, until the force vanished from him like a breath ripped from his lungs. The pressure collapsed, the power fled, and the universe went cold and heavy. Maximus had stepped into range. Sebastian caught the blow as if it weighed nothing, iron fingers closing around Dralig's wrist, while the Black Templar's voice rumbled with something like approval. "A good try," he said, almost kindly. Then there was pain as Sebastian tore his arm free in a spray of blood and shattered bone. Dralig hit the floor hard, shock stealing his breath, the darksaber rising above him to deliver the end. It never came. A thunderous impact slammed into Sebastian's flank, a chunk of stone the size of a speeder hurled with desperate strength. The Black Templar was thrown into Maximus, the two giants crashing together in a clash of ceramite and fury. Through his haze, Dralig saw Pong Krell drag himself from the rubble, four arms shaking with exhaustion and hate, eyes burning with the same corrupted fire. A Blade Guard veteran tackled Krell as Maximus and Sebastian re-entered the fight with terrifying coordination. Sebastian smashed into the basilisk like a living battering ram, staggering him long enough for both warriors to seize their prize. Each of Krell's massive arms were caught, locked, and with a synchronized wrench of godlike strength, torn free. The scream that followed echoed through the hall, cut short as Sebastian ended it with a single brutal stomp that crushed the basilisk's skull. Chindralig did not look back again. He fled down the corridor, blood slick beneath his boots, heart hammering as he slipped into a hidden passage known to only a handful of masters. Behind him lay the ruin of everything he had sworn to protect, the echoes of slaughter and the dying hum of lightsabers fading into distance. "Get back here!" Maximus roared, his voice echoing like thunder through the shattered corridor as he charged after the fleeing Grandmaster. His armored boots hammered against the fractured stone, each step shaking the walls, until the passage narrowed abruptly into a maintenance conduit, barely wide enough for a single man. Chindralig vanished into the darkness beyond, his presence flickering out in the wake of the collapsing force. Maximus stood there for a long moment, chest heaving, fists clenched so tightly the servos in his gauntlets whined, before finally turning away with a low, simmering growl. Any remaining Jedi resistance was crushed swiftly and without ceremony. Maximus stooped beside the remains of Chindralig's fallen arm, picking it up before signaling the withdrawal. The strike force moved back through the devastated corridors, boots crunching over debris and shattered glass, until they reached the archives once more. There, beneath the fractured hololiths and ruined databanks, Dooku accepted the arm without comment. He pressed it against the biometric seal, and after a brief, tense pause, the ancient locks disengaged with a low, resonant hum that seemed to sigh with resignation. A Mandalorian technician immediately went to work, fingers flying over consoles as streams of encrypted data spilled into the air. He muttered to himself at first, clearly impressed by the sheer volume of secrets buried within the Grandmaster's vaults, then suddenly froze. He straightened, eyes snapping up to meet Maximus's. "We've got it," he said, voice tight with disbelief. "Confirmed coordinates, planet designation, Tython." For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Maximus nodded once. "Signal the fleet. We're done here." With that, he turned from the archives, already issuing orders for extraction, leaving behind a shattered temple and a galaxy that would soon learn just how costly its secrets had become.